Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of ThinkyCon. Thanks, everyone, for joining us and for being there yesterday. I hope everybody got a chance to catch up on the previous talks as well. I'm going to keep this very brief because we need to get started with the first talk of the day. If you are interested in what the schedule is for today, please go check the website. You can find there's so many links to the ThinkyCon page. You'll find it, and on the ThinkyCon page you'll find the schedule. Also, don't forget that any questions that we're doing, if you don't manage to get your question in at the end of a talk, you can head to our Discord at thinkygames.com/discord and ask any further questions there. So, without further ado, I shall bring in, let me make sure the title is up. I shall bring in our first guest. There we go. So we are joined first by Ivan Koswara, also known as Chaotic Ayak, to do a sequel to a wonderful talk that we had last year, which was Mathematics for Puzzles. Now we've got Mathematics for Puzzles 2, and I can't wait for Mathematics for Puzzles 3, 4, 5. I hope it goes on forever. All right, so over to you, Ivan.
Okay, yes, hello and welcome everyone, and welcome to the second day of ThinkyCon. I'm Ivan Koswara, also known online as Chaotic Ayak, and I'm going to present Mathematics for Puzzles 2. And you might be wondering why 2, because I did present 1 last year. And as mentioned, maybe we will have 3, 4, 5 in the future, we will see. So just to be quick about me, I'm not a game developer. I'm still not a game developer, and I'm more a logic puzzle writer. So I write logic puzzles like this, things that you might find on books. And I have a logic archive on my website if you want to look at what kind of puzzles that I write. And well, last time we talked about the background, the motivation of it, so I will just keep it brief. We talk about how puzzles are used in math. We know that puzzles are used in math, used for problem solving, for deductions, and so on. But we can also see math is used in puzzles by some kinds of theory, some kinds of theorems, results, or whatever, find applications in puzzles. And last time I talked about several examples. This time I will talk about even more examples. And it will only be about examples. I will just let you admire and appreciate them. And if you have any questions, please ask them on live chat or on Discord. If we have time, we will get into some of the questions at the end. And even if not, I will continue to be around on Discord. So let's get into it. What we want to talk about is the Jordan curve theorem from the field of topology. So what does this theorem say? It says every simple closed curve has an inside and an outside. So I think you can think of what a curve is. It's just a line you can bend, or it can have turns or whatever. Closed just means it doesn't have loose ends. For example, it's a nice circle like this, or it looks something a bit strange like this, but there are no loose ends. It's closed. And simple just means there is no self-intersection. And what it says, every simple closed curve has an inside and an outside. You will think that this is a very obvious statement. It turns out it is not obvious in mathematics, mostly because there are some really cursed curves. For example, here we have the curved snowflake. You start with a triangle, and then each side you place a smaller triangle on it, and then again, and curved snowflake actually goes on infinitely. This only goes for 4 iterations. You just keep going 5, 4, 6, 7 iterations and going infinitely. You might imagine the curve looks really, really strange, but it is still closed. It is still simple. It still has an inside and an outside. And the reason this is not obvious is because of things like this. But for our purposes, our curves are going to be nice and simple. So it's actually not too difficult to prove. So let's get into our puzzles. Our first puzzles. This is a puzzle genre called yin-yang. Here the puzzle is on top and the solution is on the bottom. And the goal is to shade some cells black, like this one. Here some of the cells are black. The black cells are connected side to side, and the white cells are also connected side to side. It might not be very obvious from here, but there is also another rule. There is no 2x2 area that is of the same color. And you might see some circles here. They just say black circles are black, the white circles are white. And if you feel like you are familiar with this kind of puzzles, that is probably because you saw this in Islands of Insight or some other kinds of puzzle games. I guess Islands of Insight have a lot of logic puzzles in general. But for this talk, we will focus only on the second and third conditions here. The black cells are connected, the white cells are connected. Now, let's imagine we have a purported solution for it. And there is a 2x2 checkerboard pattern, like here in the middle. What happens in this case? Let's take a look at the black cells of this 2x2. Now, the black cells are connected. That is a rule of yin-yang. So we can draw a path through the black cells connecting these two cells. And then we can draw the diagonal along the 2x2. And what by Jordan curve theorem, it says there is an inside, there is an outside. This is a problem because now the white cells are separated. One of them is inside the loop, one of them is outside the loop. They cannot be connected together. The black cells separate them. So that is a problem. And in general, this means there is no 2x2 checkerboard pattern anywhere in a solution of yin-yang, because we end up with this. And it's worth noting that this no checkerboard rule is not part of the rules of yin-yang. It comes from our deduction. We analyze the rules and we realize that this tells there is no checkerboard. It arises naturally. So let's take a look at another example. Let's take a look at the outer border of the grid here. And here we have some black cells on top and some black cells on the bottom. Again, the black cells are connected. We can draw a path along them. And now we circle through the outside because this is on the edge of the grid. This is on the edge of the grid. We can connect them outside. And again, closed curve has an inside, has an outside. So the white cells are going to be separated. The white cells to the left of this path are inside the loop. The white cells to the right are outside the loop. They are separated. They cannot connect to each other unless there is no white cell on one side of the grid. So there's no white cell inside or there's no white cell outside. In other words, this black path must be along the grid. This comes into the border rule. All the cells of the same color, all the cells of black cells here are contiguous with each other. Here you can see the black cells are contiguous along the border. The white cells are contiguous along the border. And again, this rule is not something that is explicitly stated in the rules of yin-yang. It's something that arises naturally. And if you want to solve yin-yang puzzles, you need to know no checkerboard rule. You need to know border rule because it is used so much. And let's take a look at another example. Here's a different puzzle genre called cave. We draw a loop along the grid lines, non-intersecting loop, so it is a simple closed curve, like this one. Here's the green loop is the solution. The black cells just say what's outside the loop. We will get into that. And then there are some additional rules about the numbers. For example, all the numbers must be inside the loops. Each number tells how many cells are visible. I won't get too much into that. I want to talk about the loop. So the interesting thing about cave is that in logic puzzle community, some people don't like to use loops for cave. They want to shade cells. I feel because it's more natural for them. And if you turn the loop into shading, you end up with something like this. You shade some of the cells black. The white cells are inside the loop. They must be connected. The white cells are connected. The black cells, the part that are outside the loop, must connect to outside the grid. And you might think of it like, if the black cells are inside the grid, that means you have a loop that defines these black cells and a larger loop that defines the white cells. And so you end up with a loop inside a loop. And that cannot happen. That is why the white cells are connected, the black cells connect to outside of the grid. And also rules like all numbers must be inside the loop becomes all numbers must be white. So I want to talk about this because now let's take a cave solution and make the entire outside of the grid black. Again, the white cells are connected. The black cells connect to outside of the grid. That means the black cells now connect to each other because the entire outside is black. Remember, white cells are connected, black cells are connected. We had a result from yin-yang, and that does not actually use any special rules about yin-yang. That just relies on white cells connected, black cells connected. That means we have our results as well. No checkerboard rule also applies here. And you might ask what happens about the border rule. Well, the border in this case is just the black cells that we added. So the entire border is already black. It's already contiguous. We don't really have any new thing about the border rule. But the node 2 by 2 checkerboard rule is important. It also applies in cave. So you can see Jordan curve theorem somehow finds applications like this. And also these kinds of rules don't come up in the actual written rules of the genre. You just end up with these rules, these results naturally. Let's go back to Jordan curve theorem, and this was a statement of Jordan curve theorem. We have a corollary, which is basically a related result. If two curves always make clean intersections, they intersect an even number of times. I will explain what clean means later. So what does this look like? So imagine our two curves from earlier, one nice circle and one very strange curve. Now these two intersect with each other. You can count how many intersections they have, and turns out there are 8 intersections in this case. This is an even number. Now, why is this true? Can we prove this? The reason is because of parity. And if you were here last year, you remember me talking about parity quite a lot. And turns out it is a very useful concept in mathematics. It comes out even in here. And the idea is if you start from anywhere on this red curve, let's say starting from here, you are outside. And then you cross an intersection, you get into the inside. You cross the intersection, you go to outside, and so on and so on. And at the end, you must loop back in here. You must be outside again. That means you must change sides an even number of times. And that means an even number of intersections. And when I mean clean intersections, that just means when you make an intersection, you must actually change sides. You cannot have something like you just make an intersection, but you just brush the other curve. It's just a tangent. That does not count as an intersection. So let's apply this in more puzzles. This is a Mathy puzzle, which is again draw a non-intersecting loop. Again, this is a puzzle on top and solution on the bottom, draw an intersecting loop. And here you can see black circles, white circles. They tell you how the loop behaves. And the rules are kind of complicated. On white circle, the loop goes right. And also it turns before or after or both. On a black circle, the loop turns, but it goes strike both before and after. So even if you look at these rules, the rules are not very symmetric. On white, it says turns either before or after. On black, goes strike both before and after. So it's kind of weird, but we get used to it. And this is a very popular genre in logic puzzles. And strictly speaking, when you talk about Mathy, you actually usually present it on these kinds of grid. The loop is on cell centers instead of grid lines, but I find it personally easier to explain when easier for this talk when I talk it using grid lines. And we want to focus on this non-intersecting loop. So if you try to solve this example puzzle, you might end up with something like this. You start with, okay, this is a strike. This white circle is a strike. It must go strike, and it must go to the left because there's nowhere else to go. On a black circle, it must turn, but it must go strike both before and after. So basically, it must go strike for 2 units after that. That is why it cannot go to the right. There's not enough space. So you end up with something like this. And now let's use our corollary. We draw this blue loop, which has one intersection over here. And remember, the intersection with the main loop must be an even number of times. That's what the corollary says. So we need an even number of times. We need one more. But it cannot be here. It cannot be here because the loop over here already goes like this. So there is only one segment remaining. It must be part of a loop. Now, if you look at this, it might look like a very simple, very simple deduction. You might not even think about Jordan curve. You might think about just doing cases here. If you go down here, you go to the corner and then get stuck. Okay, sure, but you can apply this in more complicated situations, and often picking the blue loop correctly is the hard part when you have a very complicated puzzle. For example, here, if you continue with this puzzle, you might end up with something like this. Now you can draw this blue loop, which will intersect cleanly. We have one intersection, and then here, this is a white circle. Remember, the main loop is going to go straight through this white circle. In other words, it will not just touch the loop, it will intersect the loop. So this is a third intersection. We need an even number of intersections. That means our remaining one must also be part of the loop, must be another intersection. So you can see how this corollary gets used in more complicated ways. It can make for a very surprising, amazing deduction. And finally, we are going to talk about one last genre called light and shadow. This is not really related to Jordan curve theorem, but it is related to the proof that we talk about. And in light and shadow, the goal is to shade some of the cells black, and each region contains exactly one circle, which will have the same color of the region, and also the number tells the size of the region. So like this T-shaped region is black, it has a black circle, and it has size 4. Now, if you look at the rules of this genre, you might say shade some cells black, but then the rest of the rules say each region, same color as the region. I don't really like this phrasing, so sometimes I think about it like this. Divide into regions of black and white. Regions of the same color may not be adjacent because otherwise they would merge together into a single larger region. And then the rest of the rules make more sense. And if you think about these rules, divide into regions of black and white and regions of the same color may not be adjacent, this actually comes up in a lot of puzzle games. In Bioletis, in Islands of Insight, in Taiji. Usually these puzzles are about shading some cells black, but then the clues are about the regions themselves, not about the cells. So you can think of these kinds of puzzle games using regions of black and white like this. And there is a very important rule. There is no T-intersections other than along the border of the grid. Why is that the case? Because parity again. See, parity appears again. If you take any intersection like this and then you walk around the intersection, you start from a black region. Every time you cross a region border, you are going to change colors into white, and then another border into black, another border into white, and at the end you must end up where you started. It must be black again, so you must cross borders an even number of times. But a T intersection is three region borders. That does not work. And this result is actually true for any grid, not just squares. You can apply it for triangular grids. You can apply for things like this, tetragis square grid, and so on. The thing is, at every intersection, you must have an even number of regions meeting there. So no T intersection, no intersections of 5. You can have intersections of 4 or 6, but not 5. So if we look back at light and shadow, the rules of this are actually there's quite a lot of rules, even though you think there's not many of them. Let's take a look at a simpler genre. This actually comes up in Bioletis. In Bioletis, you are going to shade some cells black, and then the numbers tell the size of the region. Strictly speaking, this is actually a spoiler, because in Bioletis you are supposed to figure out what the clues do by yourself. But also this is the first clue type that you will see, so I'm like, yeah, whatever. Sorry for spoilers, but also this is the first thing that you will figure out. And when you think about this, shade some cells black, there is going to be multiple solutions, because you can always invert the entire coloring. All the black cells become white, all the white cells become black. It will satisfy the clues as well. And for logic puzzles, people usually don't like having multiple solutions like this. That's why sometimes I think it's easier to phrase it as divide into regions. Well, strictly speaking, divide into regions of black and white and same colors cannot be adjacent, but as we know earlier, it is basically the same thing as no T intersection in the inside of the grid. So divide into regions, there is no T intersection inside, and then we no longer necessarily have multiple solutions because inverting the colors just give the exact same regions. Okay, so we end up with rules like this, and if we try to solve this puzzle, let's take a look. These three regions have different sizes, so they are different regions, and because we cannot have a T intersection, we must that means the 3 and 1 cannot take the corner. That means the 3 must go up like this. And let's try one more time. The 4 is going to need some extra cell because it's almost closed. These two regions, the 3 over here and the 4 over here, cannot become 3. It cannot have a T intersection over here. That means the 4 must take the corner. So that's a way to visualize this. Personally, I find it easier to visualize puzzles like this by treating them as region division puzzle, divide into regions instead of shade some cells black. And when you treat it as regions, you can also come up with rules like this. No T intersection, I think it's a bit easier to see about the T intersections and so on, rather than using colors. But it is up to you. The important thing here is that it is something that you can derive mathematically. And that's it for my talk. That wraps it up. If you have any questions, we can answer some of them, or you can also ask on Discord. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I always love these talks. This is the kind of stuff I can never figure out about, like logic puzzles, until somebody shows me, and I'm like, oh yeah, that is how that works. We did get a few questions, and we have time to go through them. So if you're happy to answer a few, yeah, okay, cool. So,
yes.
So first question was from Patrick Trainer, and it's about. So you showed how caves you could represent in two different ways, like using loops or shading.
Yes.
Patrick used the word isomorphic ways to formulate the rules.
Yes.
The question was, how do people choose which way? Or how would, maybe another question there is, if you were also designing a puzzle type, how would you decide which way?
That is a good question. I think for me, I think it's what feels more natural to solve with. Mm-hmm. For example, for cave, because of the visibility rules, I think it's usually more natural to say whether a cell is inside or outside the loop. That ends up being the shading.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So that's probably something like that.
Great, thank you. It's like which is most intuitive for the given rule set. I guess also for the metaphor of the puzzle, because in caves the metaphor is like the
metaphor is actually more about the loop, I think. Where is it?
Okay, so then we also got a question from Vida, which is, when prototyping and researching math implementations, what resources would you recommend for discovering existing work? Google Scholar, Stack Overflow, or maybe there's more specific resources for specifically maths in puzzles?
That is a good question. I don't think there's like a lot of resources out there. It is because I guess logic puzzles themselves are pretty niche, and it's not too commonly known.
Mm-hmm. I guess we're solving that problem.
Yeah. I guess these kinds of presentations help.
Exactly. Okay.
I remember.
Sorry.
Yes, I remember there was one very new theory that was like discovered, and the write-up was written on a Twitter thread.
Oh, really? Oh no.
And people, yes, and it's something really new. Like it's written on Twitter thread, and people are trying to. It was in Japanese as well, so people are trying to translate it. People are trying to clean it up into a blog post or a Google document or something like that to make it easier to read.
Right, but even then,
yes,
it will probably get
it's
lost
hard
as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so next question here is from Plush Lola, which is an interesting one. Is why does 2 parity come up so often? Do you have examples of 3 parity, 5, 7, etc.? I kind of remember in your previous talk you were talking about a Monsters Expedition, and that had some.
Monster Expedition had like 4 parity.
Right.
It's 2 parity and 2 parity on each axis, basically.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess what would your answer to like why does 2 parity come up so often?
I think it's because of the concept of different. In 2 parity, there are only 2 things. When you move from one, you must move to the other. Like that. When you move from one, you must move to the other. In 3 parity, you have 3 things. When you move from one, you might end up with one of the other 2. And then let's say from here, you might you move again from here, you might end up with one of the other 2. It's not guaranteed that you are going to cycle everything.
Right.
Yeah.
What was I going to say on? I had something to say on that as well. It doesn't matter. Whatever. So I had a question as well. I'm not sure. Oh no, sorry. Another question came up. Did I miss one? Oh, so Gwen asked, "Does 3 parity come up more in 3D games or hex games?" Interesting.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because it's more about having 3 options per cell, maybe.
Yes, I cannot quite think up of like any puzzles that naturally have 3 parity, even in hex or anything like that.
So Patrick then followed up that question. On top of that question, what do you think are the reasons why 2D square grids are by far more common for these kinds of puzzles than, say, triangle grids, hex grids, or something else?
I don't actually know that very well. I think it's just because it's just easier to write.
It's simple, yeah.
Yes, you have graph paper. It's usually square.
That's
so
very true.
You write puzzles on there. You end up with squares. I guess that's also because of that.
It's also connected to the question about like why is 2 parity so common? Well, on a logic paper puzzle, like shading is like a natural thing to be able to do. Like, and then you've immediately got unshaded cells and shaded cells, and suddenly you've got 2 parity. Whereas doing anything more complicated than that requires more complicated annotation, and it gets more complicated. Yes. Okay, cool. I think that was all the questions we got, and it's about time for us to set up the next talk. So thank you, Ivan, Chaotic Kayak, for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll go set up for the next talk. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, hello everybody, welcome back. This is the talk that everybody is excited to find out what on earth it's going to be about. We are joined by Luis, aka Ludipe, who's going to talk about Nicolas Cage for this lightning talk, I guess. All right, over to you, Ludipe.
Hey everybody, it's been really great seeing all the talks. I'm really excited to see the rest of them. Before I start, I need to make a quick warning that I never thought I had to make, but this talk may contain some spoilers for Mandy, Pig, and Will's Wonderland. Very minor things, but I'm gonna be talking about them. And obviously, I might mention some other Nicolas Cage movies because that's somehow related to the talk. You'll see, most times I do talks, it's to talk about my experience as a designer or the production of a game. And this talk is weirder because I'm just going to be talking about something more abstract and personal, which is, I guess, a creative philosophy. Quick presentation. As Joe said, I'm Luis. I also go by Ludipe. I'm a project manager at Thinky Games. I'm on an announced project. I also work as a freelance game designer. I teach classes at university. I organize events. I don't know, I just do things that sound fun and interesting. The address to my webpage is on all the slides in case you want to check out my work. So, before I started making puzzle games, I was just a player, and I started getting interested in game development around these years, 2011 and 2013, more or less. And obviously there were so many different puzzle games. But I think that there was this, and still there is this big trend that puzzle games should look minimalistic, clean, trim the fat, only include what's necessary, look very elegant, right? Oh, I have this amazing eureka moment with this amazing level. It's all about that, I want the player to be focused on this. There's not really strong narrative. There might be some context, but if you're not including any text at all, that's even better, that's cleaner, that's, more precise. And it's, I don't know, I think that most of us, when we start making games, we get really excited about this, oh, I want to make things that are as clean, as distilled as this is, things that take the essence of the puzzle and reduce it until you have that pure idea, that pure level, that pure eureka moment. It's very smooth, nothing is rough. It's just you, the player, this puzzle, you solve it, and then you go to the next, it's a very clean, smooth experience, and everything looks, you just have the necessary information. It looks pretty, but it's not overwhelming you in any way. It's just the necessary things on the screen. Obviously, it's, this sort of this group of elements that are working together like a watch. And I think there's also this mathy logic aesthetic to it. I mean, we have been watching some talks about the math behind the puzzles, and we can't deny that there's this thing where I don't know, we're associating the math aesthetics with puzzle aesthetics. So this was this was something I really enjoyed about puzzle games, and something that I was very set on making on my own games. Achieving all this very distilled, very minimalistic, nothing unnecessary experience. And then my taste started changing. And this, again, sort of abstract and hard to explain. And here's where I bring Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage, I'm assuming everybody knows that he's an actor from the States. For most of his career, he worked on movies that were very Hollywood movies. You have things like Living Las Vegas, which is a very Oscar movie. Things like Face Off, which is your usual kind of goofy, but also serious action movie with another celebrity. Some of his movies were decent, good. Some of them were not as good. But they were checking all the boxes of what a Hollywood movie should be. And I saw some of these, and I enjoyed them. And I may have recommended one or two of them, but I don't know, they didn't really stick with me. Beyond, I liked it. It was a fine movie. I saw something I liked. We had a good afternoon. And then Nicolas Cage changed his career, and he started getting more and more into surreal indie movies. And you have things like Mandy, where Nicolas Cage is trying to get revenge on this cult that has I don't know, like a gang of demon motorbikers, and there's like a fight with a duel with chainsaws, because why wouldn't you have a duel with chainsaws? And there's this very like raw, intense scene where like Nicolas Cage is all bloody in the bathroom, and he's just like screaming over and over again and drinking alcohol, and it's very raw. It's like, okay, lots of things are happening. You have things like Willy's Wonderland, which is not really a good movie, but it has like a few things where Nicolas Cage is this sort of mute angel that is like fighting evil animatronics possessed by some very like shady criminals, and for some reason during the breaks he's like playing pinball and dancing to it. And you have other things with like Pig's really, really good, where like hey, Nicolas Cage is this sort of, I don't know, person that lives in the woods with his truffle pig, and he lives this quiet life, and suddenly somebody kidnaps his pig, and he goes to a city, and turns out like he's kind of like a John Wick, but as a chef, and he goes to like a fight club where only like people who work in high cuisine restaurants are like allowed to go, and you enter this very surreal world that mixes like a mafia, underground fighting, but also chefs and cooking. And I don't know what's the appropriate like response to this. Like, if when you see these things, you're supposed to say like why, or like look confused or whatever. Like, my reaction to this was like, yes, I love this. This is amazing. I don't fully understand why. All I know is that I really like this. I don't know, taking a closer look, and I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think that what drew me to these things, not just like this Nicolas Cage movie, but a lot of media that follows this trend, is like suddenly they were over the top, noisy, weird, but also captivating and memorable. Like, I watched Living Las Vegas. I thought it was a nice film. I don't think like I remember it more than once every couple of years. But, I think about movies like Pig or Mandy like a lot. They stay with me, and it's not like they have to, like, it's unrelated to being good or bad. It's like, it's memorable. For some reason, it's sticking to me, and that makes me wonder about like what's interesting about the movie, and that leads me to some interesting internet processes. So how does this translate to making a game? A few years ago, if I was making like, I don't know, let's think of a simple Sokoban that you're making for a game jam or something like that. And a few years ago, if I need a main character for this Sokoban that had no narrative, I might say, like a yellow circle seems like a reasonable option. It's clean, it's elegant, it's simple, it's easy to read. Nowadays, I'm more like, well, you know what? If instead of like drawing a perfect circle, like it'd be look like more like this, and what if it had eyes? And what if I don't know, every time you bump into a wall or something, like your cutter like shoots out like a ghost that they ate in a past life? And what if the ghost, like, I don't know, said like tips or like things about the story or something like that? This is uglier than the perfect circle. I'm not like, it's harder to read, it's noisier, but I like this so much more. I don't have like a reasonable, like valid option beyond. I think this is more interesting and more memorable, and this is more aligned with my current like creative interest. Some examples of things I see, like low-key things I see in current games, like Squeak Across. For those that don't know this game, it's like the usual nonogram or pickers. Registered by Nintendo, game where like when you solve puzzles, you have this mouse and you're like getting furniture for the apartment. And it's like, it's totally unnecessary for the puzzles, but now I don't want my nonograms in any other shape. Why aren't you allowing me to decorate my apartment with nonograms? Things like Babushka Glitch Dungeon, which is like a really cool puzzle platformer from this year. Look at the second image, the screenshot. Like some people see that and they're like, "What's happening over there?" Like you can't even tell what's going on. It's all glitchy and unclear. I look at that and I'm like, yes, this is what we should be doing. You look at the Squishcraft and again, like some people might say like, "Why? What are you doing this?" And like I look at Squishcraft and I'm wondering like, why don't we have more Sokoban games like feature like faces and real pictures? That's my real question here. And something very low-key, Dragnet makes amazing puzzle games. They tend to be like super elegant and clean and don't have anything unnecessary. My favorite Dragnet game by far is Good Snowman. It's hard to build. I love the puzzles and all that, but it's because it lets me hack the snowman, which I think is something very important. Like, again, if they had to like cut down like a bunch of levels at the end in terms of production to enable the resources to make the cutter, give them the chance to hack the snowman, I'm fine with it. Like I sacrifice like a few puzzles at the end for having the ability to just be able to do something memorable, something different, and something that I find interesting. My brain is like super like programmed to make like minimalistic games, and that's what I kind of started doing. That's something I play a lot, and this has been like an active process on my side to try to think in some other way. A few years ago, I made this game called Blip Loop. It's pretty minimalistic puzzle game, no text or anything, but at the end, I added this little secret level, which is like some sort of like a Tetris, kind of, without the tetrominos, like falling over, and you just need to survive for a long time. This is the worst part of the game. It's optional. It's kind of a secret. It doesn't have to be, it's not related to the puzzles. It's completely unnecessary. It's wonky. It's not really fun. It's also like something that I'm very proud I made, and something I would include again, just because I like that those rough edges. With Sushi for Robots, my last commercial game, which came out in consoles 2 weeks ago, you have this automation puzzle game, but then the robots talk and they have some narrative and they talk about silly stuff like recommending a TV show that you think it's horrible, or sometimes they play D&D. They do goofy stuff, and if you complete all the levels in the game, you get to see these like, there are like more pictures, but the robots going around Madrid. And like we hired somebody to do the figurines, and some friends came over and helped me with the photographs. And again, this is just something to trying to break out of the mold, try to make something weirder. And it's something that I need to push myself to do because it doesn't come naturally to me, but I think it's something that you can also like train and practice. This is like a concept for a game that I don't know if I'll ever make. Sometimes I play with prototypes when I'm busy with other projects. And one thing I made is like the mechanics of this game, I'm not gonna go into that. I'm also trying to make something weirder there, but I was making a draft for the interface. And this is what comes naturally to me. This is like first attempt, which is fairly traditional. And what I do is I come back to it every day and try to iterate like something to make it weirder. So maybe I take the panel there, right, and say like, oh, instead of being this square, it's gonna be this window or whatever. And then I look at the grid and say, what, instead of being like a map, I'm gonna make this hexagonal and crazy lines all over the place. So it's something that I like to do. I think it's fun. It doesn't come naturally to me, so I'm slowly doing exercises to go more in that direction. And that is not better or worse than what others are doing. It's just like a creative philosophy direction. I just think it's very fun. That's why I do it. I like the games that do this, and I found myself enjoying more development when I'm trying to do these things. So I'm just trying to encourage you to, when you're thinking about doing your minimalistic puzzle game, maybe try to push the weirdness a bit further, have fun, and leave the rough edges. You don't have to trim everything. Leave some of the rough parts because it's also fun if it's a bit uneven, at least I don't know, for myself. And that's it. Thanks for listening to this like a short talk about Nicolas Cage and puzzle games.
Thank you so much, Luis. Loved it. Because we need to get to another lightning talk, I'll probably only ask one quick question, which is, what's your favorite Nicolas Cage movie?
Oh, wow.
Okay, so that was a quick question. Maybe not.
Yeah, no, like, I don't know, these last days, I'm mostly thinking about Long Legs, which is a horror movie, which is like the villain. I just rewatched it. I think it's very neat, but I love a bunch of his movies.
There you go. Great recommendation. Also, it's funny, Squishcraft was mentioned in chat, and then 2 minutes later, you mentioned Squishcraft in the slides. That's great. All right, cool. So if anybody does have any other questions, please head to the Discord, thinkygames.com/Discord, and you can ask them there. There is a thread where you can ask those questions, and Luis will be around to answer them. All right, thank you, Luis. We'll head over to the next talk now. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Well, it was a very quick switch over. Dan was like ready with everything. So yes, Dan's going to talk about the puzzle that launched his games company. So yeah, over to you, Dan.
Great. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today. Yes, my name is Dan. I run a company called the Detective Society. When I'm not doing that, I'm a games consultant and business mentor. I started my career in entrepreneurship and the creative industries in 2010 when I founded a web design and marketing company, which is still running today. And then I founded our games company with two friends, Joe and Tristan, in 2020. They worked in escape rooms and live experiences. I've been a passionate gamer and an entrepreneur all my life. And at that time, all of the escape rooms were closing down. So we decided to try and bring that experience of playing an escape room into players' homes. And we did that through tabletop games, of which I was already a big fan. We describe our games as a digital hybrid game, which I'll talk a little bit about in this talk. This photograph is from my early days at university. We made a little kind of live experience where you run around this kind of ruined manor and you had to solve puzzles and play little mini games. Sometimes they were digital mini games to progress through each room, and it's just to kind of show really that I've always kind of been interested in this kind of space, immersive work, games, puzzles, that kind of stuff. So fast forward to today. We are the Detective Society. We make tabletop digital hybrid games. They look a little bit like this. Inside is a load of paperwork and a load of materials, evidence from a crime, really. We're not like a traditional board game. There's no rules to learn. We try and have that feeling of an escape room where you go into the escape room and you just sort of start all rummaging around and playing with things on the walls. And we want you that feeling when you open up one of our boxes. You've just got all this paperwork in front of you and you've just got to start going through it. And as you go through that, you will unravel mystery and you will kind of find some puzzles that need solving. And yeah, we combine that with like digital stuff, and we do that in our own kind of style. It's very different from other digital board games on the market. So to give you an example, this is a fake bank that we created. We've got over 100 different fake businesses and organizations in our games. And in this particular world, the player might actually have to hack into this fake bank account and track down like a suspect's bank statements to figure out where they've been and what they've been doing, and what day they were where, and all that sort of stuff to help them solve a crime. So it's supposed to feel like you're sort of in the real world, and the real world and this fake world is kind of blending together. I've titled this talk about the puzzle that launched our business. This is one of the things that we did to help ourselves grow. Is we created a little 10-minute demo game, and we exhibit at game shows, trade fairs, conventions, all that sort of stuff. And I really encourage anyone who can to go out and do this, because it's a great way to meet customers, do a bit of research, sell some games, and get kind of some first-hand experience of getting your puzzles into the real world. So this worked really well for us. It gives players a little bit of an insight into our kind of style, and they know very quickly whether they want to kind of invest in our games or not. So I'm going to talk through a couple of these puzzles basically. So we call it Murder at the Expo. Inside this box is everything that you need to solve the murder. We've narrowed down the suspects to one of those 3 characters that you can see on screen there. And just like a real detective, you have to examine everything thoroughly inside the box. And just like a real detective, you might have to go online, you might have to send messages, you might have to send emails, all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, contacting the characters is totally part of the game. So the first kind of letter you stumble across is this organization called FindZilla, which is another fake business that we've set up, and it's like an online file storage company. And it turns out that the victim, whose name is Mark, he had some online storage and was perhaps keeping some secret documents there, and you've got to figure out how to get in. And this letter kind of tells you that you're going to need a unique access code, you're going to need an email, and you're going to need a password. So we're on the hunt for those sorts of things. The next letter is from a fake organization again called Save the Kittens, and it seems that Mark was fond of kittens and was thinking about adopting a kitten. And from this letter that you've got in your box, you can figure out what Mark's email address is. It's an ink splotch puzzle. You've got to kind of figure out what the missing letters are. You put that together and you can kind of get hold of Mark's email address. These websites and stuff that go along with our games, there's a lot of kind of humor in there. As I say, we've created tons of these, and they kind of pop up throughout all our different games, and you might go back to ones that you played in previous games, and we like that. We kind of create this kind of digital world that sits alongside the real digital world, and it's nice for players to kind of remember, oh, do you remember Save the Kittens from that game? That's cool, there we're back there again, sort of thing. It's a nice experience. So you figure out what Mark's email address is. Now we need the password, and it seems that Mark has been using this law firm to act as a human password reminder system. It's not very secure. It's a little bit silly. That's kind of our style. You know, we cram as much humor as possible into the games. A lot of people say it's quite British humor. I don't know whether that's true or not, but yeah, we really try and make stuff funny, but there is always this sinister and dark undertone as well in our games. But anyway, you message Marissa, who is a lawyer at Middleton Crothers, and she gives you a password hint, and she says the pet's name and the year of birth. So what could that be? Well, in your box, you've got a photo frame with this photo in it. And at this point, players often try horse 1986, pet's name and year of birth, but that's not quite right. And a big kind of aha moment, a big click for our players is when they realize, you know, just like a real detective, you've got to take that photo frame apart, and on the back of it is a message, and it says, me and Jeffro on my 13th birthday. So now you know the horse's name is Jeffro, and you know that you need to take 13 years off of the photograph date, 1986, and you get the person's year of birth. So we got the password, the horse's name and year of birth. We got the email address from the Ink Smudge puzzle, and we got the unique access code, which was from the FindZilla company right at the beginning. And that gives you access. And you go online and you kind of hack in, and there's a message in there from Mark saying he's left some important documents on his desk, and they're included in this package that you've got. You can see a little padlocked folder there in that picture. And Mark's left you the code to get into that padlocked envelope. You open it up and you get this. If you're reading this, then I'm probably dead or worse. Yesterday somebody tried to kill me. I'm worried they're going to try again at the expo. Working in the board games industry makes you a lot of enemies, but I didn't expect it to come to this. I didn't see who it was that tried to kill me yesterday. All which I saw was that they had a nose ring. Please try and get justice for me, please. So using that message from Mark, one of these three characters has got a nose ring, so you know it's that character, and therefore you have solved the crime. Interesting little bit on the back of these characters is like a bio about them, and that character, apparently the reason they didn't get along with Mark, and possibly the motive for the murder, was that they lost a game of Monopoly to Mark, which is a little bit silly, but there you go. So that's our murder mystery demo game, and as I say, I encourage people to think about if you can kind of get something physical out into the real world, into the live world. I think it does really. It's done really well for us as a business. There's some rules that we follow with all of our games. Is we try and intertwine the physical materials inside the box with the digital world. So there's got to be a reason really for everything to exist in our game. So one can't really exist without the other and vice versa. We like that kind of weaving between physical and digital. We believe that realism increases the immersion in our games, and we think that immersion is cool. We like immersive games and we like immersive experiences. So we try and make our puzzles as diegetic as possible. There's usually a narrative reason why stuff is in the box. Now that gets hard after many, many years of doing it, and sometimes we're a little bit loose with that rule, but we try and, where possible, make there be a narrative reason why things are inside the box. And of course, the rules of puzzle design always still apply, even though we're kind of moving between different mediums and playing with different kind of concepts. Things like, for example, if a player needs outside knowledge to solve a puzzle, typically that might not be a great thing in puzzle design. But in our games, that's totally fine, because a real life detective has got access to Google and can go online and look things up. So as long as the player's aware that they can do that, then that's totally fine. So just making sure that we're aware of those kind of traditional rules of puzzle design and that we're following those. So that's my talk, a lightning talk there. Thank you very much. Here's our website, is thedetectivesociety.com. Now I've actually left a hidden puzzle in this presentation. If you can go back at some point and see if you can spot that, there's a little reward for you if you do manage to find it. Leave your comments perhaps in the video or drop me a message. There's my stuff on screen. Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That was very cool to see. I think some people in the chat noticed there might be something going on. So I think folks are definitely going to go watch it back and find out. So maybe we've got time for one or two quick questions here. There's a question here from Patrick Trainer, who's asking, what playtime and difficulty did you land on for the in-person demo mystery, and why?
So it's much lighter because you're trying to onboard players, right? So we give them a bit of spiel up front and explain that this is just a taste of our games. You don't get the big kind of grand narrative, which is a big theme of our kind of stories. So you can't really get that. So we kind of say, it's a little simpler game just to give you a flavour, and then hopefully they'll go on to play the more difficult adventures, basically.
Great, thank you. And then we did get another question through as well from Plushlola, which is a joke question. How difficult is it to get away with all the murders you need to do to produce the mysteries?
I know, right? Yeah, my Photoshop history looks like I've been piecing together all sorts of hideous crimes, but I promise it's for game design purposes.
Yeah, hopefully you've never been gone through security and they've checked that you're.
Yeah, I know, right?
I think we've got time for another quick one, and I had a question as well, which is, so you showed that photo of you all at university, and you were interested in it back then. At what point did you know that you could make a career out of this and it could be a business for you?
If I'm honest with you, I still don't know if I can make a career out of it.
Maybe that's just how it always works.
Yeah, I think I've been a passionate gamer for my entire life. I made my first computer game when I was about 10, and it was a silly little it was a nothing game, but I loved that idea of kind of coming up with something and other people being able to play it. I think I probably only kind of really commercialized that concept of being a game designer in the last 5 to 10 years, really. And it is difficult because it's a very competitive market. So I have other things. I've got the consultancy going on the side, as I say. But if you're passionate about it and you kind of are willing to just keep going with it and keep making stuff, I think there are roots there to make it happen, basically. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Some more questions came through. Apologies that they didn't come through in time to ask them now. But if you would like to ask them, please head over to the Discord, thinkygames.com/Discord, where there'll be a thread for this talk where you can ask them, and Dan can answer. Thank you so much, Dan. We'll get set up for the next talk now. Thank you. Alrighty, hello everyone. Welcome back. We're now joined by Gonan, aka Dietz3B. Hopefully, I'm saying the username correctly. To talk about his game You versus You. So yeah, over to you, Gonan.
Hi, so this is You versus You, designing puzzles where you play against yourself. So my name is Gonen, but online I'm known as Dietz3B on all social media you can imagine and on Steam. I've been making games for around 20 years now, and I went full-time indie in 2018. I made a bunch of games, like free web games that you can play on itch.io or on Newgrounds that usually I make with my brother, and I really like weird mechanics in my games. And my first Steam game is called 2D and Top D, which also is a pretty weird mechanic. It's a hybrid of a 2D puzzler, of a 2D platformer and a top-down puzzler. Like that's why it's called like that. And the perspective switches between the two characters, and all the rules of the game bend to that perspective. And my most recent game is called the Deep Snake. It's also on Steam, but it's free, and it's Snake, but it's like non-Euclidean and has this fractal nature. And it's pretty weird. And now I'm working on a game called UVSU, like You versus You, so UVSU. That's I had to add the subtitle because no one would get the name. And it's a game where you play against yourself. So that could go on, like you could go and do that like in a lot of different ways, games where you play against yourself. But I'm going to show the way that I did it, and like some of the design problems that I encountered and how I solved them. So it's a puzzle platformer again, and the way that it works is you play as this angel that is labeled U for this talk's sake, and you need to reach this symbol before time runs out. And then you switch roles and you become a devil that needs to kill the angel before time runs out or it reaches the goal. And then you switch roles again and you're playing as the angel again, and now you need to reach the symbol, but now you need to make sure that you don't get killed by this devil that you played previously. And all of the I'll just let it run again in the background. Like all of the actions that are performed are recording of your previous inputs. So when you play as the devil now, what the angel does is like replaying the inputs of your previous round, and that's how it works, so on and so forth. Okay, so that works, but now what? Like, how do you make a puzzle game out of that? So what I did was add like very simple mechanics, like weighted button that you press on, and then it toggles these platforms that appear and disappear, or gems that you can shoot that also they toggle platforms, and it's all color coded, like very simple stuff, but that alone added a huge space for puzzles, like in the context of playing against yourself. And let me show you an example. So in this level again, first iteration, you have to get the angel. You play as the angel, and you have to get to the symbol. And now, like he's walking on this blue platform, and now it switches roles to the devil again, and he can't do anything. He's like in this confined space, but he can shoot the gem, and then the this blue bridge triggers and disappears, and the angel dies. So you can also kill the angels like indirectly by like triggering something. Here's a more complex example. Like this is when I designed this level, I was like, okay, there's something here. Like this idea is cool. So when you played as the angel in the first iteration, you just walked straight to the symbol and it was easy. But now when you're with the devil, like you find yourself in the problem because you can't do anything except shooting this red gem and you're stuck. So you might think, okay, maybe if I shoot the gem and the angel gets stuck and he never reaches the goal, then it counts as a win. But no, it doesn't. You have to kill the angel. So I'll let you just think about it for a little bit before I spoil the answer. But you might notice that in the bottom floor, there are these spikes here. And that's basically the only thing that can kill the angel in this level. So what you do is and like the top floor and the bottom floor are symmetrical. They are the same layout. So if you wait a little bit on the red platform and then it disappears, now the angel, notice that it repeats the inputs of the previous iteration, not the positions. So because it repeats the inputs and the same inputs in the same layout, but in a different place, it ends up dying by the spikes. And then the last iteration is just a victory lap. So the way that it always works in the game is you start as the angel, you need to reach a goal, then you switch roles to a devil that needs to kill the angel, then you switch roles back to the angel. And in some levels, there are more than one devil. So the angel always overwrites itself, like the previous rounds. When you play as the angel, you always overwrite your previous inputs, the recordings. But when you're playing as the devils, every devil is a different one. Like you might have one devil in one spot in the room, but when you are if a level has more than one devil, then the next devil will be in a different position, and the previous devil will just completely run the same recording as the first time you played it. And it always ends up, you always end by, like, after you activated all the devils and they all have the recordings, you play as the angel and you need to, like, handle everything that happened. And what's interesting about this setup is you have to do something different as the angel every time. Like if you will repeat the exact same inputs that you did previously, then you are guaranteed to get killed by the devil. Yeah, like, or if it's similar enough. So something that I wanted to talk about is like in puzzle platformers, like the element of puzzle solving against like platforming and like precision and reflex-based skills. So in my first game, 2D and Top D, it was very difficult, both in the puzzle solving area and both in the platforming area. And for this game, I had a different vision. Like I wanted it to be a lot more emphasized on the puzzle solving. Like I wanted that if you understand the solution, you will succeed in the first or second try max. Like it would be easy to execute. Like I want the challenge to come from the puzzle solving and not from the platforming. So you might ask yourself, why have a timer? I mean, a timer is clearly something that induces like stress, and you have to do something under like in a time constraint. Is a lot. It definitely has some reflex component to it, but I'll explain why it works in this setup a lot. Like it had to work this way. Unless you can think of something else that I didn't think of. So why timer? So from the point of view of the player, it keeps the rounds short. So in a game like this, where you play the same level multiple times, and I'm not even talking about dying and retrying it, just the nature of the game is that you play every game for a few rounds. So for it not to be as exhausting, having a short round is important. Like if you have to redo a round or something, you don't lose like half an hour of of work. Another thing is that it also like sets up some sort of expectation or hint for the level. So if it's a very short, 3-second level, you know that you can't do a lot of stuff here. Like probably I won't make the trip for all of these different places in the room. I have to go straight to the ending or whatever. And another thing is that it encourages you to think before you act. So the rounds only start while you start pressing buttons and moving, and until that happens, the game is frozen and you have time to think. And if you wouldn't have that, then you could get these awkward runs where one of your previous iterations just stops and not doing anything because you stopped and thought like, what am I going to do now? So it encourages you to think beforehand and then realize what the solution, what the problem is, how I'm going to solve it, and only then act. And from my standpoint as a developer, it gives me a lot of control about how the level is going to play out, like the sequence of events. Like if the level is 10 seconds, I know you have to do this and that, and this one takes 5 seconds, this one takes 3 seconds, so you only have extra 2 seconds to do something. And if you're not going to do that in the first 2 seconds, then you're going to fail. So, and another added bonus is that I don't have to worry about like running out of memory because you can't just sit in there for hours and hours and spam inputs that I record. So that's another added bonus. I'll just show an example from a level here. So in this level, there's like a vine blocking the way and you only have 3 seconds. So you shoot the vine and you continue to go and you fall down and the level ends. And you don't have a lot of space here to wait or do other things. You just have to run for it. And then as the devil, you shoot the angel like really in the last moment after the vine is already gone. And then in the last iteration, if you don't shoot the vine, then the devil shoots the vine and it doesn't kill you. There's other solutions to this level, but I'm not going to get into it. But if there wasn't a timer, see how that looks. Like the player can just, as you're playing the first iteration as the angel, you can just hang out in this part of the level, not do anything, wait a little bit, shoot the vine, wait more, go to the symbol in the end. And now when you're playing as the devil, you can also like wait a little bit, don't do anything hard, do not make it hard on yourself, just leave room for you to just run for it in the end. So now, because you override the inputs of the first iteration and the devil is just waiting for you to do something until it kills you, so it also took a lot of time. And then you have this, in the last iteration, you have room to just run immediately and ignore everything that happened in the level. And this scales pretty well to a lot of levels, like this thing. So that's why the timer was crucial. But the timer alone didn't solve all of my problems. And I'm going to show another problem and how I solved it. It's another problem that's based on timing. So the idea in this level was the player would jump over these red pillars and the devil would like cooperate with him by pushing the button back and forth so the platform that the angel needs to land on is active. And then you just do it again in the end. But the point of the level is the devil goes on and off the red button, and the angel is jumping from platform to platform. So that's the idea. As you can see, it works pretty well, but it doesn't because look what you can do. You can go just walk to the other side, wait there for a few minutes, not minutes, moments. You don't have minutes in this game. And then when you're playing as the devil, you can just not shoot the blue gem immediately. You wait until the angel gets to the other side, and only then you shoot the gem and you kill the the angel, and now the angel can just run for it without waiting. Without waiting in the other side, I mean. So the timer here didn't solve the problem. And the problem is that I need a way to enforce a change in the level immediately. Like even the smallest change, like activating a tiny wall, could force the player to go from a completely different route, for example. And that opens up a lot of space for puzzle design. So I'm going to show you a few solutions that I thought of and what the problem with them was, and the solution that I came up with that I went with in the end. So one possible solution was to design the levels around the issue. So for example, in this level, I could maybe add some sort of like a maze or a long path that the devil would have to shoot the blue gem right in the beginning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have time to reach the space of the level where I want him to push the button. But then I have to have another button along the way because that's otherwise it will take a long time until this whole red platforms appearing and disappearing starts happening. So the angel will have to wait and account for that weird thing. Maybe there's a better solution for it. But generally the problem with this idea of like designing the levels around that, it turns the levels sometimes into like a reflex based on reflexes and precision, which is what I don't want. Like if now I have this maze that you have to do perfectly one mistake and now you won't have time to do it, it's just not what I want. Another problem is that it's really difficult to design for like every level. So like I have an idea, I start to design it, and then what if I just don't do anything and wait? So it means that I need to come up with a different like solution for every level that has this some sort of add a maze or whatever, something that will make everything be exactly on time. So it just makes the levels a lot more difficult to design. And it also adds like unnecessary complexity. Like the point of this puzzle was the cooperation between pushing the buttons and jumping over the platforms, not about like running through a maze in a perfect manner. So yeah, so that's why I didn't go with that. Another possible solution is to have different layouts for every round. So let's say, for example, I don't need this the blue gem and the blue wall. I'll have here some sort of a special other kind of platform that has like the iteration numbers on it, and if an iteration is circled, then the platform appears, and otherwise it doesn't appear. So the problems with that is, first of all, it's hard like to communicate. Like you have to see all those numbers. What if the platform is smaller? What if there are few platforms? So each one of them is active on like different. It's like hard to communicate and like grasp all of that information. Another thing is that like it adds spoilers to the level. Like okay, you see this and you're already why does this platform only appears in the first iteration and not the second and the third one? So it makes you think, and then it spoils the level in some way, and it's just yucky. Like it's very out of place. It's very like not elegant, not natural, and we don't like that. So what do I do? What do I do with that? The solution that I came up with was this: spikes that like are timed and they toggle every 2 seconds. You can see them in almost every platformer, but it solves all of my problems. Let me show you how. So now the devil is like confined in the same space, but it has these toggle spikes there, and he has 2 seconds to get out of there. If he doesn't get out of there in 2 seconds, then he's dead and the iteration is over. So yeah, that it forces him to shoot the gem quickly, and now the change is it's already happened. So that solves my problem, and it works very well in lots of levels. So like I'll just go through all the stuff that worked well here. So it's really simple. Like they're on and off. You meet them in almost every game. They're a familiar mechanic both in this game and both from other games, like you've seen before in every platformer. It doesn't really feel out of place. It's not like something that I like tailored specifically for this problem. It's just like timed spikes. You have them all around. Like they really fit the world and everything. And it's a pretty like general solution. Like it worked for me in lots of levels when I designed them, and then I started playtesting, and I saw, oh wait, now I can just wait and it breaks the level, throw a bunch of time spikes, and it fixed the problem. So yeah, you will see this in more than one level in the game, quite a few actually. That's it. That was my talk about like some issues that I encountered. You can find me on every social media at @dietsribi, or send me an email at dietsribi@gmail.com. And feel free to wishlist Ursu on Steam and check out the free demo.
Definitely, everybody go wishlist the game and go play the demo. I remember playing a demo of the game. How long ago was it? Probably like 2 or 3 years ago now.
That was the jam version, like
the jam version, right? Yeah, and it looked very different back then. Like the new art style looks very good, and there was some appreciation in the comments in the chat about the new art style. It's very cool. We did get a couple of questions, so if you're happy to take a couple of questions, we can do that now.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So Jagriff was asking an interesting technical question, which is, did you run into any loop inconsistency bugs where perhaps due to like frame timing, the copied inputs didn't quite play out exactly the same way as they did the first time? Is that something you encountered, or has it not been a problem?
So I thought I did. Actually, in the level that I showed here, where you had to make the angel end up in the spikes, but it ended up not being that. It was the two layouts just weren't completely identical.
Oh, I see.
So I thought it, but yeah, I mean, I implemented it like the most simple way you can. It just records every single input or every single like button you press in every frame. I know I can like improve it a lot, but I went with it for the gem version, and I just ran with it because I didn't encounter any problems yet. So yeah, actually, I didn't encounter because it's so simple. It just repeats every single frame. It has like which buttons are pressed and which buttons aren't. I didn't even only record changes. It just literally has an array of inputs pressed throughout the entire level. So having that so simple, I didn't encounter any bugs. I thought I did, but it wasn't it wasn't in the input. It was just the layouts weren't completely similar.
It wasn't
identical.
It wasn't time that was wrong. It was space that was wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. So the next question. This is. I might rephrase this question slightly. It's almost like thinking about other ideas that might even come up in the actual game. So feel free to be like, no comment. But the question was about like, what if there was a third character that has another objective to do? Have you explored that, or do you want to say nothing?
Actually, no. So
okay.
Like, so far, no, I don't have that. Like
okay.
I thought about all kinds of other stuff, but a third character, like with a different objective, no. But there are levels in the game where you have more than two characters. Like the devils can come in multiples. Like you can have 2 or 3 devils.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's not an extra character with a different objective.
Yeah.
Just more iterations of the two, angel and devil. Okay. Cool. We got another question through just now as well from Brain of Cubes, which is, what design challenges arose from structuring a puzzle platformer as a non-linear exploration game as opposed to a linear level-based game? I guess that's something you haven't covered in this talk, but yes, you've gone for a non-linear design, haven't you?
Yes. So you need to like the challenges are because right now I didn't cover it in the talk, but now instead of just being level based, you are in this open world where you get to puzzles and you play them. I guess it's very not unique to my game because there are a lot of like open world puzzle games. But the challenge is how to make sure that you don't end up in a puzzle that you're like a lot more difficult than just if you can go wherever you want, and it's not the case. Like I mean, I block some of your way, and you need to solve a few of the first puzzles before you go on, etc. So yeah, but since I'm trying to make it like not completely linear, so I just have to make sure that I guess the level of difficulty of the levels that you can reach at a certain point are similar. Like that you don't. If you're just starting out the game, I don't want you to be able to get to like the most difficult level in the game.
So I've got a follow-up question there. So because I haven't seen how it works as a open world game yet, do you have any or like have you had to work around the whole thing of like in an open world game when you enter a puzzle, like what state is that puzzle in? Like how do you like initialize the puzzle, or are you like are your puzzles kind of separate from the overworld and you kind of jump into them? How does that work?
So the way that it works right now, but I'm not promising it might change because it's something that changed quite a few times until how it is today, and it still might. I have thoughts of changing it again.
Okay.
But the way that it works right now is that you get to like a puzzle room, but it's blocked. And in order to activate it, you have to stand like near this statue of an angel, and you press the button, and then it opens up and it locks like the doors around you, and then the puzzle activates.
Okay, so then you know that's exactly the initial state of your puzzle. So they're kind of embedded in the world, but you know that when you're entering it, it's like in its the initial like pure state. Nothing's messing it up. Okay, cool, awesome. I think we'll leave that there. So thank you so much for that presentation. Any other questions, please take them to the Discord, thinkygames.com/discord, and Gonan will be there to answer those questions. So yeah, thank you once again, Gonan.
Thank you.
Thank you. right, hello everybody. We are back. This time I'm joined by Greg Philpus, aka Aspion, to talk about Metapuzzles. I think a lot of people are very interested in this talk because we all love Metapuzzles. So I'll hand it over to you. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, so I'm gonna a little bit of more about me. I'm Greg Aspion on itch or Discord. You may have seen my bird avatar around. I've made a couple of freeware puzzle games, definitely more on the hobbyist side. But for longer than that, I've been for last 10-15 years, I've been helping out with Puzzlehunt style events, making puzzles for those, mostly ones that were local to the Seattle area. So I've got a sample of some games on the left and puzzles on the right. And so for this talk, I want to talk about Metapuzzles as sort of a place where those two things can intersect. So what is a metapuzzle? The way the definition I tried to come up with is a puzzle that brings together information or resources across more than just a single puzzle. So I'm not talking about what sometimes gets described as meta, where you have to break the fourth wall and go to a open the game files or go to a website outside the game like the previous talk, but sort of within the game, but more than just one single puzzle. So here are some examples of some games that have done this in various ways. They've been are definitely some classics that have done these, but I sort of feel anecdotally in the last in the last couple of years, probably starting around Tunic, seems like there's been sort of an upswell of them. And my sort of hope / suspicion is that there's is that seeing more of these games, more of them come getting some relative for Thinky games broader appeal, shows that there's some mainstream and some more demand for these that's now we're starting to satisfy. And so selfishly I'm interested in seeing more people do stuff with them. So leaving games aside for a moment to talk about puzzle hunts for a bit. So what is a puzzle hunt? The slide is full of generalizations. Every creative field has exceptions, so they're usually in a lot of places, but generally speaking, you've got team-based competition where you get a puzzle, it doesn't have instructions, you figure it, you solve it, you find an answer, it gets you and then it gives you more puzzles. There's going to be uses, they say, a couple of distinctions from ARGs, which also have no instructions, but they are less based on steganography, less based on going to other going to other websites, or having sort of a world existing outside the game. It's more explicit line about what the puzzle is. And so every puzzle sort of has the implicit goal of getting to an answer that's either a word or short phrase. And so often your starting point is to find find some sort of common thread between the things that you get. And one way that this often pans out is you get a bunch of things and you need to get turn each of those things into one letter, and then you put those letters together and that's your answer. So when you get to metapuzzles, those will combine the answers from multiple puzzles in some way to get to an answer, and those are usually more culminating. Often a hunt will end in a metapuzzle. Sometimes a hunt will contain multiple metapuzzles that lead to the next stage, or combine into a meta puzzle or a super meta. So for what a meta puzzle looks like, here's sort of a simple example. Say you've got 4 puzzles with 4 puzzles with these 4 answers, and then you get to the actual like meta puzzle, and there's nothing there. There are a couple of like terms for types of metas in the Puzzlehunts community. This one's called sometimes called a pure meta, that the only data you get is the answers themselves. So the only like common thread here is that these are all single syllables, and the order that they're given, final and sir. You could put that put that together phonetically to get a final answer. So I guess the one sort of interesting thing beyond that is that like the answers sort of act as like what you'd call in like computer science like an abstraction layer. Like we don't need to know about all the details of the puzzles themselves. We just care about the answer that came out of them, which is nice because when it's a team event, because when I have like 5 or 10 or 50 other people on my team, like I don't need to bother the person who had figure out who on my team worked on each of these puzzles to find out like all the details about it. They can just write down the answer on a whiteboard or a Google Doc or a special like hunt tracking software, and that's all we need to know to put everything together. So in contrast to a pure meta is what's sometimes called a shell meta, where the meta puzzle comes with some extra information. So to sort of modify the previous example, if our puzzles aren't given to you in order, and instead like the meta puzzle itself has some data that gives you the order, you've got some sort of very vague clues that wouldn't be enough to give you an answer themselves, but you can when you have the answers, you can match them up, say, okay, well, like a letter, the only one of these that's a letter is phi, so that's phi is going to be number 1. Shell answers give you a lot more like allow you to do a lot more complicated mechanics, since shells can be pretty complex. They can be like complicated puzzles in their own right that the meta answers or other data is just a piece of. So, and sort of while I'm here, and another thing that metas can allow for is sort of solving puzzles when you don't have all the data. So let's say that we've only solved 3 of these puzzles, and we figured out, okay, which of these, we have final and sir, and we can say, okay, we can say, okay, sir fits in one of these 2 blanks, and we might be able to guess, like, okay, this is going to be final answer, and we know even without even missing this one puzzle, maybe it's too hard, maybe it requires some piece of knowledge that like just no one on our team has figured out, but we can still like solve the meta puzzle and go on. So in a competitive standpoint, that allows to sort of create some balance around not making everything required. It also allows for what's called back solving, where now that we know what the answer is, we know that okay, this has to be Anne, and since we know there's a person, it's going to be either ANN or ANNE, and we can go back to this puzzle and put in both of those answers, and one of those will be right. And depending on how the rest of the puzzle hunt works, that might give us some advantage. That might give us some like extra points or other advantage in the rest of the hunt. A less common type is less common meta type, what's called a token meta, where you have where you don't use the answers directly, but whenever you solve a puzzle, you're given some a token or some piece of data, and that's what goes into the meta puzzle. This obviously allows even more flexibility, since you don't need you can just let your puzzle authors do anything you want. It also lets your tokens be anything you want. They can be symbols, they can be pictures, they can be they can be like items in a video game. They can do all kinds of stuff. So the actual like design process for these is a little interesting, since hunts are often like designed as a team. Some hunts have a like tradition of of like previous of like last team to win runs the next one. So order of operations usually sort of start with like the scope, say, okay, we're going to want to run, for this example, 4 puzzles, talk about like the theme, or is there going to be a story? There's often a tradition about Metapuzzle answers being a thematic pun. I didn't use that for this, didn't come up with a good one that fit with these slides. Then you can actually test the meta without any real puzzles. You could just make up some answers and give those to people. And see how that works. Then once that works and you're confident with it, then you can say, okay, I need, you go to your puzzle writing half of your team, like, okay, I need 4 puzzles with these 4 answers, and let people sign up for answers and write puzzles with those answers. That can come in sort of whenever they come in. Some hunts even have like backup puzzles where it's easy to change the answer to whatever you want if one of the other puzzles falls through. So what happens if we look at this, if we try to apply some of these ideas over to Thinky games? And I've sort of like, in an attempt to avoid spoiling anything, I've sort of kit bashed some examples from a few different games that you might recognize or you might not recognize. But so first one's going to be, as sort of an example of what might be like an information meta is, languages and ciphers. So you've got, while like the, simple cipher of you have 26 symbols representing 26 letters is kind of a cliche. Like maybe that's because it works. Like you've got the common, you've got sort of a common thread. You see these, set of symbols or something that work, in a bunch of places and recognize, okay, there is some sort of meaning to be conveyed here. Each piece of information gives you, each piece of information you collect gives you a little bit more to help decipher it, whether that's like just, another string, whether it's a string with some sort of, contextual information that might tell you what it is, or if it might just be like a straight up letter or, something telling you directly about how it works. So it's a case where very much like, the earlier the difficulty you'll go down, the more you collect, like a lot of the like puzzle hunt metas do. So the question is like, what's the final answer though in this case? Like, you'd want to have some sort of message that's like only solvable if you have, if you have language knowledge. But then you also need to make it clear that it, like this is the last thing and not just like another message that you can draw from. So what's a shell meta look like? So one thing that I think of as like a shell of, when the meta tells you something about what you're looking for is like where you enter your answer. So if you imagine you're doing an adventure game, you find this control panel with 12 buttons. If you either like recognize or find like a note saying that like these are the zodiac symbols, that'll shape some information about what you're looking for. You're looking for something with dates or something with constellations, and that'll tell you, that means that like you have that idea of what's in your head, and that where you're going to have to bring that information back. Another way that like, and this is sort of a less complete thought, is about sort of if shells are a way to organize information. They're also the games that kind of do like mind map or like conspiracy board type things that will sort of organize the information you collect for you. Where like as you pick things up, they will add stuff to the grid and draw out connections. So I'm sort of two minds about this, that like sometimes the figuring out like what information is related and how to organize it is part of the challenge, but also I could see this as something that could make a game a lot more like accessible. And so it's definitely something that'd be worth at least considering investing in, if it's something where you think it would make sense. But I feel like you could do an entire like own talk about like organizing information and like how you help people do it or how you don't help people do it. So over on the like, but if you're making a more systemic game, This is where my sort of like or resources part or the token meta analogy comes in. Something that like a lot of games, something that like a number of games do have the idea that like you've got your, your hub that's like that's a level select where that uses the same rules as the rest of the puzzles. So you go into one of the puzzles and you solve it, and then it turns into a box that you can manipulate, or some object you can actually use in the world. And in this case, it's pretty simple that if these are like boxes that you can push into the pit and make a bridge, then you solve any two of these 4 puzzles and you can get out to the next place. But you can imagine that if there was a more complicated setup that used other mechanics, this could allow for some of that difficulty scaling too. Like maybe there's like 6 puzzles and there's like a pretty straightforward solution that uses 6 boxes, or if there's like a kind of a sneaky solution that uses 4, and then if you have those other 2 boxes, there's going to be you can use all 6 to like get a secret or unlock something new. So kind of lastly, I'm going to talk about a couple of like weirder things I've seen in Puzzlehunts that where I couldn't really draw analogies to in video games without like more directly spoiling stuff, so I didn't make slides for. Sometimes you have puzzles that break that abstraction layer where you do need to go back into individual puzzles for more than just the answer. So like in the sort of systemic example, I would say compare that to like Portal, where you go into a level and you exit the level, and that's an elevator with a load screen that takes you to the next level. That's an entirely different like virtual space versus something like some other games where you have multiple levels that might have like walls and stuff between them, but it's still on one like virtual world, and as such you can maybe do stuff that has has stuff from different puzzles interacting. Some hunts have had cases where you have like, instead of having here's one meta and here's 5 puzzles, here's one meta, here's 6 puzzles, here's like 30 puzzles and here's 5 metas, and you need to figure out which answers go with which ones based on usually finding common threads. Usually in this case there will be shell metas, so you can use the shells to identify things. And I guess the video game example equivalent to this would be something like a La Mulana, where you have like just so many clues and and aren't really sure how to organize them. And and also there have been hunts where that like mess with the whole a puzzle has an answer that's a word or phrase thing. Like puzzles with multiple answers, puzzles with answers that are do not just use letters that use like emojis or numbers or other things, or have like other sort of weird structures and interactions. And obviously in like any of those cases, because the meta is tied to the answers, it's the meta is going to be tied to however that weirdness is. And I don't know how this will apply to video games though, because we don't really have a convention to violate. But if you did have a game with a convention that established a convention about how like you were gathering information for metapuzzle type stuff, you could then maybe break that in an interesting way. So a couple of sort of pulling this together to and think about it in some questions for design is like like what are the answers in your game? Are there like information? Are there information resources that you're collecting? Is there an abstraction layer around around puzzles that's letting players think about the think about things more on their own, or can you break it? Does the player even like know that there's a meta puzzle? Like what's is there something, say has a big some sort of sense of like, hey, this is a meta puzzle. Is there a common thread that's lurking? Is there, something's organizing info? And like, how do you want to handle partial solvability? Like a lot of, do you want to require everything? You want to say like, hey, here's a 4-digit combination. If you find 3 of the digits and just brute force the last 10 things, that's okay. That's just something that you want to think about, and how do you want to handle that? Yes, that's what I had. This is based on some blog posts that I wrote earlier this year, and here's a link to that. Obviously, yeah, I can definitely have some time for questions. I will be a lot more free to talk spoilers for specific stuff on Discord. So you can definitely hang out there, but can probably have some time for questions now.
Awesome, thank you so much. Always love anything about Metapuzzles, and we've had a bunch of questions as well, so I can ask you some of those now. I actually want to start with one that's connected to what you just said about spoilers. So Jagriff was asking, how annoying is it that it's hard to talk about Metapuzzles without talking about them because they can be spoilery? Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard, and that's sort of why. Yeah, I originally had a like. Yeah, I tried. That's why I tried to land in my like not talking about specific games version of this presentation.
I think you did a good job as well, because like I could identify from some of the examples like, oh yeah, that's from that game, but without like you actually explicitly spoiling it. But you still had a bunch of games listed at the very start of the presentation, so people can go and play them, and then eventually they'll be able to match them up with some of the examples you gave. So next question from Plush Lala here. What do you think of the fact that meta mechanics and puzzles are relegated late into games, or I guess typically relegated late into games? Should games be more upfront about meta stuff instead of the existence of it being spoilery?
Yeah, I think it'd be a lot easier to have to have conversations about them if they were if they were upfront. But that's something that some of the larger hunts have done. That in the puzzle hunt world, some of the larger hunts have done is having like an early game, like having like an early hunt milestone of like being able to say okay, only like a handful of teams are going to get to the end of this 120 puzzle thing, but at the end of the first 30 puzzles, there's a series of metas that leads to a nice point where you get to go around and do a thing. It's obviously not the ending of the plot, but does accomplish a goal and maybe get a little prize after that. And so maybe there is a way of having some sort of intermediate goal based on that, but I don't know how you make that satisfying while still being clear that there's more stuff down the line.
Yeah, I love that because sometimes I'll recommend a game to somebody, but I have to say I can't really tell you why I'm recommending it, but I'm recommending this game to you. You should play it or whatever. But if there were earlier examples in the game of the thing that I'm recommending it for, then maybe it'd be easier to recommend it, because I could say, well, in the first 10 minutes you'll encounter this thing. And when I was just thinking about that, it made me think of in A Monster's Expedition. This is not a meta puzzle related thing, but there's quite a good mechanical reveal within the first 20 minutes of the game, and I think that's a good example of it's setting you up to expect mechanical reveals like that later, and maybe there's a similar thing we could do with meta puzzling as well. I had another question here, which is actually I had one kind of slightly jokey question, which is, I know is a big debate, but is back solving cheating?
I think if it's cheating for I think the only people that's cheating are the people that, if you had someone on your team who really wanted to solve the puzzle, wanted to solve the puzzle in the, like intended way.
Mhm.
So, so like when I'm back solving, I try to be careful and be like, hey, I think I've learned some stuff from the meta puzzle. Like, do you want that information? If I see, that someone's like actively working on a puzzle that I've learned something about.
That's really good. I was expecting it was a joke question, but you gave a really good answer. That's actually, we could now apply that if we were doing a puzzle hunt with a group of people. We can now apply that advice. That's great. Thank you. So then the final thing, unless another question came through, I don't think so. The final thing I wanted to ask was, are there where would you recommend getting started with puzzle hunts in general, or maybe even Metapuzzles in video games? But I think Puzzle Hunts is where people will be less familiar. What would your recommendations be?
I mean, I think like Puzzle Pint is a pretty common one that's recommended to start. They've got a monthly event that has a couple of beginner-friendly events, beginner-friendly puzzles, and a meta, and a meta puzzle. And they have live events in a lot of different in a lot of different cities. Not just in the US, so you can see if there's one near you. And even if there isn't, they have all their PDFs. They have PDFs of all their puzzles, going back many years, so you can check those out.
Also,
there are a lot of
Oh, well, sorry.
Continue. Yeah, there are also some purely online ones that I don't remember off the top of my head that people also recommend.
So actually, that's always been a question I've had, because I've done some of the Puzzle Pints and I love going to them. But I've never done one of the bigger ones like the MIT Mystery Hunts, all that kind of stuff. I've always been a little confused when looking at them. Do I have to be there in person, or do they usually try and make accommodations for people to join remotely?
Yeah. So, most events will actually talk about that have a physical thing, will have that in their FAQ. Mystery Hunt, it's usually up to individual teams that there is traditionally the final step is to find a thing hidden somewhere on campus, so you need to have people on someone on your team on campus to find that thing. And then it's a matter of is your how much are the key does an individual team want to handle the logistical challenges of being sort of mixed local and remote.
Right. So do you sometimes see teams that just accept that they won't be able to do the final part of that mystery hunt, and it's just that's fine, well, we did all the other puzzles along the way, we don't have to do the the in-person?
I believe there are.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I think that was everything. In which case, we're now going to go to a break, and the cat has a different cat this time, has shown up just on cue. So I'll go feed them again. So thank you once again, Greg, for that. And if any other questions come up, please ask them in Discord. Please don't jump up there. No, don't do that. Okay. Sorry, now I'm causing problems. If there's any other questions, please go and ask them on. Oh gosh, what are you doing? On the Thinky Games Discord, thinkygames.com/Discord, and Greg will be there to answer as Aspion. Thank you so much, Greg.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. All right, hello everybody. We are back, starting the second section of day 2 with Daniel King here from the Boston Globe to talk about newspaper games. So over to you, Daniel.
Hi, everyone. I want to start this talk by asking a question that I've had to ask myself many, many times, which is, what is a newspaper game? And I guess part of that, why should you care? Now, I'm sure that a newspaper game is a thing, because when I say newspaper game, you can imagine one. And if I showed you a game and said, would this make a good newspaper game? I imagine you could give me an answer, which means the idea exists somewhere in the ether. So what is it? Can we define it? And I think we can attack this from sort of two directions. There's a historical one. What are the games that traditionally have been published in newspapers? And then, of course, there's a design one. What kind of design decisions or mechanics make something a newspaper game? So we're going to start with the historical. On the left is The Word Cross, published in the New York World newspaper on December 12th, 1913. As far as we know, this is the first crossword ever published in a newspaper. This format of puzzle did exist before. It was called Double Diamond, and it did appear in some puzzle books. Now, it goes without saying that the word square is the sort of ludic predecessor of all of these, and that is of ancient origin. There's one from the Roman Empire. But this puzzle itself really got formalized in the early 1900s. You can see another early example from, hey, look, the Boston Globe in 1917. Now, at some point, someone swapped the names. We don't know why. And then reportedly, an illustrator accidentally dropped the hyphen, giving us the name crossword. By the 1920s, crossword mania was sweeping the nation. I found this great headline and editorial cartoon showing a distraught husband who is being neglected by his puzzle-obsessed wife. Now, interestingly, the New York Times, perhaps currently the most iconic publisher of crosswords, didn't publish a crossword until 1942. In fact, before that, they had derided the practice as below a newspaper. And even then, they didn't start publishing a daily crossword until the 1950s. Now, this is a bit of a tangent, but chess is another game that is intertwined with newspapers. This column from The Lancet, a medical journal, was published on December 28th in 1823, which means that for over 200 years, chess games, chess puzzles, chess recaps, chess gossip have been in newspapers. In fact, there are entire chess newspapers that date back to the 1800s. Which means that if you've ever watched like a Gotham chess TikTok, you are participating in a legacy of games journalism that dates back to before the electric light bulb. Now, I'm not a historian, obviously, but I do think an argument can be made that the game of chess, its popularity, its size couldn't be possible without the newspaper. One last piece of puzzle archaeology also is the Sudoku. So the magic square as a basic number puzzle we think dates back to somewhere around 200 BCE. There's an example from China. It's been suggested that the game that would become Sudoku started as this number puzzle in a French daily newspaper. The layout is the same, but the rules are a little different, so it's unclear if it actually is a predecessor. Now, the game itself was formalized in the 1970s by a professor named Howard Garnes, an architect named Howard Garnes, but it proved to be a lot more popular in Japan, actually. And it was in Japan that it got its name, the long form of which is, and I apologize for my pronunciation, Sujiwa Dokushin Nikagiru, which either translates to the digits must be single or we like numbers to be celibate, depending on how you interpret those words. That, of course, was shortened to Sudoku. Now, it was popular in Japan in the 70s and the 80s, and then it was sort of rediscovered in America and has been a worldwide phenomena ever since. So that's all ancient history. If we want to look at what's being published in newspapers now, we really need to think about digital puzzles. The crossword effectively went online in 1993 when both the New York Times and the LA Times put their crosswords on this sort of fledgling internet thing. And in the years that followed, other papers did the same, and other games like Sudoku and Ken soon followed. I think it's probably fair to suggest that the New York Times is really the vanguard of this like newspaper digital puzzle revolution. And that service took on its recognizable form sort of in 2018 when we got Spelling Bee, their first like digital native game. Soon after that, you got Letterboxd, you got Tiles, a favorite of mine, and then Vertex, which sadly has been canceled. And then, of course, I think the real thing that kicked this all into high gear was the pandemic. Digital games, daily games exploded in popularity, none more iconic or impactful than Wordle, which absolutely dominated Twitter in 2021. I'm sure you all remember. The Times would then go on to acquire Wordle for an undisclosed sum, rumored to be in the low seven figures, which I'm going to name drop here. I'm kind of a friend of the guy who designed Wordle, and it has been disclosed to me, and it is a lot of money. I'm not going to say how much. But this is when the arms race like really kicked off. The next year in 2023, you saw Hearst Magazine acquire Puzzmo by Zach Gage and Orda Therox. You also saw the Washington Post, the second largest general interest newspaper in the country, launch their suite of both classic and original games. In 2024, we saw platform launches from, Boston Globe, Apple News, The New Yorker, Vulture Magazine, and even non-news platforms like LinkedIn. This year, 2025, amongst a million others, we've seen Slate launch games, TED of TED Talks, The Atlantic, and even Bloomberg, like financial news. And I should point out, I'm not being comprehensive here. Essentially every paper in the country has launched a digital games platform. These are just the ones that I sort of wanted to highlight and found some fun imagery for. But this has become an industry. The fact that every little paper can do this is because there are now entire services built around white labeling games for smaller papers. Now I'm going to pause here because I haven't introduced myself. I'm Dan. I'm the director of Globe Games at the Boston Globe. And before this, I was a health and serious games designer. I was a gamification consultant, and I was briefly a board game designer. And I think, like a lot of people in and around the games industry, I was vaguely aware that newspapers had puzzles and took them seriously, and there was maybe some money in it. But I genuinely did not understand to what extent. When I took this job, I really had to learn a lot. And this talk is essentially just a brain dump of everything that I've learned and absorbed in that time. Essentially, this is the YouTube video I wish I could have looked up before I interviewed for this job. But let's get back to our question. What is a newspaper game? We've covered what has been a newspaper game. We've done it from sort of a, I think that's inductive perspective. Let's go the other way. Can we come up with a definition based on the design decisions of a game to define a newspaper game? I think we can, and this is my best attempt at the moment to do that. A newspaper game is a puzzle game with daily content that looks like it could be played on paper. And I really want to emphasize something. Looks like. This is doing most of the work in this definition. Now, I sort of came to this conclusion essentially via osmosis, just from being part of this space. But when I sat down to write this talk, I was like, I should be a little bit more scientific about this. So I went out and scoured major services to find a big list of original games. I stopped counting at 44. There are, of course, many, many, many more. Once I had this list, I then used a completely, I'm sure, biased and subjective rubric to rate them on a scale 1 through 10 based on the question, how much is this a video game? I'm going to break down this scale for you. if a game scores a 1 or a 2, it is unambiguously a pen and paper game. The crossword, Sudoku, Ken. I'd also include games like Tango or Queens on LinkedIn, games that fundamentally could be just printed out and played. Now, yes, these games are now digital, which allows for things like hints or things like answer validation, but fundamentally that does not change the character of the game. Now, a 3 or a 4 is a game that is probably like a digital native, was made digitally first, but could probably just be printed and played. So I think Typeshift on Puzzmo is a really excellent example of this, as is Spelling Bee on the New York Times. Now, the reason they don't score a 1 or a 2 is because they contain some kind of element that I do think would kind of make it a little less fun to play on paper. For Typeshift, that's the kind of slidey up and down interface. It's a big part of the joy of playing. And for Spelling Bee, honestly, it's the scoring mechanism. It would just be really annoying to play Spelling Bee and be like, how many letters is this? +5. Okay, now I'm at 14. Oh, I'm a queen bee or whatever. But fundamentally, these are also pen and paper games. At 5 and 6, I think we diverge from pen and paper games. This is something that has a digital component that I really think can't be removed without changing it, but it could probably be replicated by making it maybe a 2-player analog game. So something like Pinpoint on LinkedIn, you would need someone to reveal the further clues to you. They could read it from a book. It would still be very analog, but it wouldn't quite be the same. And I think for connections, yeah, you could lay out a connections grid on a piece of paper, but the answer validation is so central to the fun of connections that I'm putting it up in 6. Now, 7 and 8 is where we get unambiguously digital. Something like Wordle or Align, the new game on the Boston Globe, they maybe could be adapted to analog, but it would take a lot of work. And by way of example, we have recently tried to adapt Align to an analog format, and we had to change it so much that it is like fundamentally a different game. It's sort of like a tribute to Align, not really like playing Align. And I put Wordle in here also, and this will come up again, because Wordle requires like an intelligent agent to play with you. Wordle, I think, as we all are aware, is essentially Mastermind, which is an analog game, but requires another person to act as the computer. 9 and 10 is, hey, this is just a video game. There aren't a ton of examples of this. I think I clocked like 5 in my search, but they're pretty obvious to me. So Ridges on the Washington Post is a timed game. It has like an infinite scroll of letters. It's got lots of flashy animations. It's unambiguously a video game. And then Spell Tower on Puzzmo, I mean, that's got gravity and like box destruction. I really just don't think you could turn these games analog, even if you made them into board games or had another person playing. Like, the character is fundamentally digital. They are video games. So we've reached the top of the scale. We've gone through all these games. And I think it's interesting to point out that at no point have we left the aesthetic world of pen and paper games. Even my 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s are still fundamentally letters in boxes. Visually, they do just look like printed games. They might have flourishes, they might have animations and movement, but the aesthetics of pen and paper are there. I didn't come to any game in this search that I didn't think looked like it could be printed out, even though I would contend that everything above a 5 can't be printed out. Now, there is a fun side effect of doing this, is that I can make this graph. So this is a graph showing every major sort of game release online, going back to 1993 with the crossword, and rated by their 1 through 10 scale, going from green to red. And I think there are 2 patterns that are worth pointing out. The first is obvious. Hey, there's a lot more games being made right now. The second one is, boy, a lot of those games are digital native or just kind of straight up video games every year. Which brings me to the second half of the big question. What is a newspaper game, and why should you, watching, presumably a puzzle or game designer, care about this? First, I can tell you that this acceleration in games is not a coincidence, and it's not a gamble that these organizations are taking. Games are proving themselves pretty objectively to be powerful drivers of subscription, retention, engagement. Now, I only have access to stats and analytics from the Globe, but just here at the Globe, in the last 18 months that we've been running this games platform, we have seen a market effect on player behavior. To take a step back and give some context, the newspaper industry, the Boston Globe, and a lot of other industries use a metric called churn, which just describes a user's propensity to drop off or to cancel. One of the strongest predictors of having low churn is frequency of visits. So someone who visits a paper 7 days a week is a lot less likely to cancel their subscription than someone who visits once. Obviously, having a daily game, that's a good incentive for people to come more often, but it actually goes beyond that. We've noticed that even users who engage with games, let's say 4 days a week, they actually have a lower churn rate as a group than users who visit the Globe 4 days a week but don't play games. It seems that beyond just visiting more often, engaging with games also makes you a more loyal and dependable subscriber. And this is a huge deal. It's a big deal for me and my work. It's a big deal for the Globe. And I don't think I'm overstepping to suggest that other organizations are probably seeing this effect too, which means they are investing money in it, and they are, importantly, hiring people like me and potentially like you to oversee this new important part of their business. The other thing that's happening is that these organizations, they want unique content, but they probably don't have the resources or the risk tolerance to just create and test and build games internally. So you're seeing more and more acquisitions in this space. Wordle is obviously a very famous one, but The Atlantic has a game called Bracket City that they acquired. Align was not a game I invented. We acquired it from its designer. And Circuits actually was an acquisition made by Puzzmo of a game that I'm pretty sure they found on Reddit. Somebody had just posted. Now, all of these games, at one point or another, were just something that a hobbyist or an indie developer had made, and now they are on these big platforms. So I guess ultimately what I'm trying to say is you are here, right? You should be paying attention to this space, to the newspaper games industry. There have always been puzzles and newspapers, and I don't imagine they'll ever go away. Now, of course, I'm not a clairvoyant. I cannot tell you what's going to happen in the future, but I'd be pretty surprised if this industry takes its foot off the gas in the next couple of years, which means I think there will continue to be really interesting and great opportunities for puzzle people in this space. And I think you should at least be paying attention, if not actively trying to get involved. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Amazing talk. Thank you. And also, it's worth mentioning that last year we did also have a talk from the New York Times. So you combine all this knowledge together into incredible knowledge about newspaper games. Yeah. So we did have a bunch of questions that came up in the chat. Oh, here we go. Just another one's just come through. So first off, from Feverish in the chat, would you say the modern landscape for newspaper puzzles is better than it used to be? I guess better is a tricky word to define. And then there's a follow-up to that, sorry, which is, if it is, do you think it's being driven by computers and the internet, or is there some other reason?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you want to go into the path. I think it's certainly better than 1823. Yeah, I think it gets better every year. I think just doing that exercise of trying to go look at games and to like index for my little graph, I was shocked. There were some games I'd never seen. I didn't know Bloomberg had games, you know, and then I looked at them and they're like really interesting. Like somebody really had a fun time making puzzles for Bloomberg. Somebody had a great time making puzzles for LinkedIn. And yeah, I think it's absolutely getting better and better. Like I said, I don't think this is going to decelerate anytime soon. So I imagine that graph will be huge in 2026 and 2027. You know.
So actually, on that note, I'm going to skip a question, but I'll come back to the one before it. Ariane was asking, does the newspaper game space show any signs of slowing down after the spectacular growth in numbers over the past 3 years? And I guess maybe it's connected to what you're saying, because you're talking about the number of games that are being made.
Yeah.
What about in terms of audience?
I don't. So that's a little beyond my scope. I mean, I'm not going to slow down next year. And if you look at, like, again, I think the biggest players in the space right now, I would estimate, are probably the Times, Puzzmo, and LinkedIn. And if you just look at those three services, the Times went from making one new game every 3 years to making 3 games a year this year. Puzzmo launched with like a bunch of games, like 8, and then made 2 the following year, and then 3 the next one. Actually, it might be like 4 or 5. I might have my count wrong. At the moment, evidence suggests that there is a desire to make more games per year. And I can tell you, again, I only have the perspective of the Boston Globe. But I'm starting to see a little bit of evidence of like game fatigue, essentially, but not to games as a whole, but to individual games. It's sort of like how Netflix needs to have a new movie every month, or else you might cancel Netflix. I'm seeing that people are like eventually tiring of Sudoku, but I introduced Ken, and now a bunch of those people started playing Ken. And people will eventually tire of the mini crossword, but we introduced a line, and now a ton of mini crossword players are playing a line. So yeah, I think actually the pace is probably going to increase a little going forward.
It seems like with all the investment being put into those games, it seems like the businesses see a lot of potential there as well. So
yeah, and it is a relative, I mean, that's not true. It's not strictly true. It is a relatively low cost way of engaging subscribers.
Sure.
You know, a daily game, one puzzle does cost less than the 9 or 10 articles you have to, publish every day. And I don't know enough about newspapers. Maybe it's 100 articles, but yeah.
I suppose that also depends on the puzzle. I think Wordle is probably the cheapest thing to run because you basically just need a random word every day.
Yeah, right? And I will say you are seeing slightly more algorithmic games. Ridges on the Washington Post is a great example. Like nobody has to make those puzzles.
Sure.
Crossword is the king of like the made puzzle, but you are seeing more algorithmic stuff.
Yeah, and then even within Sudoku, you can get randomly generated ones, but then you can also get ones that are handcrafted, and some people have.
And same thing with like Ken. You can get an algorithmic Ken, or you can get a bespoke Ken. I think there's certainly space for both.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so a question from Ampersand here. Newspaper games feel so simple to come up with, but at this point, do you think we've run out of those surprisingly simple ideas to make little games out of?
No. And I'll tell you why. Because there are a trillion folk games, right? So even if you didn't want to come up with an idea, there are uncountable numbers of word and number games that have been played, since before widespread literacy. Like, it wouldn't be hard to just grab one and digitize it. The other thing is, I think because of the trend to moving into digital and the video game space, there's actually a ton of untapped potential. Like before Ridges, there was not a single time-intensive newspaper game in the space. There wasn't a game that you could lose by running out of time. And now there's Ridges, which means that one little change, you could apply that to 1 million folk games and make 30, 40 new newspaper games with just that one change, adding physics, adding better animations. Like moving into the video game space means we are going to merge, I think, more with that space. And there's a lot more ideas there than just where can we put letters in boxes.
Great, thank you. Next question is from Anastasia from Inkwell Games, who did a talk yesterday. It's another platform. It's got a couple of games on there. They do daily puzzles as well. The question is, do you have any data/insights on wordy newspaper games versus non-wordy ones? And I've also been wondering about this myself.
Again, I only have the data from the 6 games we have.
Sure.
At the moment, the mini crossword so dwarfs everything else that I have to remove it from graphs because it makes the
An
other
outlier.
lines. Yeah, it makes the other lines unreadable.
Mhm.
Nothing's touching the mini crossword. If you remove the mini crossword from the equation, my experience suggests that word games are still king of the heap. All of our word games are more popular than all of our other games. But honestly, I would be curious to hear. I would also love to know this answer from maybe someone who works at Puzzmo or the New York Times who has a slightly greater variety of genres. Because for all I know, Tiles is crushing it right now. I don't know. There's no way to know.
Right. Do you have any instincts about why it might be that word games might be better?
I would say making this up. My educated guess is that word games meet people's expectations for what a newspaper game is. And I think for someone like me, I'm 36, maybe. I'm within a year of 36. I'm not 100% sure. I've grown up with video games, so my expectations are pretty broad. I could play anything, but I think a lot of the audience for a lot of these newspapers is in their 50s and 60s and sometimes 70s. And sometimes when they see something that isn't a word game or isn't Sudoku, they kind of balk. So you're seeing all their numbers pushed into the mini crossword, and maybe they're not willing to try, Tiles, right? But that will change, right? The generation that was raised on video games will age up and will engage with these things, and they will bring their own expectations.
Great. Excellent answer. Thank you. I think I have time for one more question. So apologies if more questions came through than we got time for. We'll send them all to Discord so they can ask you there. But the final question I'll ask today is from Waika, which is, Wordle seems to be the extreme case, but do you think game makers whose games are picked up by papers are rewarded appropriately? So what's your perception of that, like when they're acquired?
I don't know. I mean, I've only been privy to 2 acquisitions. The Wordle one, I think he was appropriately rewarded, obviously. I think when we purchased Align, we negotiated an agreement. And we purchased Align from Brendan Emmett Quigley, who's a notable crossword constructor, and his design partner, Ben Gottlieb. And part of our agreement with them is that also they're still part of any further licensing we do, which I don't think was part of the Wordle agreement. I think Wordle was one and done. I have no idea how anyone else is handling this. I hope people are being fairly compensated. I do think part of what could help is like if you were to make a game and sell it, if you stay attached as the content provider, that also provides some sort of ongoing compensation. Brendan still makes every Align puzzle. It's not, he didn't just sell it to us and then I haven't talked to him since. I mean, he called me today.
Right.
He's still involved. But I have no idea. I do think though that if we see more acquisitions and there's a bit of an arms race, I think it'll be like a seller's market. Like there's a lot of desire for it, and not every little game is a hit, and not everything fits the genre each paper is looking for. So, I mean, I can tell you right now, I risk my inbox here, but like if you have a game that is about the meaning of words, not the spelling of words, that you want to show me, I want to see it. I'm
there we go.
very interested in that, right? That's a niche that I'm really curious about, and I think there's a need for it at the Globe. So yeah, I think hopefully it'll be a seller's market. Certainly, any games that I acquire, I will do my absolute best to compensate people as well as I can.
Suddenly, everybody in chat has just rushed off to go and create a
I
game
mean,
to send to you.
that's fair. I don't get that many emails. I can cope.
Great, thank you. That is all the time we have for questions. If you have any more, please head over to the Discord at thinkygames.com/Discord if you're not there already. And I might not have made the thread yet, but I'll make a thread and Daniel will be there to.
And you know what? After I hang up, I'm going to join the Discord because I don't have so I'm going to do that, and then I'll
That's
be
important. There. Yes, thank you.
Great. Yes.
Great, thank you, Daniel. And we'll get set up for the next talk now. All right, thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome back. We are now joined by Matt McLean, who's going to talk about leveraging Thinky principles for accessible design. So yes, over to you, Matt.
All right, hi. Hello, my name is Matt McLean, and welcome to Leveraging Thinky Principles for Accessible Design. I should start by saying I'm not necessarily an expert on Thinky games or accessibility, but I have been making games professionally since 2004. Most of my work has been in RPGs and online trading card games, and for most of my career, accessibility wasn't a primary concern. But as the years rolled by and various games were hits and misses, a pattern emerged that a lot of well-received features often coincided with accessible design principles, even if accessibility wasn't the initial motivation for our decisions. I was the lead designer on South Park: The Stick of Truth, and the design team was tasked with making turn-based combat that had some active elements. So we took a lot of cues from Paper Mario's combat, complete with using button presses to defend yourself when an opponent attacks, but we made defending a trigger hold that rewarded but didn't require perfect timing. You could, in essence, be lazy and just hold the block trigger and only take a token amount of damage. And we balanced the game so you didn't need to master this timing either. It was a very small shift, but it got us a lot of positive feedback from playtesters, and it was instrumental in making the game approachable instead of punishing. And on the RPG Tyranny, we were writing a lot of branching dialogue and trying to offer fun moments of choice and consequence. I didn't really want to be bogged down writing a bunch of "tell me more about this faction, please" style question and answer moments. So in order to be a lazy narrative designer, I asked the tools programmer for the ability to have explanatory text when you mouse over certain words. Even if laziness was the motivating incident for this feature, this ended up being a well-received quality of life feature that many people said really helped them dive into the story without worrying about having to memorize the names of people, places, and events. We had lowered the cognitive burden of navigating our conversations, and conversations became less stressful to play. Eventually, I got it in my head to quit my job, light my savings on fire, and start my own indie studio, Generic Lake Monster. We made our first game, Quarterstaff, a turn-based fantasy adventure inspired by a desire to distill the best parts of RPG progression and strategic conflict without the pain points common to RPGs, without random number generators ruining your good tactics. We embarked on a journey with accessibility in mind, and in the end, our focus on accessibility resulted in a game with a lot of Thinky-like qualities. If our attempt to make something accessible led to Thinky gameplay, it's safe to say that Thinky gameplay is already on the road to accessibility. So just to take a step back, many of you may already know a lot about accessibility design, and some of you may be new to the concept entirely, so it's maybe worth defining our terms. Accessibility is about removing obstacles in your game's input and interface that make your game playable to a wider audience. And good accessibility design doesn't just help widen your audience of potential players. It can make your game less stressful and aggravating to players who maybe don't need accessibility affordances all the time, but may have bad days and temporary distractions that make them grateful for the accessibility affordances you've offered them. Or put it in another sense, some gamers are one-handed because they lost an arm in a car accident. Some gamers are one-handed because they're the sole caretaker of a child and can't put that child down. But you can serve both players with the same developmental efforts. I'm hoping to present to you a bevy of good reasons why accessibility is good for your game. But if I may speak directly to your selfish side, let me point out that all of us will someday be disabled gamers unless we skip ahead directly to dead gamer. So let's make games we can enjoy when we're old and falling apart, since that's maybe, just maybe, when most of us will finally have time to go through our backlog of games. And having now made a game with a lot of accessibility features, I can tell you that many of the features one might make for the sake of accessibility, like say an undo button, serve double duty as debugging tools for development. Making games is a lot of work, and accessibility features are by no means free or trivial to implement. But if you view accessibility features as a way to make your game less stressful to test, and not just less stressful to play, the work spent on accessibility features can save you dev time in the long run. And really, the whole thrust of my talk is that Thinky-style games are already serving a lot of accessibility needs. So you are in a better position than, say, makers of first-person shooters to deliver a game full of accessibility affordances that anyone can play. Most Thinky-style games already assist players with motor control concerns by having patient, turn-based gameplay. Why not take this easy-to-play formula and take it even farther? Now, there are a lot of angles to look at in accessibility design. The most important component is interface accessibility. Since players who can't make sense of your game are those who have to fight with the controls to accomplish basic moves, they're not going to make it very far in your game. You want your players struggling with your fun puzzles. You don't want them struggling with the game itself. And even players who are capable of playing your game may find individual moments or the overall pacing of your game to be stressful or fatiguing. While some will equate an easy mode to good stress management, I think there's a bit more to it than that. And lastly, there's a notion of content opt-out of sensitive material. Sometimes the pain point that makes a player stop playing your game is like a spider or a depiction of drowning, excessive bloodshed, or some other experiential detail that becomes a hard stop for the player. I want to cover that last one first, since it's the easiest to discuss in terms of Thinky game design. I think I can safely generalize and say that most Thinky games are not reliant on jump scares, gore, scary monsters, or things like that to deliver on their core experience. So most Thinky games are unlikely to have content that players may find objectionable. But one person's cute spider is another arachnophobe's nightmare fuel. So I'm also going to generalize and say here that most Thinky games that do have spiders or snakes or whatnot that might startle people, they likely don't have millions of animations for those snakes or spiders. So as long as you coordinate with your team early on, it shouldn't be that difficult to identify assets that are in need of alternate opt-out replacement assets or replacement sprite sheets. Players who want this feature will be happy with anything that removes the offending material. So your replacement art asset doesn't need to be the same visual fidelity as whatever you made your original spider or snake to be like. Really, the fact that you gave the player an alternative, that'll be what makes them smile. They're not going to be mad about the replacement asset being a little bit janky. So with the easy stuff out of the way, let's talk about interface concerns. There are a lot of ways a player might fail to interpret or interface with your game. And while you can never anticipate all the ways a player might find friction with your game, a little planning can prevent a lot of pain points. Players may come to your game with all sorts of challenges. They may be deaf, they may miss your audio cues, and miss any speech without subtitles. Maybe they're colorblind or totally blind. They may struggle to hold a controller or be unable to press pause when they need to step away from your game. For Thinky-style games, audio accessibility is possibly the easiest thing to address. Obviously, if you're making a Thinky game with music puzzles, you'll have some work ahead of you to make your game playable for deaf players. But for just about every other Thinky game out there, you can really just follow two important rules. First is just always have subtitles where you have speech. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that if your project can afford voiceover, you can hopefully afford subtitles as well. Really, the more important second rule is never rely on only a sound cue. Always pair a sound cue with a secondary visual indicator. Not many Thinky games rely on spoken instructions. That subtitle thing isn't as important, but really the sound cues are where Thinky games can go astray with audio accessibility issues. Let's say you have a hidden object mechanic and you play a special sound to indicate to the player that they're on the right track. That's fine. You just need to make sure that that sound isn't the only way you signal the player. Otherwise, your deaf players will miss it entirely. And when you're thinking about this or just any other accessibility issue, remember that you're not just making your game accessible for players who are deaf. You're making your game playable for those who don't have like the private space to play your game with sound on or headphones. When it comes to visual accessibility concerns, color blindness is a common problem and one that puzzle games often fail to address. This picture of Puzzle Fighter involves gems of 4 different colors, but I can only see 3. And despite being red colorblind, I can see the red from the green just fine. It's the yellow and the green that look identical to me. And here, the yellow and green gems have nearly identical shapes. This is a fantastic example of what not to do. If you're going to mash colors this close together, you need to be using distinct shapes or patterns like stripes or checkers. This is a much better way to disambiguate objects than different colors. Another point of concern is fonts. Some players struggle to read any but the largest fonts. So if you can support large fonts, you're likely going to help out a lot of players. Now, giving the player the freedom to select any font size can cause a lot of UI resizing, and it's certainly a big undertaking. But if you narrow your scope and you just try to support a few prefixed font sizes, that's a lot less code work, and it's still going to help a lot of players. Maybe not people who need like the 100-point font, but you'll still get a lot of players helped. And lastly, if you really want to shoot for the stars, you should consider integrating screen reader support for your game. There are programs like JAWS that can narrate embedded text information to the player, and there's a heck of a lot of work required to make sure you prioritize what description gets read out loud first, and especially when a lot is happening simultaneously on the screen. But while this is no mean feat, I think Thinky games often have simple enough game states compared to like the frenetic action of other games that maybe your Thinky game could be playable by blind players with some screen reader integration. Now, motor control accessibility is a category where Thinky-style games have a leg up. Many Thinky games are turn-based and allow for theoretically infinite time between commands. And there's rarely a game over for a player who's forced to walk away from the game without pressing pause. This patient gameplay is a lifesaver to players with limited dexterity. So it's worth making sure you don't have other little pain points hidden in your control scheme. If your game uses mouse controls, consider that click and drag selection may feel effortless for you, but it is surprisingly difficult to the point of game breaking for other players. If you can replace instances of click and drag with a 2-click input system, you'll be doing a lot of players a world of good. Likewise, rapidly double-clicking is also tricky for some players. So if your game simply must have double-clicking as part of your control scheme, you do you. But just know that an alternate method of input will be easier for many players. If your game uses keyboard controls, remapping your controls is a must. Folks who are left-handed, one-handed, or missing digits likely can't use your default control scheme. If you give them remapping options, they'll build a control scheme that works for them. Likewise, control press and shift press commands are really tricky for a lot of commands whenever you're trying to do those 2 keys at once options. If your game requires these paired inputs, consider adding an alternate method where the player can press Control Shift once as a toggle, followed by the other key they were hoping to press. And if you're supporting gamepads, just know that there are a lot of really, really great customizable accessibility controllers out there. You do not need to reinvent the wheel in this regard. Just support the peripheral and the player will customize a control scheme that works for them with their controller. Now, cognitive accessibility issues can include dyslexia, poor focus, spotty memory, struggling to learn in the face of stress. These are maybe some of the trickiest problems for Thinky games to solve, as Thinky gameplay often involves keeping the player on the edge of confusion and sort of using absence of information to drive gameplay. But the trick is making sure the player is confused by the puzzles and not the content around the puzzles. Dyslexic-friendly fonts are a relatively easy win on this matter. Should be noted that dyslexic players won't always agree on which dyslexic-friendly fonts work best for them, which is all the more reason to make this an optional toggle. But there are many very inexpensive fonts to license that could make the difference between a player understanding your tutorial and then giving up in the first minute of gameplay. And if you can support it, having tooltips that remind the player of anything and everything they hover their mouse over, that's a great way to assist players who are struggling to remember what every object in your game does. Just because you taught them once in a tutorial how a game object operates does not mean they're going to remember it an hour later, let alone when they return to your game after a month-long break. So it's arguably impossible to have too many reminders or too much reinforcement, especially if these reminders occur in context-sensitive tooltips. But the tricky issue is, since Thinky games often thrive off of having some question marks and user experimentation, the goal is usually to introduce new concepts rapidly enough to stay interesting without overwhelming the player, which leads us to another avenue of accessibility design: stress and pacing. Even if your game can answer the interface challenges your players might have, your game can still be full of stressful pain points that cause players to give up on your game. A problem with any game ever made that will ever be played is that there's some minimal amount of stress and frustration required for the player to apply meaning to their success and feel fun. But once that stress and frustration exceeds the threshold, the player stops having fun and can give up on the game. And nowadays, there's a nearly infinite supply of other games to play. So there's always a chance that they'll give up on your game and never come back. But the good news is, just as Thinky games by their nature are more accessible to players with motor control concerns due to the patient gameplay, the same lack of urgency can make the often brain-bustingly stressful puzzles of a Thinky game actually a lot easier to process. If you don't have a timer ticking down and there's no other players trying to shoot them in the head while they're thinking of this puzzle, it's a lot easier to self-manage the stress of a puzzle game than it is in, say, an action title or a multiplayer shooter. With Thinky games, where much of the challenge is learning an application, pacing can be a tricky thing to pull off. There's maybe an order of concepts that you consider to be the logical progression of difficulty, but there's no way to really be sure which concepts the players will master in what order. So you should make great tutorials, and that's really simple advice, but more importantly, you should make these tutorials gradual and granular, building one concept at a time. And while this is probably going to sound defeatist, you should also assume that more than half the players forget more than half of what you taught them more than half the time. And so the answer is not to repeat tutorials, but to have second chance tutorials littered throughout your game. To reiterate my prior point about tooltips for cognitive accessibility, if you only put your information in the tutorial, your players may never really learn the concepts. But if you give them on-demand reminders and prompters, you give them an infinite number of chances to practice and learn. Best practices for tutorial designs could be a presentation in and of itself, and you should really check out Gwen's talk from yesterday if you haven't already seen it about great ways to reinforce learning. But a useful analog to imagine when you're making a tutorial is you're building a mental model of your game in the player's mind, in much the same way that you would build a ship in a bottle. And you can only build a ship in a bottle by passing each little piece of the ship through the bottleneck one at a time and assembling it on the other side. You can't build a ship in a bottle by trying to shove multiple pieces through the bottleneck all at once. You can't expedite the process. You got to spread out the learning. Or to put it another way, you sort of have to imagine every player is the guy from Memento with anterior retrograde amnesia that could cause them to forget parts of your game at any moment. You can and should build a great tutorial, but you then need to design around the fact that your tutorials may not stick. An in-game manual that the player can access at any time is a great way to deal with the problem of players not learning concepts in the order that you were hoping. Yes, it can be a lot of work to create a clear and concise and presentable index of game topics, but for players who haven't played your game in a while, this is the difference between an easy refresher and having to restart from the beginning to regain one's footing. And this is also one of the times where accessibility features and dev tools overlap. Having an in-game manual doesn't just help your players, it helps your QA team, as this becomes a definitive source of truth for checking to see if something is a bug. If your in-game behavior doesn't match what your in-game manual says, it's either a bug in your behavior or a bug in your help index. And if your game is able to provide on-demand in-game hints, that's an excellent way to serve players who get stumped in your game. You may be reluctant to give players a shortcut to solving your game, but consider that a player who is asking for help is a player who wants to see more of your game, but is struggling on one step of the saga. You may be spoiling a single element of your game, but you're preserving their ability to experience everything else in your game. One thing a lot of Thinky games do that's great for pacing and cognitive accessibility is the option to replay levels or reset and resolve puzzles. Replaying a known quantity is a great way for a player to experiment and reinforce their understanding of the rules. This is a feature that a lot of Thinky games offer, and I'd argue that if you're making a puzzle game that does not have an easy element for replaying old levels, rethink your plans or your gameplay loop until you can make it happen, especially if you have a scoring system or some way to solve puzzles with a varying degree of success. Now, perhaps the most important factor in your game's pacing is your game's fault tolerance. How does your game treat mistakes and errors? How many times can a player attempt a thing? And what is the real-life time cost when a player fails? On the one end of the spectrum, you have like massively multiplayer online games where they often penalize your failure by making you spend minutes walking back to your corpse. Fortunately, most Thinky games live on the other side of this equation, and they often give you almost no penalty for failure, aside from maybe a grumpy noise or visual effect and a request to try again. So if your game is forcing the player to redo parts of the game when they fail, that's maybe a good way to up the stakes, but it's also a great way to stress out players and make them quit. Thinky games have a distinct advantage when it comes to managing fail states, as many Thinky games include some combination of grid-based logic, discrete game states, and limited reliance on randomness. And this combination of constraints makes it easier to give your player an undo button compared to, say, team working on a first-person shooter in a contiguous 3D space. This affordance allows the player the luxury to immediately correct an error as soon as they spot it, minus any restart or retread. And if your game state contains a reasonably small number of available moves at any given junction, you could go a step further and preview the outcomes of the moves before the player selects an action, letting the player feel smart by not making mistakes in the first place. Now, I'd argue that technically every game has an undo button. It's just sometimes called restart or reload. A lot of really good Thinky games have undo buttons, and I've yet to hear anyone say, you know, I would play more puzzle games if only I had to go through more Hollow Knight-style retraversal every time I failed. Now, you may decide you want to put limits and constraints on how often players can undo their actions, but I'd argue that having some ability to undo is a common enough feature in the genre that players will notice it if you don't have it. And an undo button isn't just an affordance for your players, it's also a quality of life feature for your testing team. Your undo feature may not be free and effortless to implement, but you will likely earn back the time you spend on the feature by saving your QA's time and sanity as they try to reproduce bugs. So even if you want to give the player of the shipped game limited undo options, I'd recommend a limitless undo feature as a gift to your QA people. Of course, the particulars of the game will determine which type of undo, if any, your game offers. If you haven't seen it yet, check out John Lee Cooper's talk from yesterday for some great thoughts on this topic. And if you do have an option to undo that causes a rollback to the prior game state, chances are that means you have some groundwork in place for the game to look ahead and preview outcomes in your UI and let the player browse outcomes instead of engaging in brute force, failing and undoing loops. So I've talked about accessibility features as they could apply to any game. Now I'd like to talk about some specific examples of my own work. As mentioned earlier, I set out to make an accessible game, and the quest to provide challenging gameplay paired with accessibility led to a lot of Thinky-style design decisions. Hopefully by seeing how we leverage Thinky qualities for accessibility, you can do the same and leverage accessibility for your Thinky games. Now, the goal with Quarterstaff was to see if we could distill the martial arts fantasy of a game like Arkham Asylum or Ninja Gaiden into a patient style of gameplay for people who couldn't normally hold a controller and enjoy a game like Devil May Cry. And while strategy and tactic games often embrace randomness and dice, I knew that for this game, it was important that the strategy never involved success or failure because of random chance. In short, we were asking ourselves, can we make a really challenging game that you won't hate playing moment to moment? And so these constraints led us to Thinky-style game properties. We ended up with a turn-based game state, action that took place on a grid, and a departure from randomness. Now, excising randomness was more than just an aesthetic choice. It was a pragmatic choice to create a world that could be undone. If there was random chance in the game, we'd have a situation where the player can't just undo any action that doesn't grant them they could just undo any action that doesn't grant them the random outcome they wished for. Or we'd be stuck trying to smooth over the weirdness of having to disable undo after every die roll. And while there was an initial thought that perhaps we should limit the number of undos, we abandoned that early on in favor of a system where the player can undo as much as they'd like, with the caveat that they can only go back one turn. And they cannot undo a fatal mistake. The hero has to survive a move so they can cast the step back in time spell to actually undo the game. Now, limiting undo to one turn saved us a ton of work trying to save out a theoretically infinite list of prior moves and board states. And similarly, our decision to not let the player undo mission-ending mistakes was primarily a time-saving decision, but it also helped us up the stakes and give the player the freedom to experiment while still putting them on high alert when their hit points ran low. And we took this notion of undoing actions beyond the moment-to-moment gameplay and applied it to the player's RPG progressions. This was a desire to capture the RPG joy of increasing in power without also capturing the RPG pain of making level-up choices before you fully know the rules and invariably want to reset your character after you finally learn what best suits your playstyle and it's 4 or 40 hours into the game. And this became more than a quality of life feature. It became part of the gameplay itself. Certain levels of the game were made to feel impossible at first, but with a quick reassignment of your stats, they're actually quite doable. So a player could learn the ropes of Quarterstaff by making a move, then pressing undo, making a move and pressing undo. This was possible, but not something we wanted to necessarily encourage. The deterministic nature of the game meant we could very easily preview the results of any given action. And that meant we could preview certain outcomes before the player committed to a move and spare them the trial and error. And moreover, we knew that we had a lot of information going on in our game state at any one time. So it just felt like good cognitive accessibility to do the math for the player and not make them have to calculate each move and see if it's dangerous or not. So in this scheme, the player may have X number of tiles that they can move to, which we show with a brightened alpha channel, and any move that would result in an injury is shown with a red fill. And it's worth noting that for colorblindness accessibility, we only ever use one color to show danger zones. I'm colorblind, and I couldn't tell you the exact shade. I mean, the team tells me it's red. But the point is I don't need to know the color. I just need to know that there is a color fill on dangerous tiles. Now, had we used more than one color to show just more states, we'd need to resort to stripes, checkers, or some sort of pattern to help players like me tell these tile shading effects apart. But if there's just one color, we kind of sidestep that problem. And when making the system, I had serious fears that we had just flipped a switch to set the game to too easy. So I was pleased when playtesters still made plenty of mistakes and rarely found levels to be no-brainer puzzles. Players would get reckless and impatient and avoid the warnings, and it still took players some experience and mastery for them to really grasp that, sometimes something that appears like a bad move is actually the right move to set up a future turn. We didn't just want to assume that we knew what we were doing. Generic Lake Monster paired up with Able Gamers Foundation to have 10 accessibility testers play an early build of the game, and 9 out of the 10 testers completed the early build. Only the totally blind player was unable to meaningfully navigate the game. And it was from these testers that we learned some harsh lessons about how fatiguing clicking and dragging can be, and how thankful the testers were for a game that auto-pauses. And I'm proud to say the final iteration of the game captures the accessibility we hope to achieve, while still preserving the challenging puzzle gameplay. Our dedicated QA spent in excess of 100 hours to 100% all the bonus objectives in the game. We've gotten feedback that the game's pretty damn hard, but no one has really complained that it's too easy yet, or if they feel that way, they haven't told us. So if anyone tells you that accessibility design is just a fancy word for adding easy modes, tell them to get bent. So if my quest for accessibility led me to Thinky design principles, I believe Thinky design principles have a huge potential for accessible games. Obviously, I can't describe all Thinky games with a single brush, but if you have discrete game states, grid logic, limited reliance on randomness, and no urgency for player inputs, you're in a great position to cater to players with motor control disabilities. And with a little planning, you can serve players with audio, visual, and cognitive challenges. You're almost halfway up the accessibility struggle mountain. And I'd be fooling to say if this stuff was easy, and I don't want to set up the impossible expectation that a game can be accessible to all players. There's just no way for you to predict and accommodate every player out there, and you'd never finish your game if you tried. So pick a few areas of accessibility that you want to target, kill as many of the pain points as you can, and don't try to solve everything unless you're a billionaire. In that case, maybe go for it. But stick to a few things and tackle those. For example, with quarterstaff, we knew motor control issues would be our A priority target. And I knew my own color blindness would help us make a game that could serve colorblind players. But we absolutely knew that serving totally blind players remained a stretch goal. And we tried our best to support it, but ultimately knew we lacked the experience to realize it and deprioritized it as a feature. Your game can't cater to everyone, but with a little planning, you can make a game for players who are normally iced out of a lot of great gaming experiences. And while accessibility features take time and effort, it's a heck of a lot easier to do this stuff if it's worked early into your plans instead of trying to tack it on later. And often the real trick to accessibility design is just being able to empathize with gamers that are not like you. Of course, what is game design other than a fancy word for empathy? And with that, I'm done. Thank you so much for listening. Here are some links to find out more about some of the amazing accessibility resources that we found indispensable to our journey. And if my talk has got you interested in accessibility, please check these out. If you're curious to learn more about quarterstaff, check out the demo on Steam. And hopefully I've left enough time for a question or two. So yeah, have at it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Matt. That was excellent. I love that you've identified the connection between Thinky games and the accessible potential of Thinky games. We have a feature in our Thinky Games database where we mark games as whether they involve action or not. And we've had emails from people saying, thank you for putting that in because I have motor impairments or something like that. And they're just, like, we didn't put it in there for that reason. We just thought this is a great thing to highlight about this game. And it's ended up being really useful for these folks.
Yeah, because really the players, the single biggest pain point is where they drop out. And sometimes just any amount of demanding twitch reflexes can get them to stop playing a game. So yeah,
absolutely. So I think I only have time for one question.
Okay.
And then we'll move over to the next talk. And so I'm going to be selective. We've got a lot of questions through.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, folks, you're going to have to take them to the Discord afterwards. But I'm going to pick one of them in particular, and maybe it's answered by your final slide here, which is from No Face in the chat. Do you have a set list or database to guide yourselves on which possible situations or disabilities that would require certain accessibility settings? This talk itself is a great resource for that, but do you have any suggestions about
yes, the first link I have listed here, the Game Accessibility Guidelines, has an amazing checklist, and it breaks things down by like cognitive, visual, audio, speech, all that stuff. It even kind of breaks things down to like easiest things to solve, intermediate problems to solve, advanced problems to solve. And it bases everything of like, can the player do this? Can the player do this? And so it's a great sort of like just like a QA checklist to say like, hey, can the player do these things in our game? If so, cool, we're probably in the right direction for accessibility. So yeah, that Games Accessibility Guideline, that's the place to go.
Great, thank you. We'll have to leave it there. There were loads of great questions, but I hope people will take them into the Discord thread. If people aren't in the Discord and you want to ask questions, it's at thinkygames.com/Discord. And yeah, so now we'll switch over to the next talk. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
All right, hello everybody. We are back now. We're joined by Alistair to talk about solving puzzles with constraint satisfaction as constraint satisfaction problems. We had a talk yesterday about using a star for solving puzzles, and that would be interesting to see this as well, like another side of that. So yeah, over to you, Alistair.
Thank you very much, Joe, and hello everyone. Yes, I'm Alistair. I'm a game designer based in Norwich in the UK. I mostly make escape room games and puzzle hunt style puzzles, but in this session I'm going to be talking about constraints in puzzle games, and specifically how you can model puzzles as constraint satisfaction problems. Now, this can be a helpful way to conceptualize and formalize the logic involved in a puzzle, and also to assist in creating and testing and solving them, not only to ensure that they are solvable, but they are uniquely solvable. Jagrif did a great talk yesterday where he described how he used an automated solver to test some of the levels in his game, Gentoo Rescue. And it came up with solutions that were perfectly valid within the rules of the game, but used mechanics in ways that he hadn't thought of or anticipated, creating more solutions than intended. So it can be used to check and prevent against that. Now, to do this, I'm going to be doing some live software demonstrations, which are always a bit risky. So fingers crossed the tech works okay. First of all, I'm going to demonstrate a few web-based tools and then a high-level constraint modeling language called MiniThink. Now, this is an introductory session. My intention is mainly to illustrate some different practical examples of how you could use these tools and perhaps use them in ways that you might not have thought of. All the software I'm going to use is completely free and publicly available, and I'm very happy to share the models which I've made in this talk afterwards. So if you're interested, I absolutely encourage you to download them and give them a go yourself. Okay, so every game has constraints. The rules that structure the game define the play area, the set of actions that players are allowed to take, the victory conditions, etc., etc. If you're a parent or if you've ever played games with young kids who try to cheat the rules, you might have uttered that line about, hey, rules make the game more fun. It's the constraints that provide fairness and challenge. And some players choose to impose additional constraints on top of those originally intended by the developer, which is what you find in the speedrunning community or other kind of emergent gameplay in other challenge runs. So we see constraints of refraining from using animal tech, not using infinite jumps, or having to be a washing machine or whatever. And for puzzle games in particular, constraints not only provide the structure of the game, but they are often the defining feature of its gameplay. So the objective might be constraint minimization, to find a solution that requires the minimum number of moves or costs the least amount of resources. Or it might be constraint maximization, such as determining which cuts to make in the rope to collect the most stars or get the highest score. But in this session, I'm going to be considering those puzzles where the objective of the game is simply to satisfy a given set of constraints. So the puzzles give you certain constraints, and all the player needs to do is to come up with the solution that sticks to them. Now, perhaps the most common example of constraint satisfaction puzzles are the kind of newspaper games that Dan King was talking about an hour ago. So Nicolas-style grid logic puzzles like Sudoku, Train Tracks, Star Battle, that can be completed using pen and paper. And one of the distinguishing features of these puzzles is that, unlike a Sokoban or a Rubik's Cube, where players enter a sequence of moves to transition between states, they require no order or recorded history of inputs. The complete state of the puzzle at any point can be expressed as a static configuration. Now, for a Sudoku, that configuration is a 9x9 matrix of integer values between 1 and 9. And it's common to think of constraint satisfaction problems of only being applicable to numeric values. But if we consider a slightly broader interpretation of what a constraint satisfaction problem is, we can find plenty of games that can be modeled using CSPs. And I'm going to demonstrate that using examples from 3 video games that have been released in the last 6 months, Lingo, Blueprints, and Is This Seat Taken? These are all great Thinky games, and if you're not familiar with them already, I absolutely encourage you to go out and play them. But this is a spoiler warning. I will be talking about some mechanics from these games, as well as showing some solutions to early game puzzles from each of them. Now, if you've played any more than about 20 minutes of any of these games, you will likely have already encountered and solved the puzzles I'm going to talk about, but I don't want to spoil anyone's experience. So if you don't want to risk seeing that, please do not continue to watch. This is your opportunity to step away from the screen. Now, the reason I chose these games is that they're going to provide me an opportunity to talk about constraints across 3 different domains. So we've got language, spatial, and logical constraints. Now, I've said constraint satisfaction problem a few times already, so before going any further, I suppose I should give a definition of what I mean by that. And this might seem a bit abstract and theoretical, but please don't worry. Very shortly, this talk is going to become a lot more practical. So let me just talk you through this briefly. All this is saying is that in a constraint satisfaction problem, you've got a bunch of variables, x. You've got x1 up to xn, each of which can be assigned a value from a corresponding domain, d1 up to dn. And you've also got a set of constraints that define relations between the variables. Now, we have an evaluation, which is an assignment of some number of variables in the set X to a value from their corresponding domain. It's an attempt to solve the problem. And we can say that an evaluation is consistent if those assignments do not violate any of the constraints. And we can say it's complete if all of the variables are assigned a value. Now, if you have an evaluation that's both consistent and complete, we say it's a solution to the constraint satisfaction problem. And that's what we're going to be searching for. Now we've got the theory out the way, let's get on with the good stuff with some practical examples. And as I mentioned, because constraint satisfaction is often thought to apply only to numbers, I thought I'd start with something completely different and look at how you can use CSPs to model language puzzles using Lingo 2 as an example. So in Lingo 2, you have clue panels that give you a word and one or more symbols that denote transformations that have been applied to that word. And you need to type in the solution, which is the result of applying those transformations and is itself also a word. Now, those transformations may relate to the semantic meaning of the word, its construction, its pronunciation, or lots of different aspects. So although it might not sound like it, this is an example of a constraint satisfaction problem. We have a set of 5 variables, these placeholders at the bottom. And those variables need to be assigned values from a finite domain, which are the letters of the alphabet from A to Z. And we have constraints that the letters assigned to those variables must spell a 5-letter word, and that that word must be a synonym for the word feel. So what we need is a model that can express those variables and constraints in a format that a solver can evaluate. Now, if you've played many word puzzles or Puzzlehunts, you'll probably be familiar with the website OneLook. And OneLook is a great online dictionary with a pattern matching function. So we could search OneLook for synonyms of feel that are 5 letters long, like that. But when we do so, it turns out there's actually quite a lot of them. There are too many solutions that satisfy the constraints. We could say that the puzzle is under-constrained. And it's unsatisfying for a player to just have to guess between a number of equally valid solutions. Now, one of the reasons why it is under-constrained is because there's another constraint in Lingo that I haven't mentioned yet, which is that you can only enter words spelled using a bank of letters that you've collected in the game. Now, in CSP modeling terms, we're constraining the domain of values that can be assigned to our variables. We're no longer allowing any letter from A to Z, only those shown on the keyboard. And although one look lets you specify some constraints on the general pattern of the word it needs to find, it doesn't allow you to specify only a subset of letters. So we need to look for another solver. So let me introduce you to one of my favorite puzzling tools, which is called CAT. CAT is a constrained word finder that's very popular among cruciverbalists and puzzle hunters. It's created by Mark Owen, who sets crosswords under the pseudonym Quinopolis, and it's available on his website. Now, compared to the simple pattern lookup that you had in OneLook, CAT lets you write quite sophisticated constraints on both the morphology of a word, the way it's constructed, and also its semantics, what it means. Now, as is often the case with tools that are powerful, it does come with a modified degree of complexity, but it does have a very thorough help page, which you can look at here, which shows lots of examples of the functionality and the syntax required to use them. So looking back at our Lingo example here, if we wanted a 5-letter synonym of the word feel, we can express that in CAT using syntax like this. So what this says is that we want a string of 5 letters that is formed from some jumble of the letters RTUIOHCN, which were the letters on our keyboard, and the resulting solution appears in a thesaurus as a synonym for the word feel. And when we click search to execute that, we get now just a single result, which is the word touch. And just in case you have any doubt, that indeed is the answer. Now, another powerful feature of CAT is that it can find sets of words that simultaneously satisfy a set of constraints, somewhat like a simultaneous equation. So on this clue panel here, we want to split the word mailbox into 2 words, mail and box, and then we want to come up with a 5-letter word that can precede both of them to create specific subtypes of each. Now, back into CAT, we could express that using syntax like this. So in this example here, I'm using the capital letter A, and capital letters in CAT are variables. So this is a pattern of some number of letters. I've put vertical bars either side of it to denote the length of that string, because I want to have a string of length 5, and that's going to represent the word we're looking for. Then I want to be able to prepend that 5-letter string onto the beginning of mail and box to come up with 2 new words. And when I search for that, I find that I actually have 2 examples of solutions that meet that set of constraints, which are down here. Now, at this point, I'm faced with a bit of a dilemma, because I could just keep going and tell you how brilliant I think CAT is for solving these kind of word puzzles, and how it can be used to solve more complex and sophisticated language constraints that are used in the game. But I also don't want to spoil any more than I already have done. So what I'm going to do is just very quickly show a handful more example panels alongside the syntax which you could use to model those constraints in CAT. But I'm not going to tell you the answer or give away any more mechanics of the game. If you're interested, you can come back and pause these slides at the end to study them in more detail, or else I'll be very happy to chat about these in detail afterwards. And if you do enjoy language puzzles, as well as some very interesting non-Euclidean sort of level design, I strongly encourage you to check out Lingo. Okay, let's move on and talk about creating constrained word puzzles. So this is an example from the Dash Puzzle Hunt, which was a set of cards with 2 pictures printed on them. The image on the top is an anagram of the thing on the bottom, but with 1 letter added. No, sorry, the thing on the bottom has had the letter added. So this is sometimes called a trans-deletion puzzle. So, for example, here we have a boar and a cobra. Here we've got a crab and a cobra. And if we wanted to use cat to solve this puzzle, let's just pull it back up again. So let's have a look at one of these cards. Up at the top here, we've got an ostrich and whatever that is. Let's find that out. So I want to do an anagram of a letter bank formed from the word ostrich, and then any other single letter, which I can do with a full stop. I'll search for that. Oh, it's chariots. Yeah, okay, so these are chariots. But suppose we want to do it the other way around, which is that we're creating a puzzle with a message that we want to encode, and we need a set of pairs of words that differ in the specified letters that spell out that message. Well, we can do that with the equation solver mode as well. Let's say that we want 2 words that only differ in the single letter A. So we have a word which is formed from 2 patterns, A, B, and we want to be able to sort of split the word at that point between the A and the B, insert an A, the letter A, that is, and get a new word. So this is our constraint pattern here. What this is saying is find me 2 words that differ because the second one has had an A inserted into the middle of it. If I search for that, well, we actually get an awful lot of results, so many, so that, in fact, the search gets terminated after 1,000 results. Now, one of the reasons for that, and also one of the reasons why some of these results are a little bit obscure, is because we're currently searching in the UK Advanced Cryptics Dictionary, which has got about, I think it's about 250,000 entries. So we can choose a different dictionary to search in instead. Most of these dictionaries are in English, but I should mention that CAT also has a French language dictionary available as well. If I search for in PDL, so this is the Public Dict Large, I think it stands for. It's like a Unix dictionary. It's got a lot fewer entries. It's got about 37,000 entries, I think. And they're also all reasonably common words. So what we're doing by changing the dictionary, again, we're further constraining the results that we get because we're only going to be looking for solution words that appear in this more constrained dictionary. And now we've got some more common words. So we've got on this side, you've got the word cot, and you can add an A to get coat. We've got pint, which you can turn into paint. Cost becomes coast, things like that. And you can repeat this process to get pairs of words for each letter in the message you want to spell. I'm sure you can imagine lots of ways you could use this kind of mechanic to spell sort of a riddle type game. All right, let's move on to something completely different and take a look at blueprints. Now, I imagine most people watching this will be familiar with blueprints, but if not, let me briefly explain one of the early puzzles in it, which is the parlor game. So in this game, there are 3 boxes on pedestals, and each box has a statement written on top of them. In this example, the blue box says this box contains the gems, the white box says it does not contain the gems, and the black box says the other 2 boxes are true. Now, if all those statements were true, this would be a very easy puzzle. The gems are in the blue box. However, there are some more constraints which are written on the desk over here. At least one box always tells the truth, one box always lies, and there's only a single box with the gems in it. And we get one chance to open a box, trying to find the gems using this key on the desk. So you might recognize this as a version of a classic knights and knaves problem, or one of Raymond Smullyan's many variants on it. And the way you might approach solving this puzzle manually is to pick a box and assume the statement on it is true. So let's start with the blue box, which says that it contains the gems. If that were true, then the white box statement, which reads that this box does not contain the gems, would also be true because they're in the blue box. And if both the blue box and the white box statements are true, that would make the statement on the black box true. But this would fail to satisfy one of the constraints, which is that at least one of the boxes is false. So we have an evaluation that is complete. We've assigned values to all of them, but it's not consistent because we've broken one of the constraints. Now, we based this evaluation on the assumption that blue was truthful. So now let's try assuming that blue's statement is false instead. Now, if that's correct, we know that the gems are not in blue, but they could still be in either white or black. Now, black states that the other two boxes are true, which is now no longer true because blue is not. So we've identified two false boxes, blue and black, but there's a constraint that there must always be at least one box that displays true statements. So we can assign white's statement as truthful. So white is truthfully stating that it does not contain the gems. Blue is lying that it does contain the gems, so they must be in black. We've got a solution from our assignment of values. We've assigned a value to everyone, so it's complete, and we've not broken any constraints, so it is consistent. That is our solution. Now, let me show you how you would model this same approach using a constraint modeling language called MiniZinc. So MiniZinc is free and open source. You can download it from minizinc.org, and it looks a little bit like this. So it's a general purpose constraint modeling language. Compared to the syntax in CAT, which I was using for the lingo puzzles, it might feel a little bit more like programming. But the point is that you don't have to write a program to solve the puzzle. All you need to do is to learn the syntax of how to describe it. So here is a MiniZinc puzzle of the exact blueprint parlor puzzle I just showed you. Let me step you through what each line means. First of all, we define an enumeration of boxes. So we've got our three boxes, blue, white, and black, in the order they appear. This is just a named list of things. And it means that from now on, we can refer to the boxes by their color, which just makes the model easier to read. Then we say how many statements there are on each box. So in the example I showed, each box only has one statement, but that can change. It can be anywhere from 0 to 3. And we state that as a fixed constant assigned as part of the puzzle setup. And then this is where the real kind of the meat, the real action happens. These are decision variables. So in constraint programming, a decision variable is something whose value we don't know. And the solver's job is to find values for it that satisfy the rules that we're about to define, the constraints. The keyword var here doesn't just mean it's a variable, as it might do in some programming languages. Rather, it's a variable that the solver decides. So we've got two of these. We've got statement true, which is an array of Boolean values, true or false, that records for each of the possible statements of the box, up to 3 of them. For each of those, is that statement true or false? And then we have another decision variable, has prize, and this is a single array of Boolean values that records which box has got the gems in it. Okay. And rather than us reasoning through the puzzle ourselves, we give these unknowns as part of the model to the solver and let it work out the consistent truth values in a very similar process to we did manually, but it's going to do it for us in a slightly smarter way as well. Then we have the global constraints of the puzzle. So these were the rules that were written on the piece of paper that we found on the desk, and these apply to every example of the parlor box puzzle. The first one was there is at least one box whose statements are all true. And this is what we call an existential constraint. It says that there must exist amongst all the boxes, there must exist a box B for which all of the statements on that box, from 1 to however many there are, that statement is true. So the outer brackets here, the outer parentheses, say that there is at least one box, and for that box we have a for all that says all its statements are true. And altogether what we're saying is it's at least one box that's completely truthful. And hopefully you can sort of begin to see how expressive this kind of syntax for modeling constraints is. All we're really doing is re-expressing exactly the same rules that we were given as a human player in the game, but in a logic that's, you know, slightly more formalized, although still pretty close to exactly the same meaning. I haven't had to write anything with for loops or, you know, if else statements. I'm simply translating each rule one at a time into a constraint. This one here, well, this is the parallel constraint to this one that says that there must be a box somewhere amongst all the boxes for which all of the statements on that box are false. This was the second constraint we were told. And then finally, we know that there's exactly one box that has the gems in it. Now, we defined has prize as an array of Boolean values. So what we do is we first convert those Boolean values into an integer using a bool to int, where true is 1 and false is 0. And then if we sum all of the integer values, 1s and 0s, we only want there to be one that's truthful. So we want the sum across all of the boxes to be equal to 1. That's just saying that there's exactly one box with the gems in it. So all I've done here is formalize the rules of the game that were written on the sheet on the desk. What we then need to do is to translate these statements on the boxes into constraints as well. So that's in the next section. Oh, sorry, I've just lost my slide. Let me just get that back. There we go. Try and pin that there. For the examples, which I showed you, first of all, we had just one statement on each box. And the statement on the blue box said, this box contains the gems. So when expressed as a constraint in Minizinc, we turn that into syntax that looks like this. And what this is saying is that the first statement on the blue box being true is logically equivalent to the blue box having the prize. So this symbol here, you might not be familiar with. This is logical equivalence. It's saying that the two things either side of it always have the same truth value. It's stronger than just saying, if this is true, then this is true. It's literally saying if and only if. It's an equivalence. The white box had a similar statement, except that here we have the negation operator as well, because the white box said this box does not contain the gems. And if that statement is true, the equivalent truth value is that the value of house price for white is false. So we invert it there. And black had the statement that said the other two boxes are true. So this introduces an and. This is a logical and we've got here. And if the statement written on the black box is true, then that is logically equivalent to saying the statement on the blue box is true and the statement on the white box is true. So again, all we've done really here is just convert one step at a time, just retranslate into a different syntax each of the constraints that we were given. And now what we can do is we can hit the run button, and 79 milliseconds later, we get the answer, which is exactly the same answer as we worked out ourselves through the manual process here, that the gems are in the black box, and it's given us the truth values of each of the statements written on the box. Now, again, as with the previous example, I've got lots and lots more examples, which I'm very happy to share with people later if you want to try running this yourself. I think it's a really, really interesting. Sometimes I think, you know, trying to write programs to solve puzzle games is nearly as interesting as trying to solve the puzzles themselves. It's a great way of really understanding how the puzzles work. I just wanted to show one more example. I should mention that I've numbered the puzzles here, but this numbering system is slightly arbitrary. As far as I'm aware, they appear somewhat selected from a random pool in the game. But the one that I've called Puzzle 5 here is an example where there's more than one statement on each box. So there's actually 2 on each box in this one. And what we've got here is that the first statement on the blue box says, this is not an empty box. Well, we can, that's the same example. Saying this is not an empty box is the same as saying this box has the gems, because we know only one has. The gems are not in the blue box. This is an interesting example. This statement is true. Well, this is a tautology, because saying that this statement is true is logically equivalent to this statement being true. So that's quite a fun example there. We then got the above statement is false, where we say that the second statement on the white box being true is logically equivalent to the first statement not being true. But when I run this example here, excuse me, I just need to say that first. There we go. We get our answers here. But there's one more thing I want to show you, is that there's actually multiple answers to this puzzle. If we come to the configuration editor here, you can see the default behavior is to stop after one solution. But if I just turn that off for a moment and run it again, you'll see that there's actually 2 possible truth values that the statements can have in this example, but they both resolve to the same solution, which is that the gems are in the same box, whichever of these 2 logical paths you problem. I just think that's a really interesting example. And I'm not going to spoil any more blueprints, but there's lots of more interesting logical constraints than that come along as well. Okay, it's time to move on. Let's have a look at Is This Seat Taken? Which is a cozy puzzler game that came out earlier this year, and it's about fulfilling demanding clients' seating preferences. Let's just step forward. So here's an example of one of the early levels, which is set on a bus. And I've selected one of the characters here, Annabella, which means you can see her requirements appear at the bottom left. So she can't stand talking, and she can't stand loud music. And each of the characters down here will be fussy in their own unique and sometimes quite annoying way, and you've got to place them all into one of the seats. Remember, that's what makes our evaluation complete, such that their individual preferences are all met. That's what makes it consistent. So the first step to being able to express this in a constraint satisfaction model is to assign a unique index to each of the positions in which characters can be placed. So I've just done that here. This is my arbitrary numbering system, but this is what I'm going to use to refer to in the model. And you might have noticed some different properties that the seats have. Some of them have a window. Some of them are next to the aisle. Some of them face forwards. These 4 here are standing only, for example. And some characters will demand a seat with one or more of these properties. And we call these unary constraints because they only constrain a single variable, the seat on which that character is placed. But we also get binary constraints over a pair of variables. And what I find quite interesting in this game is the way in which the game translates those constraints into the narrative of the game in terms of spatial proximity and vicinity, because the constraints can sometimes seem asymmetrical. For example, let's say you've got a character that demands they sit with another person that they can talk to. So you might put that person on seat 2 here, for example. And to meet their constraints to talk to someone, you will then also need to place someone on seat 1 who wants to talk to them. Those 2 characters on those seats are considered with each other, and they need to have that kind of proximity to be able to talk to each other. Now, it doesn't have to be immediately on the seat next to them. So, for example, the seats 9, 10, 11, and 12 are all considered to be with each other. So they have the same kind of proximate constraints as 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 do. All of these 4 characters can talk to each other. But if a character like Annabella comes along who can't stand talking, it's not sufficient that they are just not sat next to someone who talks. They actually need to be much farther away from them. So if 1 and 2 are talking to each other, for example, we can't put Annabella in 3 and 4 or 13 or 16 or 18 as well, because she'll get annoyed by them talking to each other. So we've got these kind of 2 levels of proximity that are defined in the constraints, even though apparently it relates to the same attribute, which is that is this person talking or not, which I think is quite interesting. So let's go back to MiniZync again, and I'll show you how I modeled this level. So I start off with our 23 indexed positions, the seats on which, or possibly standing room that people can be placed in. And this is where I defined the properties that those seats have. So if I just move that to the side again, you can see the set of seats that are on the aisle. We've got 2, 4, 13, 16, 18, 20, and then we've got these ones at the front of the bus as well. Do they face forward? Are they a standing seat and things like that? So I've placed the indexes of those seats into sets depending on which properties they have. We're literally, again, as with the blueprint example, we're literally rewriting the puzzle into something that's quite close to English, but just a formal way of defining those constraints. Here we've got what I was just mentioning about the spatial proximity between seats. So I've got an array of all of the seat positions, and I'm going to put the index value of what seats they are considered to be with or nearby. And that's what's going to be used for the different constraints that the characters have later. We have our array of characters in the level, and we place them into sets of people, just as we placed the seat positions into sets to say whether they had a window or an aisle seat. Here, so this is Annabella, for example. She's been placed into the set of people who can't stand loud music and the set of people who can't stand talking either. Other characters have got other constraints that they need being met. And the decision variable we have in this case, what we want the solver to come back with, is an array of the positions that get assigned to each person. So it's complete. Every person needs to have a seat so that their constraints are all met. That's what makes it consistent. And we have our constraints written down here. So the first constraint, everyone needs to be sat on a different seat. As far as I'm aware, there's not a bonus level where 2 people can sit on each other's laps or something. We'll assume not. So we'll put a constraint that all of the values assigned to the seat positions assigned are different from each other. That's fairly straightforward. Then we go through all of the unary preferences that people had, all the unary constraints. So for every person that said they wanted a window, the position assigned to that person has to have a window. That seems reasonably fair enough. And we go through all of the different properties that the seats can have, such that that's the case. Some people mention binary constraints with another specific named character. So Olivia wants to be with Evelyn. And the way we say that, again, it's an existential constraint. So we say that somewhere in the positions that get assigned, there is a seat A such that Olivia is put in that seat and Evelyn is put in a seat that is one of those in the set of seats that is with A. And the same with Winnie and Yuki here. Now, these are particular named individuals, but we can also do that across the sets of people we identified as well. So for everyone, every person that's in the set that cannot stand loud music, and for every person that's in the set that plays loud music, well, the position assigned to anyone in this set can't be nearby a position to anyone that's assigned in this set. So this is a set of binary constraints. It's a binary existential constraints that are applied across groups of people. It iterates over all the pairs of these 2 groups and just ensures that they're not placed together. And when we get to the bottom, so I can run this model now. Here's all my constraints. And we can see actually there's a surprising number. In fact, I'm going to kill that because I'm a bit worried that's going to hog my CPU. I can tell you, because I ran this earlier, that there is actually, hang on, I've got the number written down here. There's 492,120 valid solutions to this level. It actually only takes under a minute on my PC for MiniZync to enumerate them all, but I was a little bit worried that it's going to lock up and prevent this the stream happening, so I'm not going to do it. But what I can do is come back to the configuration here and say that I want a user-defined behavior that stops after, say, the first 1,000 solutions, for example. And if I just run that, there we go. In 347 milliseconds, you can see all of the different solutions enumerated there. Now, in a game like Is This Seat Taken, it might not matter that there are multiple solutions because the assignment entered by the player is tested in real time in the game to see whether it satisfies the constraints or not. But there are times when you might want to ensure that there is only one valid solution that satisfies all the constraints, either for reasons of elegance or because of other mechanics in the game that mean that you need to ensure that's definitely where the player ends up. So to talk about uniqueness, let me give you another example, which is from one of my own puzzles, which is a kind of a cross between Cluedo and Sudoku. So you have a 9x9 grid of a crime scene in which you must place 9 suspects. And the constraints come from the combination of regular Sudoku or Latin square constraints, so only one character per row and per column, combined with the narrative constraints that they make in their witness testimony. So on interview, a character may give you a unary constraint by saying that they were in a doorway, or that they were facing a window in a certain direction, or they might make binary constraints about being in the same room as another character or being adjacent to a certain room. And the objective is to place everyone in the scene, determine where everyone was, to figure out who the murderer was. And because this is in a book and solvers compare their answer to a published solution, it's important to ensure that there's only one unique valid solution that meets all the constraints. So this is the model for that. There's reasonable amount to this because I basically encoded all the possible descriptions of the kind of statements that people might make about where they were. So what kind of walls were there? Were they in the corner? Were they in a room with a certain number of people? Or things like that. Then at the bottom, we have the level data. And now this has been injected from a Python script. One thing I didn't mention is that MiniZync has Python bindings so that you can integrate it as part of a workflow. You don't have to actually write everything in the IDE here. And then we have the constraints here. So these constraints at the bottom, these relate to the clues that players will be given to help them place the characters. Now, because of the way that the puzzle is created from the Python script, these are guaranteed to be a logically minimal set. So I can run this here, and I know I will get a single result back. In fact, let me put on output solving statistics there. Just run that again. So you can see I've got number of solutions is exactly 1 from this set of constraints. So I've got something that guarantees uniqueness, but it's not necessarily human interesting set of clues. Instead of just saying the fewest constraints that ensure uniqueness, you want the fewest constraints that produce the most reasoning variety. And this was a topic that Jagrif mentioned in his talk yesterday as well. So the goal becomes maximizing the diversity of reasoning paths while preserving uniqueness. And that's much harder to automate, and why many of the best logic puzzles are still handmade. So I manually edit all of the puzzles by hand. And suppose I decide that describing character 1 as being in the doorway of a room is not interesting enough. Maybe I've used too many similar constraints recently. I want to mix it up a bit. So what I can do is I can remove that constraint. I'll just comment it out for now. And then if I run the model again, oh, sorry, hang on. Thought I crashed it there for a minute, but it's I just had a pop-up window that I didn't notice. Sorry about that. I've now got 2 solutions. So it turns out that this constraint was actually required to force a unique solution to the problem. But if I don't want to introduce that, I could possibly put something else back in instead. But I need to work out what has become under constrained as a result of removing that. And I can actually print that out here. So if I just scroll this up and compare these 2 outputs here, what I'm looking for is what character has been able to move as a result of removing that constraint. And you can see it's characters 1 and 7 here. So what I could do is I could put back in a new constraint instead. Let's say constraint is knight from 1 and 7. So that's just saying that in this version, which is the one I want, there's a knight's move between 1 and 7. And if I run that again, we should find that number, hopefully, now has returned back to 1. So this is, it's not an automated way of doing it, but I'm able to use the constraints that I have and kind of iteratively test new ideas and run them through this model each time to check that I'm still got that unique solution. So what are we doing for time? I probably need to go on. This is my last slide. I just wanted to do a bit of a summary, really, as to some of the things I've shown and why you might want to consider using constraint satisfaction problems to model puzzles. So for solvers, for people playing Thinky games, instead of reasoning through every combination by hand, the solver performs the logical inference automatically. So you just describe the rules, not the reasoning steps. And that's what I was hopefully trying to show in the modeling I was showing earlier. Now, you could, of course, just use a brute force approach to check every possible configuration, but that can grow exponentially and be unwieldy if you've got a large state space. A constraint solver is written to use smart propagation. It prunes impossible cases early and only explores those combinations that could still satisfy the rules. So this means, as you see, in a few milliseconds, it can come back with the results, and you can make models much more complicated than the trivial examples I've shown here. And you don't have to write that smart solver logic. Other people have already done that for you. All you have to do is provide the model. And also, the process of actually stating the model in the right format forces you to be precise. You have to express exactly what each clue means, and doing that often reveals kind of ambiguities or assumptions that you might have had. Even if you then don't go on to use the solver, preparing the data in the format is a great way to understand the problem. Now, if you're someone who creates puzzles, why might you want to use them? Well, once a puzzle has been formalized, you can let the solver verify it automatically. Does it have at least one solution? Is that solution unique? Are the clues consistent? This saves an enormous amount of time when designing new puzzles or testing variations. You can easily tweak constraints, as I just showed in my Cluedoku example there. You can make new versions, just comment out one scenario and enable another. And this lets you explore how small logical changes affect a difficulty or solvability or structure without rewriting your reasoning from scratch. And you can also invent puzzles that would be very hard to reason about manually, or could be prone to you introducing errors in testing them. For example, you could have logic puzzles with recursive truth statements or self-referential constraints, multiple interacting clues, or sort of a probabilistic twists. The solver doesn't care how tangled the logic is. As long as you can define it, it can handle it. And that's what I think is just really beautiful. And you know, for me, I just think it's really interesting way of exploring the structure of a puzzle in a formal way. And yeah, that's pretty much all I've got to say. So I don't know if there's been any questions or not. Hi, Joe.
Hello. There have been many questions. Thank you so much for that talk. I had flashbacks, and you kind of brought back memories of Minisync. I had completely forgotten, but in the back of my head, yes, I had learned Minisync in the past.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yes. And also, I had flashbacks to learning Prologue as well, which you can use to do similar things, right?
Sure.
That actually connects to one of the questions that we had.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with this language, but somebody Feverish brought up the language Lean. I don't know if you've come across that. They're asking whether it can be used for this kind of thing. But if you haven't, then you probably
I'm afraid I don't know, but I will very happily go and look it up myself. Yeah,
Sure.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm afraid. Yep.
So like, I was doing a little bit of looking it up, and it seems to be a kind of language for like proof, like formal proofs.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I mean, I will just say I chose Minisync. You said you used. I should mention I did not study computer science. I studied something completely different. So I've come to Minisync later. It seems to me very well documented. It's very easy. It's well supported, and there are clearly other tools available as well. I mean, Google OR Tools is a very well-known one. There's no particular reason I'm pushing people in this direction. I'm sharing what I guess works well for me.
Yep.
But yeah, there absolutely are others. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So then Waika was asking, does one get the same satisfaction using these tools to solve the puzzles as doing it without them?
Oh, that's a great question. You definitely get a satisfaction. Is it the same satisfaction? I mean, yeah, it like I said, it engages the part of your brain that gets yeah. Obviously, you get the answer in the end, and I guess you don't get the same effort reward of thinking I really earned that. But in a sense, you get a different way. I think it's fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so I was going to ask you a question which is connected to that, which is when you're playing a Thinky game, do you find yourself like gravitating towards using Minisync to solve a puzzle, or do you try and put it off if you can?
Yeah. So I'll be totally honest. I mean, the examples I showed here were almost intended just to. They're not toy examples. I mean, they really do work. And they solve the puzzles. No, I don't normally have Minisync running on one monitor and playing a Thinky game on the other. You could, but no, I'm more like I said, I'm literally just trying to show people examples of ways it could be used, and maybe it just sparks a little something. No, I don't actually use it as a general.
To be honest, there are some games where knowing that this is available and you can do it like this would help you get through some of the parts of the game. And actually, sorry.
Yeah, no, I would. Some of the, and again, I really didn't want to spoil this. I hope no one felt that I've revealed too much. But some of the later Blueprints puzzles, I absolutely did use it to verify because I failed them the first time. I can't see how that is. Yeah, when it gets more complicated later, it is quicker to get the answer.
So I was wondering, so we've got Tonda Ross, who made Blueprints, is speaking tomorrow at the event, but I don't think he wants to talk about things like that during his talk. But I wonder whether you have any instincts about whether Tonda might have used Constraint. Like, it kind of, to me, I've seen some of those later things, and I'm like, it kind of feels like he must have used it.
I'm sure he probably did. Yeah, I mean, that style of puzzle, the logical, truth tellers and false tellers. Obviously, there are many different variations of this. I would be fairly confident in saying he used some sort of automated testing. Yeah,
at least just to verify the
absolutely.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we also had a question from Jagriff. Can the solver give intermediate results, i.e. what the options are after one propagation step, after two propagation steps? So this is very specifically about Minisync and whether you can do that.
Yeah, so Minisync has several back ends that you can direct into. So there's Chuffed and there's FlatZync and lots of other different solvers. And so the exact functionality of what is available depends slightly on what back end you're using for it. Yes, you can look at the domain size after, as the model progresses.
Mhm.
And in fact, there is some, if I can get it back up again. Oh, no, maybe I can't actually. There's solving statistics. There's a whole load of solving statistics. You can look at how many, leaf nodes were explored and how many were rejected and how many things like that. So you can't literally do it after each step, I don't think. Not at that level of granularity, but yes, there is more information you can get. And again, you can access that programmatically as well. So if you're looking to kind of change a strategy to narrow down a solution faster, you can tweak things and see how they're affecting the search space. Yeah.
Right. I was thinking that about depending on which backend you use, it might take different steps to get to the answer.
Yeah,
So you get very different steps along the way.
Yeah, and you do get some metrics to be able to compare them. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So then just one last question here, then we'll go to the break. Actually, maybe with two last questions. So you were talking about potentially using CSP or modeling puzzles as CSPs in order to help you design them. Would you say there's some risk there of in order to reason about this puzzle that I'm building, I'm having to model it as a CSP? Does that potentially risk making it so complicated that even your player would have to model it as a CSP in order to solve it?
Yeah, so I wouldn't want to duplicate effort, I suppose, depending on the structure of your, and absolutely CSP does not apply to every Thinky game. I wouldn't want people to think I'm suggesting that. It definitely doesn't. I think there is an advantage to being able to state your core constraints in a format that are independent and that you can just lift them out and put them into a different solver and then bring them back into your game. But obviously, if it gets to the point where you're almost maintaining two copies, then you're introducing a whole load of risks there that I wouldn't do. For my particular games, it's worked quite well because the core model is actually very constrained. If you've got such a tightly constrained, it's such tightly integrated into the rest of your game model that you can't extract the constraints easily, then maybe it doesn't work so well.
Right. Okay. Also, you pointed out that with your own puzzles, you don't just look for some set of constraints that result in a solution. You are also trying to optimize for interestingness. And I liked how you express interestingness as involving different types of deductions along the way. But yeah, so it's even when you're using a CSP to help you design puzzles, you can still factor in not just can this puzzle be solved, but is this puzzle going to be interesting for somebody to solve without a CSP?
Yeah, absolutely. And as with so many other things, it's a tool. It's not the answer to everything. I don't think it can automate everything, but there are definitely ways you can use it to facilitate easier development, or perhaps novel ideas that you wouldn't be able to manually iterate on. Yeah,
great.
But give it a go. Like I say, everything I demonstrate is free. You can go and download this. I'll share the models on Discord if anyone's interested to play along. Absolutely happy for people to do that and ask questions there. Yeah.
So if somebody was getting started with this and maybe found the models that you share on Discord, what would you say that one of those is a great starting point, or are there other Thinky games that you think might be even simpler to begin with?
I would say pick something that you personally find interesting, and also ideally that you've attempted to solve the traditional way first.
Sure.
Because I think that will help you understand that translation step of this is how I think of a human to solve it, and this is how I express it to the constraint solver to solve it. Other than that, I think you could pretty much use any game and give it a try. And almost, as is a lot of the time, you learn more from failing than you do from getting it right first time. So if you try to model it and you realize, oh, that's tricky actually, because how do I express that? And it is just that thing that drives the thought process that can be just as valuable as just it coming out with the right answer.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We will leave that there. Any further questions, if you want to take them to Discord, thinkygames.com/discord is where to find that. Alistair will be there to answer any further questions that people have. We're about to take another break, I believe. Let me double check. Yes, that's correct. So I'll see you all in 30 minutes. Thank you once again, Alistair.
Thank you.
All right, hello everybody. We are back from the break. I hope everybody had a good break. We are now joined by Andrew Plotkin, who you may know as Zarf, to talk about kind of similar to previous talk about Metapuzzles and such, but zooming out and out and out. I think there'll be very different content though. So over to you, Andrew.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Andrew. I am an interactive fiction designer, and I can see my slides. That's exciting. I have, there it is. There's me. Okay, so I have a history in puzzle games. I have done actually a lot of random things, but today I want to talk about a particular aspect of puzzle games. Well, I'm also almost getting over a cold, so I apologize if I cough. I'll try to mute, and I'll probably miss the button, and you'll hear me cough. Just bear with me. So, a particular aspect of puzzle games, which is fractal puzzle games, except that we don't really have a name for it. I made that up. You could say zooming, you could say scaling, you could say puzzle games that scale up or scale down. I think it's a thing that we've thought about but haven't really talked about, so there isn't a name for it. I'm going to try to give some examples, and then we can pin down what we're thinking about, and maybe in the future this will lead to discussions about more detailed discussions about what this particular thing actually is. So let us scroll back to 1978. A thing that happened in 1978, my father worked for a tech company, so I got a chance to play this game, Colossal Cave. It actually didn't look like this. I think I was playing on a teletype. There might have been a terminal window, but it wasn't white. Anyway, I got very excited about this game. I was 8 years old, and I wanted to play it for the rest of my life. So I did. A couple of years later, we got an Apple II. We got Colossal Cave. It was called Microsoft Adventure for reasons that I won't get into. And we got Zork, and we got some of the Scott Adams games. And I played these games for my entire childhood and growing up. And then when I grew up, I wrote a bunch. So that's the story of my life. Here's another thing that happened in 1978. I saw this movie. It's called Powers of 10 by Charles and Ray Eames. It's a short film about the scale of the universe. This is a photo which is 1 meter wide. That's 10 meters wide. And it just keeps going. The movie came out in 1977. I actually saw a prototype version that was made in 1968. It keeps going. The movie was playing in a loop at the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C., and I was completely hypnotized by it. I did not watch it for the rest of my life, but I did think about it a lot. So what do these two things, interactive fiction and Powers of 10, have to do with each other? Possibly nothing. But maybe something, because a few years ago, actually it was 15 years ago, which is scary, I got the idea to make this game, Hadean Lands, which is a text adventure, same style as Colossal Cave, and it's got the theme of zooming. Well, okay, so here's why I cough, I'm sorry. We're good. I'm not going to get into an entire description of the game, but it's a time loop game, it's a puzzle game, and it's about slides. It's about alchemy. It's a game where you cast spells, you make potions, and you perform rituals. And you make them at each ingredient, each ritual is performed with a set of ingredients, and some ingredients are rare. That is to say, you only have one dose. You can only use it once in the game. On the flip side, some of the puzzles in the game are have multiple solutions. So there are several spells or potions or rituals that you can use to get past that particular obstacle. And therefore, you wind up having to try different combinations. You have to make one set of things, try getting through things, then you realize you run out of something, so you have to start over. That's why it's a time loop game. And I wanted to make the idea of the time loop not boring, like going back and resolving the early part of a game shouldn't be boring. So I built a kind of auto solver where every time you restart, you keep your knowledge of recipes. And so you can just type like create potion, and the game is going to go and find all of the pieces, all the ingredients that you need to make that particular recipe. And if you need to solve a puzzle to get a particular ingredient, it'll solve that puzzle. So here is a case where you type, I typed open door, and opening the door requires a key, getting the key requires like blah, blah, blah. So the game just like goes through the entire tree of prerequisites to get the key, does all the things, get all the items, runs back to the door and unlock it. And that's one command. So what happens as a result of this is that you start out playing a game of finding recipes and collecting recipes. But as you play, it slowly morphs into a game about using the recipes, and each recipe is just one move you can make. It becomes a game about resource management, like trying to get to the things that you need without running out of resources. And the puzzle steps are no longer individual ritual actions, but entire rituals. And then eventually it scales out even more. There's a third stage. It's not like full on third stage, but there's a bit of a third level where you're trying to repair parts of the starship. There's a starship, sorry, I didn't mention. And every time you repair part of the ship, some passages become easier to traverse, or some obstacles go away, or some parts of the ship become connected that weren't connected before. So now you can get to a different place in the ship using fewer spells, which means using fewer ingredients. And now it becomes a game of trying to get to more places in the ship in one loop. And eventually when you put enough pieces together and find enough paths, you become able to like reach the entire ship in a single loop without restarting, because you have optimized your resource usage. So the point is that as you play the game, like the lower levels kind of disappear, and you're just playing an entirely new game that wasn't there before. So what other games, I don't want to just talk about my game the whole time, what other kinds of games are there that have had this kind of scaling model? Well, here's an example. Baba, as you needs no introduction. This is a screenshot from the end game. So this is like, spoilers if you haven't gotten that far. If you haven't gotten that far, you have no idea what you're looking at. But at this point in the game, like you're diving into levels, you're turning the level into a thing and then like moving the thing around on the overworld map and using that to get farther into the overworld map, solving the meta level. So it's exactly the same as the Hadean Lands idea, except instead of recipes made of recipes, it's map tiles made of map tiles. Actually, map tiles as a puzzle element is a pretty popular idea. A lot of games have used it. Here's just a very abbreviated sample of games that have had this general idea. Like you go into a level, you solve a level, or you do a thing that's one square on the map, and then you zoom out and look at the map, and maybe you rearrange the map, or maybe you do other things. But there's a meta level puzzle which is organized around the individual map tiles and what they did. I'm sure you can think of many more examples of this. Interestingly, I'm going to go on a little tangent here. Myst almost has this idea, not quite. If you think about Myst, Myst is a game where you jump into a game level, an age, a world, and solve something and then jump back out into the overworld. You're jumping into books rather than map tiles, but the same idea, almost. It so happens that in Myst, you can't pick up, it doesn't have the idea of picking up map tiles and moving them around. You can't pick up a book. The interface just doesn't give you an option to pick up a book. All you can do with a book is open and close it and touch it. If you think about the idea of picking up a book and how it would play into the game, it would actually completely destroy the plot, which is kind of funny. Like if you could pick up a book in the game of Myst, you could like bypass all the collecting pages and stuff. You could just like go straight to Atris and hand them a fully functional linking book and say, here you go. Game solved, which is why if you play the recent remake of Myst, all the books are bolted down. I'm pretty sure that they thought of this too and realized that the plot just doesn't make sense. So Myst doesn't go there, but you can see how you can make a game that is it's set in the midst sort of using the midst mechanics that does go there, which would be kind of neat. So that's enough examples to get started with. I'm trying to abstract the basic concept, which is that you're playing a game, and as you're playing, you discover a new level of the game that you didn't see from the beginning. It's not just a matter of a thing made of smaller things, right? Hadean Lands is recipes made of recipes, but if you play like there's casual games like Doodle God where you start with a small number of elements and make more elements and make more elements and make more elements, and it goes on and on and on. In the case of Neil's Infinite Fun, it goes on forever. That's not what we're talking about. That has the concept of scaling, but it doesn't have the surprise because you pretty much know how it's going to go the entire thing, the entire way through. It doesn't have that Metroid Brainia moment of saying, "Oh my God, there's a whole new thing here that I couldn't see that was staring me right in the face," which I love. Like that's the element that I love about it. Another key element. Do I have the right slide? Yes. When you play, as you go farther and farther, the original game that you're playing should sort of disappear from your consciousness. This is how you know you're playing a whole new game. You stop thinking about, or rather, you're still thinking about the original moves, but you're thinking about them in terms of single elements. It's condensed down to an abstracted item, which is now a single element of the game that you're now playing. Sorry, that's moving. Which brings up why the difference between this and the simple element combination games. It's not that you're making things out of smaller things. It's that you're making actions out of smaller actions. And this is why Baba Is You is such a great example, because everything in Baba is a word, and a word is a command. It's a thing you can do. So let's try to pull out more examples. What are tools or actions you can make out of smaller ones? Well, one example is electronics. It's the nature of electronics that you make a very simple device, and then you put some of those together and make a more complicated device. You put those together and make an even more complicated device. And there's actually a bunch of games based on this. Like where you start with an AND gate, and then you make like AND OR and XOR gates, and you make a flip-flop, and you make a counter, and then you make a 4-bit adder, and so forth. And you work all the way up to making complicated things. This is actually a very old idea in games. This is an example from, again, from the Apple II, Robot Odyssey, a game that I loved and actually managed to solve. And as you see, it's made up of logic gates. There's a little NOT gate up there, but you can also cram a bunch of logic gates together into a chip. The blue thing in the center is a chip which contains several gates which allow the robot that it's wired to do things. And then you can put chips inside other chips up to a point, right? It's an Apple II game. I think it was written in AppleSoft BASIC. So they can only go so far with it. The signal delays were actually pretty bad. And the complexity topped out pretty quick. But that they were able to do it at all is pretty impressive. And it wasn't a very fair game, but it was a great game. Excuse me. So there's more modern games that have this idea. Here's a quick list that I pulled out. As you might see, like the second one says Nanta Tetris, is just literally what that is. It's a lesson plan that starts with, not really a game, but starts with the idea of, okay, here's the NAND gate, and you put things together and as you go through the whole sequence, and you wind up with a complete playable game. The downside of this concept is that we only really have one set of electronics. I mean, there's fantasy consoles that are made that like have imaginary architectures, but they're still made of logic gates. We've only invented one really good system for making one system of logical operators that we use to make everything. No one's invented like a fake one that they could use in a game. So the field of electronics is kind of like you can make a lot of games there, but in some sense they're going to all look pretty similar until you get into quantum computing, and yeah, there's games like that too. But let's not get too far off track. There's one more idea that I want to pull into this concept, which is I said that the lower layer gets out of your way, but it shouldn't entirely disappear from your consciousness. You should still have to have it in the back of your mind. That's where the game gets really, where the game becomes mind expanding, right? Where you have to hold more and more in your head because the details matter. In an electronics game, maybe the signal delays are important. In Hidden Lands, maybe you made a recipe wrong and you have to like remake the recipe using a substitution to free up one more ingredient. So having to keep the entire scope in mind is part of what makes a puzzle game great. So I don't want to like eliminate it from this concept. And we should always be able to call back to the lower labels and zoom back down and take a peek. Not all the time, because if you're doing it all the time, then playing the game takes exponential time and then you stop playing. That's not good. You want to mostly move up the scale, but occasionally peek down to the lower level. Baba Is You does this really well, by the way. So what other ways could we construct a game that works this way? Say in an electronics game, imagine there's a game where each level is like a route. Signals go in one side and go out another side. And when you solve the level, signals go through, and then there's an overworld where the map tiles are connected edge to edge, and paths go through the entire map. An example of this from a few years ago was Solas 128, a game which has a great soundtrack, by the way. You can see that each square is like part of a path, and the paths form these large things. Add to this idea the idea that you're making tools rather than just solving map tiles. That is, you create map tiles and then you can pick them up and put them in your backpack and go to somewhere else where you need to use a bunch of routing elements and put them back down. So now it's a game like this, but entirely you're thinking in the mode of tools that you have available. And occasionally you have to go down and tweak the way a tool works. Maybe there's like more things that happen. Maybe you discover halfway through the game that there's an element of color filters, and you can enter an AND gate or like an elbow or a bend or a fork and like stick a filter in there and change the color of the current that flows through it. Or like I said, signal delays, maybe there's like quantum interference, I don't know. So now like you're halfway through the game and you suddenly have to rethink about every tool that you have and think about more ways to apply it. That's always an excellent moment in the game. We try to aim for that sort of stuff. So I'm not designing something here. I'm just spinning out ideas. The important thing is that you should always have to have the lower level details in your brain, even if you're mostly not working at that level. I'm going to give one more example, which is what if you use this sort of scaling structure in a narrative game as opposed to a puzzle game, or given that it's me talking, a narrative puzzle game. So you've got a choice-based game, like ordinary choice-based menus, like a dialogue, like a twine-based sort of game. And it's things that you're doing today. You're at home, you take actions, like you interact with your friends. The day finishes, you've made some choices, there's an outcome. That affects what happens among your group of friends, the people living near you on your street over the course of the next few days, over the course of this week. That becomes a move in a larger game. And the larger game is, what does your group of friends do this week on your street? You make choices, but you make choices as a group. And the result of that, as you play through the week, is going to have more outcomes, and that has going to affect what happens this month in your neighborhood, in a larger area. And then that's a larger game, and you play some moves at that game, and that's going to affect the outcomes of what happens in your city this year. So we have the scaling levels, but it's like a game of social action rather than solving puzzles. You can put in puzzles too. You want to, of course, keep the idea of going back down to the smaller level. Maybe things that happen in your neighborhood this month give you more options. Like you discover a new thing you could do yourself personally at home. And so you zoom back down to the initial day where it's just you at home. You can do one more thing. And that means that there could be one more outcome for what happens on your street, which means there could be one more outcome for what happens in your neighborhood. And therefore, the whole game expands. the game could expand a lot. This is a neat idea for a structure. I've had it in my head for a while, and I haven't written it. I'm putting it out there so that someone else can write it for me. Or maybe I'll finally get off my butt and work on it as a result of doing this talk. I don't know. I'm just sketching ideas here. Anyway, that's pretty much the whole talk that I had. I have described a thing, I've given some examples, and maybe that's enough detail for us to talk more in the future about this sort of thing. Thank you for listening. I will be around for the next on the Discord for questions.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Andrew. I can confirm that was completely different to the other Metapuzzles talk that we had. So it was great to have you speaking with us. Are you happy to take a couple of questions now as well?
Certainly.
Sure. So one thing that I've encountered is people saying something to the effect of like, because of the because Metapuzzles and the zooming out and out has become a common trope, I guess, of Thinky games. There's sometimes an expectation that players have of coming into a game that if it doesn't have that, you're not going to have that like mind-expanding experience. How do you feel about that? Do you go into games with that kind of expectation? Does it bother you when a game doesn't have this?
I mean, I'm greedy. I want every game to have everything.
Yeah.
I want every game to be wonderful. That's not to say you can't write a perfectly good game, which is just a whole lot of puzzle levels.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can frame stuff like this is something that you learn when you look at the Steam page of a game or the itch page of a game. Yeah. It's going to give you an idea of where it's going. That's not spoilers. That's just like giving you the correct expectation about the scope of the game, which is important. I'm not sure if there's anything else to say. Failed expectations will really screw up somebody's play experience. We've known that for a long time.
Yeah, great answer. Thank you. So then one thing that was funny that came up in the chat is when you were talking about Myst and if you could pick up the books in Myst, it would completely break the game. Somebody mentioned if you could pick up the books in Myst and then you could like go into other books with the book that you picked up, you'd suddenly have a game like Recursed or Patrick's Paradox.
Yes, or Cocoon was another one.
Cocoon, yeah, exactly. So I guess there are also those are examples of games that do this, but allow you to mix the layers. It's not just about having a layer above the other.
Definitely. If Cyan ever hires me, that's what I'm going to make.
Yeah, so in your experience in the games that you've made, what are the challenges of designing something that's like in that kind of space?
Well, obviously, the problem of having a game which is mind expanding is that the author has to expand their mind farther in order to make it.
Sure.
And you wind up with a large number of notes. When I was working on Hadean Lands, I actually built, quite separate from the in-game goal solver, I had to write a separate like goal exploration solver to verify that the game wasn't broken, which was a headache because the tool that I was using, which was Inform 7, didn't integrate very well with my tool, and I wound up like doing repeating a lot of work, repeating a lot of logic, just to verify that everything would like become possible in the right order and not like have trivial solutions. Automated solving tools are a wonderful talk, which I hope somebody else gives at this conference.
Yep, in fact, we just had one from Alistair that talks about using constraint satisfaction.
I've been busy all day and I have not had a chance to watch all the talks. I will absolutely catch up tonight. I feel terrible because we missed all these things.
At the end of that talk, we did chat about how like possibly like use it, like if you get into like maybe if your game is so mind expanding that you have to use a constraint satisfaction problem in order to model it, maybe it's too complicated at that point.
No, it's absolutely not, because you know that there is some player out there who is going to eat it up. The terrible thing about being a puzzle designer, a lot of your audience is smarter than you are.
Interesting. That's a fun way of thinking about it, because I think the way people approach that is they think, well, the designer in theory, has a more in-depth knowledge of the system than the players do because they've exposed themselves to it. Like
for the
at first,
5
yes,
minutes.
that's true. I assume
Yeah.
you have situations where you've like players have found interesting consequences
Oh, of
of
course.
games you've made. That
Like
you didn't
my constraint solver actually had a bug, and someone said, "Hey, there's this place where you can't quite do the thing," and I said, "Oh, damn it!" But I thought that was a problem in Havian Lands, and I wound up saying, it's artistically it's kind of okay. I'm going to leave it in, but it was definitely an unexpected bug.
Nice. We also just speaking of Patrick's Parabox, we just had a question from Patrick as well in the chat. So the question is, in the diagnosis, is that structure the point? Like, should we be trying to replicate this formula but just in different ways? Or how would you phrase the goal if I want to make a zooming game?
This is still at the descriptive phase rather than the prescriptive phase.
Mhm.
I don't know everything that goes into here, that goes into this model. I haven't found every example. I will switch into the chat right after this, and people can suggest more games that I haven't thought of.
Mhm.
But it is definitely to be enhancing the model rather than using it as a recipe right now.
Great, thank you so much. That's the last question we'll take. So we'll now get set up for the next talk. Thank you so much, Andrew, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good night.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So, of course, ThinkyCon is a conference about making Thinky puzzle games. And now we've got Cerise joining us to talk about not making puzzle games. I don't think that's quite an accurate description of the entire talk, but I'll hand it over to Cerise to elaborate. Over to you.
Closer than you think. Hi, folks. I'm excited to speak to you all today. These are silly reasons to not make a puzzle game. This is a talk that arose out of the development of Zero Player, a team project for which I designed a bunch of puzzles, a lot of puzzles, and I did the 3D art. Zero Player is a static image puzzle game. The entire world is on your screen right now, and to make that possible, we had to stick to a basic set of mechanics that could reasonably be inferred just by looking. So it's all sliding tile puzzles, every puzzle, where you connect wires to transmit power. As development progressed, we began to wonder why we hadn't seen any similar games in the Thinky realm. Nothing identical, of course. We were imagining all the games we could have made if we hadn't constrained ourselves to a static image. Sliding tiles with wires is well-trodden ground in games overall, but rarely are those puzzles aspirational to any significant degree. There was a sinking feeling when we realized what this meant. We weren't exploring unexplored systems. Others had been here, but had turned back silently for reasons unknown. This talk is a catalog of reasons you might turn back from making a puzzle game. I've used all these reasons to justify not making a project at some point in my life. But with time and experience, they've all proven silly. If the creative process is about pruning ideas, by the end of this talk, you'll have less justifications to use when pruning, which means this talk will make your life harder. My apologies. Lucas Pope recently said in an Oberton modeling time-lapse, "Luckily, I worked on the game long enough. I had the time to come up with something better." My hope with this talk is that developers will give themselves more time to solve problems which are worth solving. So for the first reason, my arrow keys inside my mouse, that's easier. I'm not pursuing these puzzle systems because they're impossible to extract from. For folks unfamiliar, extraction is Puzzlehunt terminology for plucking the answer out of a puzzle, put it into an answer checker. When you're making a puzzle for a puzzle hunt, you need to design it in such a way that an answer pops out. Some of the talks earlier talked about this. Typically a word or a series of numbers. Rather frustratingly, most of the world is not about words and numbers, so it's all too easy to make a puzzle that boils down to shuffling symbols around until an answer appears. On a wider scale, game design has this problem where it conflates what a computer is able to evaluate with what a player is able to value. So you'll discover these beautiful systems which communicate your ideas, but they'll seem less worth exploring because you can't make an answer pop out. Now, exploring this territory of unextractable systems can feel like wishy-washy, unfulfilling postmodern territory. I have that phrase written out because I will fumble over it otherwise. Wishy-washy, unfulfilling. But if you have a sense for how much work goes into a large-scale piece of art, then you can use this sense to avoid stopping too soon. You can feel reassured that you're not just being lazy. The opus magnum is a simple goal of product in, product out. That's easy to achieve in a nonsense way. Those additional goals in the bottom right were only suggestions, and I didn't follow them. Instead, in the moment to moment, I was guided by my own sense of beauty. In Half-Life Alyx, the most cautious strategies are the most reliable, but the least interesting. There's a potential version of the game where cautious behavior is punished, but be dramatically less fun than what we've got. Players can indeed optimize the fun out of your systems, especially if they're unsure whether or not your game is good. But that doesn't mean those systems aren't worth exploring with full confidence. Next up is a reason that may sound familiar to the pen and paper puzzlers in the audience. I'm not pursuing these puzzle systems. The answers are non-unique, or the solutions that arrive at those answers are non-unique. This reason shows up when you're making puzzles, and there's no way to force a player to do something specific. There's a small set of equally valid solutions. Oftentimes, it's a matter of parity for the very last steps of a solution. If your game is based on tight chains of logic, non-uniqueness problems can be really upsetting. Know this for a fact. Strong fact. Oftentimes, players can recognize and box up ambiguities they come across, as long as those ambiguities are classifiable and constrained. If uniqueness is important to your game, and the player can't do this boxing up, consider reapproaching the scope of your individual puzzles. It's all too easy to fall for the allure of forward setting, where you place down more and more clues into an empty grid until the solution is unique. Forward setting is great as a designer to explore your own systems. Without careful discretion, the puzzles that result are too large and unfocused to communicate anything clearly. So if you're overscoping your puzzles, don't blame the systems. Next, these puzzle systems don't give the player enough of a challenge. Day-to-day of making puzzles is making puzzles easier and being proud when you get your points across. Most of my puzzles stop only an inch short of telling the player what to do. Some of these are still difficult puzzles. Lots of beautiful learning, robbed of its beauty, and turned into quizzes, which with all the apparatus a quiz entails. For reference, see Primary School. Storyteller is an easy game that explores its design space well. I would not have been convinced of the communicative power of storyteller systems if the game was difficult. Up next, this puzzle game needs a big twist ending. Huge twist ending. I can't figure out what that twist would be. Surprisingly, this line of reasoning usually stems from wanting to quiz the player. It's tempting to want your game to throw players for a loop. It's an exercising of your position of power as a designer. But twists in good games rarely trick the player into thinking one thing and pull the rug. That's gaslighting. It's usually not very fun. Instead, the twist arises from the assumptions a player enters the game with. If you concern yourself with the chain of communication your puzzles live inside, you can begin to assess the priors of your players and design twists accordingly. No musical bird is in reference to a quote from Harry Parch that I'll show shortly. When contemplating a system you'd like to explore in your game, it's easy to forget that your game's existing apparatus isn't the most expressive form of that system. In fact, your apparatus represents a limited palette by which you still miraculously get your points across. Moreover, the apparatus of a Sokoban means that it's exceedingly rare to find complementary systems. Exceedingly rare. If you take the apparatus for granted, forget its weight, then the ideas you'd like to explore will lose definition. Here's that Harry Parch quote. Parch was a musician who made his own instruments. Love this dude. Wrote a book called Genesis of a Music. There's a lot of fractions in that book, but it's well worth a read. The book says, the difficulty of notating a vocal line that preserves the integrity of spoken words is not a small one, but neither is it insurmountable, and the compensations are large. Few orthodox musicians would call such vocal lines musical. And Kabaya declares that the songs of birds are not musical either, because they are very difficult to take down notation. Will some divine power please create a musical bird to sing the air for G string in exact equal temperament for M Kabaya? In games, the inflexible notation that we take for granted is the first prototype we make of a game. Sokobans are particularly inflexible because they come with lots of subsystems that all have to be coded at once. Which isn't to say you shouldn't make a Sokoban. I love Sokobans. I'm a big Sokoban fan. I've made Sokobans. The tradition of Sokobans can make good ideas seem less worthy of exploration. The next up, this game needs words or tutorials, and I was hoping it would be wordless. As artists, we hold a belligerent hope that our art is pure or raw in some way. Reality, of course, art concerns itself with its environment. Its hopeful drive to make something pure gets especially prickly when we're making Sokobans, because Sokobans feel like pure maths. But actually, they're this tradition with an apparatus we take for granted. In practice, what this means is that we contort our puzzle games to seem more pure than they actually are, and the way we talk to the player feels stifled and unnatural. We are to explore design spaces unhesitatingly. We need to communicate unhesitatingly, which often means flat out telling the player what to do. Here are two games from genres that are typically tutorial free. Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers, my favorite games. It's a kart racer made by fighting game freaks. So good, especially if you're a board game designer in the audience. Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers. Wonderful thing to draw from. You've got a ring meter, but it functions way differently than what you'd expect in a kart racer. And, for example, go into debt. Go into too much debt, and you're liable to explode into bits, just like real life, but still counterintuitive. Game needs its tutorials, not just to make the basic mechanics clear, but to make clear the game's reasons for existing. Vivid Lope is an arcade-style game where you run around stepping on tiles to change their color. It's got a lot of PSX charm. And in the tradition of PSX arcade games, Vivid Lope introduces new mechanics through text tutorials. Also got a bestiary where you can spawn in enemies and see text descriptions of their behavior. Ooh. Next, navigating these systems creates an undo stack that's too futzy to be helpful. Your head is in the right place. You've probably played a lot of difficult Sokobans. My good friend Caitlin Delta once quipped that complicated Sokobans are designed to reveal the nature of the undo stack. Which is to say, undo stacks add a tremendous amount of overhead. The player needs to keep a running model of every past state of the puzzle. Experientially, playing a puzzle game could feel like rock climbing, where you're hyper aware of your limbs. You're bifurcating up a cliff, and it's stressful. Thankfully, if your game does need an undo stack, there are ways to make it less of a nightmare. In the demo for Trifolium, you click on your own body, navigate to that point in the undo stack. Helpful that you're a worm. You're like a giraffe worm. Really cute, honestly. You could splice in new inputs while leaving the rest of the undo stack intact. I am thrilled that I see the potential so much in the demo. I'm thrilled for the full game when it comes out. Jack Sokoban is from 2022. I wish more folks knew about it. It takes a maximalist approach to undo stack management. It visualizes the undo stack, and you could reorder the individual states. Importantly, it implements a rule set isomorphic to Sokoban, which removes the need for a player character. Not having a player character means the undo stack is much tidier. That, as a general rule, if you think about the actions you're taking in the game, so pushing a block, and the intermediate moving around, can be frustrating if you're just undoing through the actions you take rather than all those intermediate steps, because you're able to use the undo stack as navigation, but also again, look towards systems that are isomorphic to your idea, because there's a lot of elegant solutions there. So, another reason. I'm only making this game out of spite. Making art out of spite feels petty and small. Best I can tell, the experience is incredibly common. If you're engaging at all with your contemporaries, and your game is something you'd like to see in the world, you'll be frustrated that others didn't do it sooner. Descartes says, I am surprised that among so many rare minds who would have done this much better than I, there was no one who had the patience to unravel these things, and that they almost all imitated those travelers who, leaving the main road to take a crossroad, remain lost in the brambles and precipices. Next reason. I'm afraid that the abundance of edge cases in my system, situations where I have to make a choice for my game, will make the game feel too artificial. Resolving edge cases gracefully is one of the great joys of puzzle game design. Players are interested in how you, as a designer, chose to remedy ambiguous scenarios. Oftentimes, solving an edge case involves making a whole new system for your game. As a player, it's cool to explore the types of thorny systems which require protection against infinite loops, for example. If you're making an earnest attempt at exploring a design space, and you're putting in the effort to let down your veil, these secondary systems won't feel undeserved. You're not ruining the magic. Rivals of Aether and other fighting games of its ilk provide a training mode where you can view hitboxes, mess with CPUs, and step through scenarios frame by frame. These are beefed up developer tools. Fighting games are primarily systems of hitboxes and vectors, but normal gameplay happens too fast to internalize these systems with clarity. By letting down the veil, secondary decisions that the developers make feel justified, or at the very least colorful. Next time you disagree with a design decision, it's wonderful to think about it as colorful at the very least. The recontextualization is fun. Analysis paralysis is a phrase that board game designers love to use when justifying their design decisions. When you're refining your systems, it can feel a lot like tailoring your game to maintain the player's comfort so that they don't get overwhelmed. But often, it's just good old-fashioned subtractive design. If your systems are refined enough and the communication clear enough, navigating a busy possibility space can be a lot of fun. So if you'd like to make a game all about massive possibility spaces, if you're friendly and generous with your visualizations, you don't gotta feel like a burden. I have an anecdote. It's a little bit rude. A board game designer friend of mine was in the early prototype of a game, brought a prototype to me. Well, we met in Wegmans cafe. And one of the main goals of his game was to make sure that everyone around the table is doing something all the time so that they're not looking at their phones. And that when I started to understand what overly concerned with player discomfort meant, this was a concept that was familiar with me, but the idea that there's a difference between what you as a designer are concerned with and what your game is concerned with was a tipping point. So as a designer, honestly, I don't care what you're concerned with. Be concerned with player discomfort. But it's different from what you're putting in the game and what the game is concerned with. This is a tenuous thought, but it's been the most promising. And thinking about why is analysis paralysis not a good way of thinking about your design decisions? A lot of the time, usually it's just fluff, to be honest. I would say that board game design in general is in that early stage where most design decisions come down to fluff. But finally, one last reason. This game requires the player to have pre-existing trust in the designer. If you're trying to do something new, and you're being honest, generous, and loving, don't worry so much about deserving trust. It can be hard to believe. Sometimes you're doing something, and this is the first time it could ever happen. So the trust you'd ideally want to have is impossible anyways. If you're looking for reasons for your game to exist that live outside your own capacity for care, do not worry. You're plenty enough. Want to see you. If you're from the future and you'd like to chat, you can find me at cerestallis.com. Thank you, folks.
Thank you so much. I absolutely love that. I've got a few questions I'd like to ask you as well, if that's okay.
Of course.
Yeah, awesome. So I was wondering, so now that you've come to these conclusions, that
Yes.
these silly reasons to not make a puzzle game, are there
That's okay.
games that you didn't make in the past that you are thinking about going back to? Is that something you want to do? And do you have any specific examples?
I do. Actually, this just happened when I was watching Andrew Plotkin's talk.
Okay.
So, I wish I remember the name of the game, but for Game Jam for Ludum Dare years ago, I made an incredibly short text adventure game where you were a cult leader who had promised your subjects, your cult, that you were going to be sacrificed on a specific day. and you just woken. It was a complete bluff. You had no intention of doing it, but you woke up that day and you're like, dude, I gotta get out of this somehow. And your second in command comes and wants to take you by the arm and say, "We're so excited! Oh, we're so excited!" So the game was about struggling for words. How I did this is you have your three your three options usually that you want to say to people, but they start out completely blank, but you write in your own um way of responding. The text in the background gets sent to YouTube. It looks at the first like 3 videos, downloads the captions, and then inserts the words that appear if they appear in the replies, so that you're building up. You're trying to rep what the answers are supposed to be. And my fear with it was that just it's a blank slate for the player. Analysis paralysis. I was afraid of like that it wouldn't say enough about I didn't understand at the time I made it that how much I was like talking about myself in my games. And this goes along with requiring pre-existing trust. And those edge cases. I did not realize how much as a player I wanted to hear the voice of the designer. I look back at some of my I made a roll and write board game called DJ Jimmy Shimmy. Going back to that game, I did not realize how angry I was when I made it, but I'm really proud of how angry of a game it is for how short it is. You are the world's worst DJ in that game. It's goofy as heck.
Nice. All right, thank you. So I also wanted to ask this question as well. Sorry, let me just sort this out. Okay, so you talked about silly reasons for not making a puzzle game. What are some good reasons you've had for not making a puzzle game? Or are there any? Is the moral of this talk that actually maybe there aren't any good reasons for not making a puzzle game?
I think that the moral of this talk is that yes, there are good reasons for making a puzzle game, but you need to feel less justified in doing it. You're not slotting art into a bookshelf in the cosmic realm. You're making something for the moment. At the first time it could ever have been made, so you have no prerequisites for what you're doing in some regards. You're never going to be prepared. So but by matter of wanting to not make a game for these reasons, you're when you start to debunk these things one by one, you come up with a lot of good reasons to make particular games. But I think that the color, the character of games means that your reasons for making a game are usually more precise than what this talk is about.
I love that. Thank you. We've also had a question here from Patrick Trainer. Thank you for all the great
I just 100%ed Parabox. I love it so much.
Nice. So Patrick's question is, how do you think about balancing running into these problems and working around them with making a game playable? And sorry, let me say that again, and I'll get the cadence right. How do you think about balancing running into these problems and working around them with making a game playable and approachable?
That's a tough one. I think that wordfulness, not omitting words unnecessarily, is a big part of making a game approachable. I'm gonna go back and talk about Ring Racers again because I love this game so much. If you talk to my friends, they'll know it. I talk about this game way too much. Ring Racers just got a huge update, 2.3 to 2.4, and it's like, how do you make a big part of the update was refinement for the introductory, more casual mode. I think it's understanding the specific frictions. So something that Ring Racers did for the easiest mode is they made it so that boost items, which you associate with like comeback and in Mario Kart, for example, you imagine some toddler with a controller in the back of the pack just taking like a mushroom and sprinting past. They realized that for newer players, it was very difficult to maintain control when you're adjusting speed so much. So they nerfed sneakers and such, sneakers being the mushroom equivalent. If you're trying to this is one of the talks, I believe, from yesterday was talking about being able to skip puzzles. This was in the context of like having multiple puzzles and choosing one. I think that the specific techniques that you choose for making your game more approachable should come with the trust you have in players and the new players, where it's like, okay, I need to reassure myself that players know I'm communicating something. I talked about this on the slide with Half-Life Alyx, where you don't know, as a player, you don't know if a game is good or not, but that's less of a judgment on the game. That's less being picky and more you're just so new to what they're doing. But if you keep an open dialogue, you let down your veil in the numerous ways that I wish I had more time to talk about, then I think you can find good solutions for letting new players who come from all sorts of backgrounds and don't recognize all the subtle prerequisites of your game to approach your game and have a good enriching time.
Great, thank you. Speaking of having more time to talk about things, I'm afraid we got another question from Badman Jones in the chat, but I don't think we have time for it right now. And I think maybe do you know them? They said also hi, it's Joni or Johnny.
Oh, it's hi from Discord. Or post in the Thinky chat.
Yeah, exactly. Answer. So any additional questions, please take them to the Thinky Games Discord. thinkygames.com/Discord is how to get there. Apologies that I couldn't forward that question on because we don't have time. Also, Patrick said congratulations for 100%ing Patrick's Parabox.
Thank you.
And there were a bunch of people saying your talk was inspirational. So thank you so much.
Really sweet.
So yeah, we'll move over to the next talk now. Thank you once again, Therese.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. All right, hello everybody, welcome back. I'm delighted to be joined by Sylvia now to talk about approachability and star stuff. Sylvia works at Animo Games, which is also part of the Carina Initiative family as well. So yeah, over to you, Sylvia.
Thanks, Joe. Hello, everyone. I'm Sylvia Agnaga, co-founder of Animo Games. Our studio made a programming puzzle game called Star Stuff last year. We created an education version for schools later that year, and we're currently working on an entirely new idea, a co-op puzzle game in preparation for a bigger project to be launched next year. So this is cute enough to try, clear enough to solve, approachability and star stuff. Okay, so I'll start by saying I think approachability isn't about making things easy. It's about making players feel safe enough to begin and confident enough to keep going. I'll start with a quick introduction to Star Stuff, conceived and designed by Animo Games for puzzle lovers everywhere. Star Stuff is a programming puzzle game where you code factors, also navigating the world yourself, so solving puzzles from both inside and outside of the code. The idea born when we asked ourselves if we can make an interesting game by combining more traditional environment-based mechanics, puzzle mechanics with coding mechanics. So before I begin, I want to say a couple of things. One, approachability was everyone's job. Level design, mechanics, art, animation, audio, UI, every layer mattered. Also a very big thanks to our testers, puzzle dev communities, who really helped us see the game through fresh eyes. The other thing I wanted to note before finally starting is that a giant part of approachability was in how we designed and tested our puzzles. So we tested relentlessly. This is a message from one of our level designers that read, I remade enter name of puzzle. I think there's less you can do wrong. We worked really hard to make sure each puzzle clearly communicated through its design what it was asking of the player. On that note, I do want to share that Star Stuff was designed to have very tight puzzle design. It's pretty much on rails for the player. There are several ways you could go about designing a puzzle game, obviously, that involve more freedom in mechanics. One of yesterday's talks, I believe, mentioned how cheese could be a liberating aspect of the design, and I completely agree. But we did not think so for this game in particular. So today I'm going to take you through everything else we did for approachability. So for the purpose of this talk, I'll be tying a lot of things to emotional design learnings. I'll start with a mindset, walk you through some key decisions that we made throughout development, and end on whether or not it was all worth it. All right, so approachability isn't just an adjustment in mechanics. I think puzzle games are fundamentally about vulnerability. They ask you to confront uncertainty, confusion, and failure. So the player's willingness to begin their puzzle, they're asking themselves, do I trust this space? Do I feel smart? And will I be punished for not knowing yet? I believe it's even simple puzzles could be very hard. And when curiosity dominates, people are just they're willing to keep trying. So designing approachable is really means that you're designing how players feel before they think. I think every puzzle teaches two things: how to solve that challenge and how to feel while solving that challenge. So before starting Star Stuff, I gobbled up a ton of game designs, and I came across values at play in digital games. So the goal of this framework is to make values in this medium of digital games just feel slightly less arbitrary. This book and framework gave my mindset just some structure going into development, which was incredibly helpful. I'll break down a little bit of what that meant. It began with locating and defining values within the context of the game. So I wanted players to feel warm and safe, wondrous, joyous, relaxed. And we also wanted them to take action. So be curious, experiment, think in new ways. Transforming these values from abstractions to fully articulated concepts made it really just easier and more accessible to communicate to the team, and then from there influence the game's features. We then mapped these values to game elements. So narrative, rewards, rules for interacting with the environment, our interface, and art. There's more to the work, but that's essentially it. That's the idea. So be very aware of what you want your players to internalize, and then design for that. So we're going to talk now a little bit about how this unfolded for Star Stuff. And for each instance, I'll share some behind-the-scenes content from the archive, and from there walk you through what actions we took in the game. A lot of the time when people talk about Star Stuff, the first or second thing they mention is the visuals. So we'll start there. We've heard things like, I just want to touch everything in the game, which is exactly the feeling we were going for. When the world looks touchable, I really think that players feel free to poke at it and push buttons and try new things. We decided to make the Star Factory feel very inviting and fun to look at, much like a toy set or a playground. So many liberties were taken, adding comforting elements to what you may not think of in a typical factory. Everything had to be rounded in our game. So if a single shape could sum up its art style, it would be a soft rounded, simple rounded rectangle, very practical, industrious, but soft. And to make things look more tactile, our artist Patrick grounded assets in a little bit of reality to hint at how it might be constructed. So you could see A through D here. We also wanted players to feel as if we were walking through this whimsical Star Factory. So puzzles were set up as prefabs and were integrated into dress scenes. Here's a peek into the visuals that inspired us. You can see here actual toy sets. More here. And this is my favorite reference for our environment, a circular Star Factory donut. So in Star Stuff, art is really an invitation. The softened shapes, the rounded edges, the cozy palettes created a tone that felt kind and safe and welcoming. It told players to get comfy. Now, moving on to the story. Story in Star Stuff was never meant to blow anyone away or get too deep. I say that mostly to protect myself because I wrote most of it. But its purpose was simply to offer little moments of delight and encouragement amid the chaos of problem solving. I loved thinking about what players might need to hear in each moment, and that shaped the writing around, and shaping the writing around that feeling. We implemented interactable posters, bulletin boards, NPCs who existed for no particular reason other than trying to be funny. We also made the decision to share feedback and tips via our main NPCs, Eitri, Onslow, and Hoshi, rather than solely relying on info modals, which are also in the game. We intended to establish trust and give players just a sense of navigating this huge, chaotic problem together. The tone was meant to communicate, you're allowed to be confused, things are crazy, you're doing great, we all are. Before jumping into writing dialogue for the game, I created profiles for our characters, imagined things they would say to the player, took inspiration from a lot I know. Hoshi is a tribute to my dad. Most of these things did not end up in the game, but gave me a good sense of our character's essence with warmth and safety at the front. Yeah, throughout development, there was an effort to maintain this consistency between visual warmth and voice warmth. This made the game feel very much so authored by the same gentle soul. I like to think that this alignment was also what allowed players to lean into their curiosity rather than brace for punishment. Moving on to architecture, our world, and the progression system. So the progression system and layout of the world went through many iterations before we found the balance that offered our players the most clarity while still preserving the sense of very light exploration. Like I mentioned before, this game is certainly on rails, but we still wanted to invoke that feeling of walking around and exploring a space. The factory is divided into 5 themed zones, each containing 3 hubs. Most hubs are split into 2 rooms. At the end of every hub, a door leads to the next. It sounds very convoluted, but it makes sense. Within each hub, players complete 1 required introductory level, and then that unlocks levels in an implied order. So it was designed so that the puzzles were gradually increasing in difficulty as players moved deeper into the hub. And at the end of each zone, collected an orb to return to the lobby and deliver it to our grumpy bureaucratic protocol droid Onslow, and then Onslow uses it to power the gate to the next zone. So that is the gist of the progression system. Before the very first puzzle, players encounter the lobby, and this tone was carefully constructed to invite and not intimidate. We wanted space to be clean, avoid long distances for no reason. The lobby and the hub design, they weren't just progression maps. They were understood as emotional reset zones built to orient the player. The goal was clear for us. It was to reduce friction between the intent of the player and their actions. So a friendly, readable lobby and hub layout meant to us that, by the time the player reached a terminal to code, they already felt confident walking around the world. So here are decisions in regards to progression and layout that added to this feeling of relaxed puzzling. 1, every puzzle is required so players can progress without perfect completion. There are options, so multiple paths skipping levels allow players to choose what to tackle next. It's also easy to walk away from a level. You could leave a level at any time and try something new. Our unlock moments were tiny applause cues. We, did a little, little hands, maybe a funny line of dialogue. All of this kind of reinforced the idea of, you did something great, keep going. I think it was Joe's stream actually that mentioned how much this particular GIF moment reminded him of Super Mario Galaxy, which I thought was funny. As you collect star stuff to fuel your current star formation. What else you can do with star stuff, really? But yeah, interesting take. And last, before going, ending on things we did for the puzzle system itself, we could talk a little bit about resting for no reason. So these interactions don't advance the story or unlock anything. They're just very small acts of stillness, pauses that make the factory feel alive and the player feel at home. They precondition the player a little bit to explore. It was intended for the player to feel like, if Miha, the main character's name, feels at home here, maybe I can too. A break and challenge wasn't a waste of time. It was more calibrating the psyche and allowing players to take a breather. And, when you do that, the next puzzle feels fresh. All right. Finding the right balance between simple spaces and enough environmental richness to evoke a sense of wonder was difficult. was a constant debate. It took a while to land on something that felt right. And here are a few decisions we made. So one was scaled back backgrounds with assets placed strategically to focus for focus and clarity. Although I think we probably could have pushed this even further. Another thing was darkened puzzle backdrops so the puzzle space stands out very clearly, dampening the audio when entering a puzzle to create a calmer, more focused atmosphere. These were, not aesthetic tweaks, although they changed the aesthetic. They were corrections in the tone. So when a scene feels visually chaotic, I think players subconsciously brace for chaotic puzzles, and simplifying backgrounds and layout made the world feel a bit more solvable without losing its atmosphere. This is a pretty specific example, but shows you the granularity of decisions we were making. During playtests, we noticed players often felt very overwhelmed and frustrated by our reset moment in the puzzle, which simply was approaching the terminal would restart the level. So you would maybe walk into a puzzle, explore, place a crate here and there, set up your puzzle, and then you would approach the terminal and everything would be restarted. So they weren't sure what mode they were in or whether they were coding, their code was being recorded. So it was pretty bad. But to address this, we introduced the ghost shader, which is kind of like an emotional safeguard. Certain game elements appeared transparent until players approached the terminal and entered coding mode. So you really couldn't interact with crates or place them anywhere before you were in code mode. The visual cue really communicated that you're in tinker mode now. You could still explore freely with some constraints, but you're not setting up your full solution. So it reframed the start of each level as more of a safe playground and made that transition between exploration and coding feel very distinct and intentional. It was very, very important for the player and clarity, even if they didn't notice it. Another specific example is that, some players didn't understand that bots run code independently of each other and in sequence. The fix was implementing visual state indicators, little icons communicating when bots were waiting, broken, done executing their code. So this helped players see the logic rather than imagine it. So we really think that, when players can do the system thinking, they start to trust it. Early testing before elements of the puzzle were fully refined revealed that this lack of feedback wasn't just confusing, it had players really blaming themselves. So it was hurting confidence. They were making excuses for their mistakes. Every bit of feedback the game gives, visuals, sound, animations, pacing, acknowledges the player's emotional state. So for example, darkening the background, softening the audio, using the ghost shader. It's not just aesthetic, it's telling the player, it's okay, you're safe to explore, or maybe now it's time to focus. So feedback is bidirectional. So as developers, we build into the game our intent, players respond, we listen, we continue to build and refine. Our coding interface is designed to make it fun to experiment with your code, easy and stress-free to try a new idea. We have reset and rewind in the game. So when you make a mistake, it's easy to get back to where you're at. Very useful for our game in particular because it's just allowed if you make a silly movement mistake, a rewind is very useful. And like I said, you could kind of explore the level a little bit before you get into code mode. So we wanted players to start with, have it easy to start where you left off, piece your code together, and break a big problem down step by step. The last thing I'll mention is the hint system. So I do believe that hint systems are very good for approachability. It's that, comforting phone a friend feeling. But to be honest, our hint system was more background thought. We weighed effort versus reward and ultimately decided on code order as the main form of the hint. So this clears the player's code and reveals the correct order without arguments. So at one point, we experimented with, showing how many of each type of code block a player might need, but it didn't really feel particularly helpful, so we removed it. Aside from the code order hint, we have nebulous tips, which are text hints tailored to specific puzzles. So what we liked about Code Order was that it offered guidance, but it wasn't spoiling the solution completely. There are plenty of times I used the hint myself and still had no idea how to solve the puzzle because you have to know how to walk through it yourself. All of these things, hints, tips, info modals, work together to scratch that phone a friend itch. So softening the moments of complete helplessness. So was it all worth it? So this is what we all hope for. With every iteration, we're getting closer to our design goals. So early prototypes revealed a lot of clunkiness. The editor was not intuitive. Players blame themselves. Mid-production, when we're able to integrate more feedback, polish the editor, refine our puzzles, we saw players experimenting more, and then, you know, final polish, adding small world details, players really kind of felt safer to fail and try again. We saw proof that our efforts in design were valid through playtesting, watching streams, and player reviews. A few questions I kept in mind were, you know, has the game promoted the desired behaviors? Have we elicited an effective or attitudinal response? Here are some snippets that I think validated all the work we put into the game. I'll read one of them. It's programming puzzles are intuitive and make you think in new ways, while its charming UI and atmosphere give it a dreamy vibe, which encourages you to keep trying if you get stuck. That alone made it worth it. Might be a programming game, but it also has some very wholesome tidbits. At least 9 people agree with this player, so that was great. Yeah, so the verification process is ongoing. I'm very excited to share that we have a free web version of StarStuff on starstufFedu.org, and we've launched it in schools, and hearing very similar sentiment features. Putting StarStuff Edu on web really has allowed us to get many more eyeballs on our game, and that is now, you know, the game is now a hidden gem on Steam. Our next project will run with this idea of testing whether or not people want to play puzzle games on the web together. So if you're interested in talking about this, feel free to email me or join our Discord, play our prototype on itch, let us know what you think. And that's it. Thanks for listening. Here's how to contact me, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the talks.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. Loved it. It's such a great game, and I'm pretty sure it probably was me that was making the Mario Galaxy comparisons that you mentioned earlier. Just in general, I think I was making a lot of comparisons as well to just Nintendo's art styles, because those games are also very approachable, and I think especially the Mario games have a similar kind of soft, cozy feel to them. Just the world you want to jump into. So I think that there are lots of great comparisons there. So we've had some questions in the chat, and so I will ask those. And I've got a question of my own as well. I think we've got time. We do have time. So Feverish asked, what type of difficulty curve do you try to aim for in order for the player to feel relaxed but challenged? And I'd like to elaborate on that question a little bit as well, because there are some challenging puzzles in that game for sure. But you still manage to make the flow through the base puzzles feel relaxing. So yeah, what was your approach there?
Yeah, I think, I mean, you kind of hit on some of that with this idea of having a main path of base puzzles and really relentlessly testing that main path to ensure that it was, just made so that players can skip a level. Things are still interesting. Maybe things don't get super hard, but they're all interesting and using mechanics in interesting ways. With having the thing that made us feel good about that was this idea of having challenges. So as we were creating that main path of puzzles, every time we thought a puzzle was like really interesting and fun to think through, but pretty challenging, we're like, all right, let's just put it under our challenges for this hub. We can't get rid of it. It's too fun, but it can't be part of this main path. The other thing that we did was just the amount of levels that are needed to enter the next hub and enter the next zone were reasonable, and that was just through a lot of testing. I think those are the main ideas there.
Great. And did that approach of like having the challenge levels, did it basically mean that you didn't really have an upper limit on what you'd consider too difficult for the game? Because like you can always go in the challenge level, or did you still want to keep some kind of upper limit?
I'd say I feel like we felt fine in a very difficult level in there, but there were definitely some ideas with the mechanics that were just like very wacky. So Stephen Meyer and Michael Weintraub were the main level designers, and Stephen would come to us with like some really cool, wild ideas, and there were some that were just like, oh well, if we have a DLC, maybe we could have a Stephen Miller DLC of Star stuff. Yeah, so there were some that were kept from the challenges, even just because they were kind of like just too wild. Yeah.
I look forward to the Stephen Miller DLC. That wasn't you weren't confirming it's coming, but if it does, I'll definitely play it. Okay, so the next question came from chat from somebody called Coco Baboni. Sorry if I'm getting your name incorrect. Which is, are you familiar with older educational games like Pajama Sam, and were they an inspiration? How did you all manage cognitive challenge, and how old were your playtesters?
Oh, interesting. I don't know about Pajama Sam, but sounds cool. I will check it out. So playtesting and age range, yeah, that was we see Star stuff as suitable. I tested with as young as an 8-year-old, but that was, that's very young. And at that point, we really see the game being played with a guardian or, someone older kind of guiding that kid. But really kind of set, the game is, anyone who's 12 and older could maybe, has like the brain space and the processing to figure it out. And that was the thinking. We had a partner who tested in schools, and that was interesting. But we mostly tested within ourselves, our Discord community, who are all, various ages, but around, 18 plus. As far as games that were really inspirational, so 7 Billion Humans is a game that we talked about a lot. And at that time, the Art of Problem Solving is an organization that provides a lot of like mathy, thinky puzzling in their curriculum. And there's a class that I witnessed playing 7 Billion Humans and the dev's son. And we had a lot of conversations around just how that was a good kind of baseline of thinking about how hard these puzzles could get.
Great, thank you so much. We had another question from Patrick, but I'm afraid that we don't have time, so we're going to move over to the next speaker. But Patrick, if you could take your question to the Discord, I'm sure Sylvia will be around to help answer that question. Yeah, so thank you so much, Sylvia. We'll head over to the next talk. Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
right, hello everybody. We are back and we're joined by another speaker that was with us last year as well, and we had a response to Dom's talk this year. So very excited to find out what else Dom has got to talk to us about, and maybe we'll end up with like multiple threads of conversation, all replying to Dom. future events. But yeah, so I love the title of this talk, A Journey into Space. I'm curious to hear what you've got to say about it, Dom. So over to you.
Cool. Hello, ThinkyCon. So this talk is Journey into Space. This arises, originally it was going to be a Discord comment. And what happened was I started writing it and I hit the character limit that you get if you don't pay for Discord. And then having done this, I stopped and thought about what I was writing and realized, wait a minute, this topic is deeper than I thought. And so I started taking some notes, and it expanded and expanded and expanded, and it's become a talk. So I'm not actually talking about stars and things. This is a talk about grid-based puzzle games and the use of grid spaces by designers who are constructing puzzles for these kinds of games. So here are some puzzles. Some of you may know these games. Just a quick warning that I am, unlike Alistair Aitchison, I am going to spoil you for some games a little bit, just because I want to show levels in the games I'm talking about. There's no more than one level from each game, though, so hopefully that will be okay. So these two games are the best examples I could find of the thing which first got me interested in this topic. And on the left here, we have Gentoo Rescue, relatively recent game about penguins sliding around. On the right, we have Architect's Adventure, which is about, I guess, building structures out of these white blocks. And I will just briefly show you each of these levels so that I can give you a sense of what it was that caught my eye in the first instance. So this Gentoo Rescue level, you will immediately notice, doesn't actually have many squares on it. So there's only 7 of them, and in fact 2 of them are not, barely part of the level. So this is actually a video, so I'll just leave this running while I chat about it. You don't need to understand all the rules of the game. This level is moderately far through the game, and it's lots of cool mechanics have been introduced, which, I could talk about them, but it would be a distraction. The important thing to notice here is that this is effectively a one-dimensional puzzle, right? It's being solved entirely along this one line, and that doesn't make it trivial or boring in any way. It's an interesting level, to some extent, introducing a concept, but not really. And then if we look at this Architect's Adventure level, now the idea here is to get the player character onto the green tick. The cubic blocks stick together sideways, and the pillar-shaped thing sticks together vertically. The exact nature of this solution is not important for what I'm talking about, but I'll just let the little guy play through this entire solution, because it will be a better way to illustrate what's going on here. So you'll notice that unlike the Gentoo Rescue level, my avatar only actually walked on a small subset of the offered tiles. And so, like, looking at these two things and comparing them, I was like, this is really interesting. Like, what is it about this use of space that the designers in each case were thinking about a lot of things? Like, these are both very well designed games. All the games I'm going to use as examples in this talk are very well made. They're games I love, but they do some very different things. So that was kind of the starting point. That's where I started investigating. So obviously I couldn't resist going here. Like, this is the first place that you start with these things, right? This is Sokoban, of course, but more specifically, it's Microban, which is a very nice collection of Sokoban levels. Some of you may have seen this before, but you might be more used to it looking like this, which is the puzzle script implementation. And I'll just pause here. So for those of you who haven't seen this, the orange squares are crates, and you're trying to get all the crates on the level onto the dark circles, the targets. And as you can see, this is a very compact level. And so, in the process of thinking about space, one of the first thoughts was, well, can I make this less claustrophobic? And to some extent with Sokoban, like the space matters for the puzzle, right? It's part of the puzzle. So what first happens if you try and add space to this is this. You end up with a lovely spacious level, but it's completely broken. You can take the character over to the right here and just free this box straight up, put it on the other target. It's almost really no puzzle at all. So we have to put in a long floor section to stop you doing that. But then we run into another problem, which is that this crate here can be pushed up a space. This one then frees up very easily. You can get behind this and move it over here again. So this time we sort of have a puzzle, but it's a much less interesting puzzle. Very, very easy. So then we end up with this. And yep, here there is more space. We haven't ruined the puzzle. But there's yet another kind of problem, which is that here we actually just have, it's not really more space, right? We've made the player do some unnecessary work. They're going to have to walk all the way over here, walk all the way back, and so on, and similarly over here. But it's not changed the actual solution path at all. Like, this isn't going to be more pleasant to play. It's just going to be a worse experience in every respect. So, okay, maybe there are some games where introducing extra space isn't an option because it makes it breaks the intention of the puzzle. But then I started thinking about this game, which is Snakebird. So for those of you who don't know it, Snakebird is a game where you play one or more of these colorful, long bird-like things, and you're eating fruits. So it's a little bit like the old snake games that appeared on any number of platforms. The difference with Snakebird is this gravity, which changes everything. And from the point of view of space, there's an interesting thing which happens with Snakebird, which you don't get even with Sokoban, which is this. So I'll just pause there. This bird can't reach the apple, right? And this is because I've messed up the level. So I will continue, and you see what should have been done there. But you'll notice that if there had been even a one space difference, it would have been trivial to get the apple. And this is the point of the game, that when you eat a fruit, you get one space longer. And so there's a lot of strategy in what order you eat things and how best to approach the thing. Just pause here. But unlike with Sokoban, the interesting thing about Snakebird is that space doesn't always make a level easier. It could make it harder or even impossible, because you might be stretching one of your Snakebirds between 2 points, and one extra space means that it can't reach. So space doesn't make things easier all the time, doesn't make things harder all the time. So what exactly is going on? So the answer to that on the surface is just, well, games are different, right? It's in each game, different things are happening. This is Stephen's Sausage Roll, and this was the first game I looked at where I began to get a sense of exactly what it was. that I was trying to study. So in this level, you're trying to cook both sides of all the sausages, but you mustn't do any of the sides twice. And you see, I had this maneuver I had to do where I pushed one of the sausages up across the top and back down in order to avoid cooking one of the sides twice. But space-wise, what's happening here is that a lack of space at the top of the level is being used to obfuscate the solution. So if you had a huge amount of space up here, then immediately it would be very, very intuitive to the player that what they were going to do was to push one of the sausages out of the way and bring it all the way round. They would have a lot of control. Whereas here you see at the start of the level, it's not at all apparent that I have to do that. And it's the lack of space which makes it a difficult thing to spot. And in particular, the awkward way in which the character's tool prevents free movement makes it seem like you don't have room to do these things. So this goes in an entirely different direction. So I think a lot of you watching will know Patrick's Parabox, but this is a game which, I mean, it is a Sokoban game, but it's a game in which the boxes, the crate-like things which form the playing pieces, can end up inside each other. And what took me a long time, so I'd actually played this entire game without noticing this, but what I suddenly noticed about this game was all the levels are the same size. So, you know, you're talking about space, but actually it's an extraordinary thing to be able to design a game with dozens and dozens of varied levels where every single thing is the same size. You know, I started to think, particularly for a Sokoban-like game, how is that possible? And so this was the idea that I had come in with before I started investigating, which is, you know, space is a design choice, right? It seems like something you have a lot of flexibility over. But then I began to wonder about that, and like maybe it's not really a design choice at all. Like the ways in which it behaves in all of these games seems much more intrinsically linked to the mechanics than I had assumed it would be. And so when we're designing games, particularly in 2025, we usually have some mechanical idea, and as I referred to quite a bit in my previous year's talk, we're trying to showcase that one idea really well, right? So if a lack of space is something that you see in like Sokoban puzzles, and you've got this very congested spaces obliging you to think about how you move the playing pieces around, then in a sense they're getting in the way of the puzzle that you're trying to build, right? The player is having to solve this other puzzle at the same time as the Sokoban. So like, you know, what we should do is just use more space when we can. So should this be influencing our choice of design? But it turns out it's more complicated than that. So this is this looks like Bonfire Peaks, and it sort of is, except this is actually from the second DLC. This is Lost Memories Part 2. All three of these games are very good, by the way. Recommend them. So there's something about this level which I'm just going to give you a moment to have a look. The objective of this game is to get this crate onto this bonfire over here, but there are these two big gaps. But I'm not suggesting that you solve it in your head in the middle of this talk. What I'm suggesting that you do is have a quick look at the 3D design of this level and see if anything jumps out at you. So the thing I'm trying to get you to spot is this white pad here, which triggers the dart gun, is slightly off-center. Now, the design of this game is very precise. Everything has been thought about. And so that is not a coincidence. And here we see why. So I actually need all of the space there so that we have room to do this move here. Character's going to do it in a minute. There we go. Right, and so if the pad had been in the center there, I wouldn't have been able to do that. So this is not just about choices relating to space. This is space being used for a whole different purpose. It's actually communicating something to the player. If this platform could very easily have been symmetric, and if it was, there wouldn't have been any opportunity for the player to gain that insight in that way. This game. So this is my own game. This is the Golem. You'll notice that in terms of cells, this level is enormous. Like, it's absolutely huge. And this is one of the things that people consistently commented out on when the Golem first came out. It's like, oh my goodness, the levels are so large. And interestingly, at the time, this wasn't really intentional. I built them at the size that felt most natural to me. And this particular level is a very good illustration of why. So the player is having to go through a complicated series of moves to make this particular piece, which then gets taken down here, and the idea is to clear up all these green plus shapes. But if you look at the raw geometry of the level, it's like, never mind the interactive pieces, never mind any of what the player had to do. The amount of space around the different areas of the level is relatively uniform, sort of passage widths and the layout of things. But actually, almost all of the action took place in this very small space up here. And so what this is effectively doing is it's freeing up the patterns of the player's thought, so that rather than helpfully guiding them in the way that was done by Bonfire Peaks, this is doing the opposite and saying, I don't want to give away how this level is done, and so I'm going to make enough space that you can't see what my game is. So A Monster's Expedition is a very different game from any of those that I've talked about so far. I just wanted to briefly show this because it is from my point of view, the absolute peak of space usage in terms of how difficult such things are to make. And the reason why, so this isn't me playing, this is a YouTube speedrunner called Clack. And the game is composed of lots and lots of connected islands. And if you play to the kind of ending sequence, there's lots of good puzzles, but there's nothing kind of desperately hard. It's not a horribly difficult game to reach the ending. But then you can go on from that and get lots and lots of secrets. And a lot of these are very hard. And the way that they're done is by reusing the same elements that you used to solve the main puzzles, but using them in different ways. So effectively, it's like a whole game almost about like cheese, but like deliberately supported cheese. Puzzles layered upon layers. And I actually have no idea how it's even possible to make this game. Like the level of space use in this game is absolutely phenomenal, because all of these squares could potentially be used for, dozens of schemes the player might come up with. And so as well as making sure that all the ones that ought to work actually do, the designers also had to make sure that things that weren't supposed to happen couldn't happen. And it's extraordinary stuff. I'm very impressed by it. Right, so what was my eventual conclusion from all this investigation? It was that space isn't really a design decision, but what it is a communication tool. So you have your core puzzle, which is your mechanics, whatever it is that you the idea that you've come up with that you want to share with the players. You build your levels and so forth, but you will sometimes have choices about the amounts of space that you use. Those choices are best used not to say, oh, I like lots of space or I like not very much space, but to think, what will the impact be on the player's thought processes of not just different spaces, but different shapes, like the geometry of levels is well known to provide clues, and space is just a special case of that much broader category of information that you're sharing whenever you design a level. So a quick epilogue. I just wanted to pop back to these two levels because when I first saw this, I was thinking, oh yes, very little space and a lot of space. These are radically different design decisions, but in fact, in the light of our conclusion, they're not. These games are both doing exactly the same thing on these levels. Gen 2 Rescue is saying this puzzle is not about the geometry of the level. You don't need it. So we're going to remove all the geometry so it doesn't distract you from the cool thing that we want you to discover here. And Architect's Adventure is essentially doing the same thing. It's saying there's this really interesting puzzle and we're going to give you plenty of space so that the idea of running out of space doesn't distract you from trying to work out how to solve this really interesting conundrum. So that's all that I have to say, but I welcome any questions you may have, and also thoughts that are not questions. I don't have a problem with that either.
Thank you so much, Dom. I love that. It's very interesting to think about space in that way and like really dig into it. Like it's always fun to pick a particular aspect of something that's already very particular and go, okay, what can we say about this in even more detail? I was wondering, because like you kind of the way you started this was talking, well, it wasn't at the very beginning, but you started talking about microban and like what happens when you start adding space to microban. And one of the things you said then was about how microban can feel like very, like in particular microban 1 can feel like a very tight space, and like you could start adding space in order to make it feel less tight, maybe make it feel a bit more freeing. So clearly the use of space is tied to also just the feeling of the game as well, not just like how it can affect the puzzle design, but also just the general feeling of the game.
I certainly agree with that. Yes.
So I'm curious. What would you do? Maybe this happened to you with a game you've made or with the Golem. What would you do if the feeling you're getting from the use of space isn't matching the feeling you wanted to get out of your game?
Well, so I mean, it will depend a lot on the individual mechanic, but certainly with puzzle script games, often when I'm doing like a jam game or a confounding calendar, those sorts of things, I do often find that they don't feel right, and usually the challenge for me as a designer is to make them smaller, because I kind of naturally tend towards large spaces. I mean, that's how I arrived at the question in the first place, right? Is that I was trying to get a sense of why I like these things, and I'm always trying to shrink stuff. But I think for other designers it might be different. I can imagine that some people might have a natural attraction to minimalism. They're going exactly the other way and saying, "Oh, maybe I've made too compact." So I can see that varying.
Great, thank you. We had a question from Patrick in the comments as well. Do you notice any patterns in other types of grid-based games, such as pen and paper puzzles or tactics games? Interesting.
Oof, yes, it's a big question. So, pen and paper puzzles are a bit of a special case. So these are puzzles are what I call zero-space puzzles, in that compared with something like Sokoban, they have a concept of space. Like changing a single cell puzzle would actually win it most of the time, I think. Although I'm not a pen and paper expert, I must admit. Strategy games, I played a lot of war games only a small subset which were on grids. With like, for example, advanced wars and so forth, yes, space is critical because if your delivery units dominant, and out of war game designers mistake, and the artillery is too overpowered. But yeah, that's the whole talk. So
yeah, we'll save that talk for next year, right? You can join then. You were breaking up a little during that answer, but I think we got the gist of it, and we can always add some subtitles to the edited talk that goes on YouTube afterwards to make sure it's clear. Great, I think that is all the questions we've got time for. So thank you so much, Dom. We'll go get set up for the next talk. So yeah, thank you once again. All right, hello everybody. We are back with our final talk of day 2 of ThinkyCon 2025. Thank you all for sticking with us this entire day. It's been great to have all the contributions in chat. For our final talk, we are joined by Nick Chen from playmath.org, another organization in the Karina Initiatives family. So I will hand it over to Nick now to talk more about that. All right, take it away, Nick.
Cool. Thanks, Joe, or as I like to call him, Thinky Joe. I'm excited to be here and to partner with Thinky Games and to talk about stuff that I'm a total nerd for. Okay, the title of this is a mouthful. Mathy, Thinky, Puzzly, problem solving. Today's most important skill. This is a fairly ambitious presentation I put together. Should be fun. I'm going to kind of, I'll talk about myself a little bit. I'll get into kind of making my case. But I also want to look at some games. I think, I don't want to have a totally dry academic presentation. Let's actually play some games too. And I'll try to, and basically we'll get into the games and I'll start making connections to the kind of case that I made. So you can look me up. I don't want to talk too much about it. I'm a little bit less of the game profile and more on the education ed tech software game-based learning side of things. I've been in that field for quite some time, mostly in the math space, spent a lot of time in the language space as well. Even working at a company like Epic, not the game one, but the kids reading app, but kids think of it as a game, and that we were able to kind of, gamify the reading experience and get, lots of, millions of kids to read. And so that's been more my shtick. When I think about what gets me excited for games in general, it's definitely in the Thinky category. I mean, there's fun kind of other types of games, but I'm specifically really interested in kind of these kinds of the Thinky kind of games that are really pushing kids to not only think, but I do have a math lens on it again as right now as well. So that's where the mathy part is. Okay, here's the case. And I'll open with the question, what are the skills that it really takes to be successful today or tomorrow or in 5 years from now? I mean, things are moving so fast, faster, just exponentially faster. And I know this is a super wide open, loaded question. I mean, even define success, but I certainly have, as an educator, as a parent, my thoughts. I figured I'd go to the World Economic Forum for this. And I even cut out the bottom 5 and just focusing in on the top 5, or sorry, the 5 out of 10, focusing in on the top 5, analytical thinking, creative thinking, resilience, or as we call it, grit, I think, in the workplace, flexible thinking, I think flexibility and agility, I would kind of tease those out. Motivation and self-awareness. Self-awareness is a really tricky one. I might put that aside, but I think the motivation piece is then tied to curiosity. And I think we've known that these are really the things that drive success, for lack of a better word, for a long time. And it's frustrating to have been in the education scene and to know that, like, this is not really the things that we focus on that much. If you look at what standards we have to teach in school, yeah, there's a lot of, even like the math practice standards versus all the, there's some space for this. And I think there are a lot of people that care deeply about this, but even, like, how do we treat the arts and fund that? And how do we, this is just not I don't expect every person to come through formal schooling and be excellent at all of these things. And if they are excellent at them, it's not necessarily from their schooling. And so how are they getting this experience? Obviously life, but are there other ways that you can train for these behaviors? All right, so I'm going to switch from World Economic Forum to kind of the play math lens, the play math marketing lens here, right? And I'll throw out, we also live in a world right now where our attention span is under attack. The way I talk about it for my kids who are 4 and 6, there are trillions of dollars of investment made to brain hack you via a screen and via short form content and the interaction and all of that. And we're just not powerful enough to go up against that. It does impact us, and you can, there's plenty of research that's out there. I think more research will come in over time for sure when we really try to get into it, but it's very complicated. But it begs the question, like, okay, well, what can we at least do to, like, sure, if with my kids, I can be like, no screen time during the week, but like, what else can we do knowing that this is the world we live in? What can we do to stretch out our attention span and try to undo some of the damage that's being done to us? ChatGPT brain is kind of the other angle that I think is relevant. MIT's study was really the first one that kind of talked about cognitive debt, at least kind of widespread. And there are definitely two sides to AI, and I have a second half to this, but even within how are you using AI, you can use it to try to do everything and to not think. You can also use it to really like explore and experiment and sharpen your idea. You know, there's kind of different ways to use it, but I think everyone who's used it does have the sense that, like, okay, I can see how this could, like a calculator for some level of mathematics skills, arithmetic that might have been more pertinent then, or like GPSs, like this thing. I mean, writing is definitely something that's top of mind, I know, for a lot of educators. But there is another side to the power of having, you know, artificial intelligence in your pocket, and how can we combat against that? You know, and at the same time, this is the flip side, is as we prepare to live in a world where we do have, you know, GPT-10 in our pocket, what do I want to be good at? Like, what is my role? What do I need to be smart at? What does my brain need to be trained for? Martin Gardner, who is one of the kind of first recreational mathematicians, has this wonderful quote, and I'm going to actually read it. "Evolution has developed the brain's ability to solve puzzles, and at the same time has produced in our brain a pleasure of solving problems." And again, I think this is one of those things that we all fundamentally know that we get. You know, I'll use the term dopamine loosely, but, like, you know, the sense of satisfaction, and you know, I mean, we are wired to solve problems. Okay, so let's look at some games. I'm going to just flip over, and I'm going to call out Snakebird Math, which is a really cool collab that we did with Nonaman Games. And I just want to, you know, we collabed with them to make it a little bit more mathy, and bring in some different elements. You know, this is the first puzzle, which is just, okay, what am I doing here? And this is like with every new game that you've never seen, like, okay, take a minute to take in the cuteness of all of this. Okay, so I see here, okay, then this unlocked, like, what's going on? Okay, cool. And, you know, the first puzzle, the first question, you know, there's always this, like, you want to kind of indoctrinate them into the world, onboard them. And I'm not going to spend the hours that it would take me to play through all of this. But I'm just going to bounce around to a couple of different islands so you can see kind of, okay, what does some level progression look like? Okay, now I'm trying to get to that 8 again, and I can see I'm too long. And what are my, well, I guess I could just start messing around, which is what a lot of kids will do. And I ate all of the fruit. And so, you know, obviously I know how to play this game, but I want to call out this moment of exploring and just kind of trying out something. And, like, okay, I can see, like, I made a problem. And so now I understand a little bit better of what's going on. Like, this is the human brain loop that's what learning is, where you're kind of trying something out, making a prediction, taking in the feedback, adjusting your strategy, trying something new. Like, that is kind of one of the most important skills that ties almost all of this other stuff together. And you know, and one of the cool things about really good leveling is you get people into this, like, strategy that they have, and then you hit them with something new and you break that strategy, and then you're like, whoa, what? And so even something simple as a new game mechanic that didn't exist before, and you're like, okay, well, now how does this fit in? I have to figure out the rules for this thing, and how does it fit in with my pre-existing strategy? So as much as I want to just keep playing this game, I'm going to bring it back, and I want to talk about that. You know, so I was pointing out, like, kind of the tutorial puzzle, and then the, you know, a couple of new game mechanics, and a couple of, you know, I skipped like 10, 20 levels. And so I found this chart. I am kind of a graph nerd. I did find this, this lo-fi chart on the internet, and, you know, there's a couple of different interesting things that it's trying to say. I'd hone in on this guy where it's kind of difficulty over time, and this is like, okay, so what this is implying is you have this kind of like easy onboarding, and then, like, okay, the game starts to ramp up and it starts to get harder and harder and harder, and then it kind of like plateaus, and maybe there's just like a ceiling of difficulty that you even want to get to in this game. Maybe that's just kind of where you got to is the game mechanics, and it's interesting enough, and you can just make that the game for the second half of the game with great story. And so I'm showing this first because I also made a graph, and mine also doesn't look nice. But I want to call out. Okay, so I think there's this moment in almost every game where you're kind of you come in, you're playing. The red line is your frustration or maybe difficult, like a difficulty meter, And then again, I'm using the term dopamine lightly here. I think sense of accomplishment and kind of sense of joy and. But you kind of get your little dopamine hits from overcoming your frustration, right? Like it's kind of small early on. You're like, how do I do? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, this is cool. And then like, okay. And then you get to that moment where you're like, I am stuck on this thing. And, this can go a number of ways, so maybe you put it down. Maybe you come back to it, maybe you push through it. But, and this is not an exact chart, right? I free drew this, but I think this goes to illustrate the points that these things are tied together. And I'm not even talking about like learning or growth yet, which also is kind of the important piece. But, like this is the we're wired to do this piece, right? Like this is that joyful moment from overcoming the frustration, then your frustration goes down, and you kind of keep going. And, what I'm not saying is that everything needs to be super crazy difficult. But I am saying that I don't think everything should be easy. Like, I don't think we should have thinking calculators in our pockets that do all of the hard thinking for us. Like, I don't think that's what we're wired for. I don't think we'll be joyful. I don't think it's the right use of technology. All right, so I'm going to switch over to another game, which you may or might not know. This Boo from Bart Bonte, another wonderful game. It's very thinky. And, this game is so cute and just so approachable. And, we did kind of push it a little bit during Halloween. It's very themey. And, you could even just kind of come in here and like play around and see what's going on, coming back to this like experiential, like, oh, okay, cool. And what if I do? Oh, okay. And so, this game starts again. I don't want to play through, too many minutes of it, but you start introducing more pieces, and there's a mask and there's an eye patch, and it starts getting really hard in terms of like, okay, I need to make this shape, and so how am I going to use these in a way that makes the right paint? And it's funny. So this game, absolutely wonderful. And I'm going to use this as an example where to kind of hone in on the level of difficulty. And so when we first got this game on our platform, I got some feedback from some adults that were like, oh, this game is like amazing. It gets so hard so fast. And like, it's so great. And it's like, it's fun and all that stuff. And I was like, okay, that's funny because I am getting, playmat is primarily geared towards, elementary and, schools. And so we need to have stuff that is accessible for younger kids as well. And there is a lot of overlap in like what's good for kids and what's good for adults. But I'll say that the initial, coming back to the graph stuff, the initial, I'd say this is what it was initially, where like you had a tutorial puzzle and then you had like one more version of that. And then there were like a bunch of new game mechanics and like multi-step and whatever. And it's like the kids like just could not make this leap. Right. And so what we did was we worked together to come up with like, okay, well, what do we think is like the right ramp for kids? Or maybe even just, kind of more casual thinky type people. And, we're able to kind of smooth that out, basically just, kind of stretched out that first onboarding path and, get to the same place. But, it's kind of a longer experience now. So there's a little bit of a a lower ceiling for I think people who can kind of get into this game quickly, especially since it was like within the first couple of puzzles. And to be clear, it's like no slate to, I think it's really just we wanted this game for a different audience, and it's not like it was the wrong leveling in the first place. But I'm going to use that as an example. This is kind of one of my punchline slides here, which is that I want to bridge the world of game culture, like level design and how to ramp up your mechanics in the proper difficulty curve, and the world of education, and using that framework to think about like where do we want our brains to be generally, right? And I will start by saying that it is not in the mindless fun or boring parts. I think we all agree with that, but I think that we do end up spending a lot of time in mindless fun. And I'm certainly guilty of it as well. And I think there is a place for that, but where we really want to be pushing ourselves is, I like this term, hardcore fun. There's definitely stuff that's too hard and you couldn't do it by yourself. And you might not even be able to do it if you had a really experienced, other person next to you. Like it's the older brother on the Mario level. And like, even he can't like teach me the kid how to do it, kind of a thing. But I think generally speaking, a lot of people really enjoy this space, right? And it goes back to all of the things that we've been talking about, what our brains are designed to do. And, this is a kind of a gaming vernacular. And what we say in education is we talk about your zone of proximal development, which I heard ZPD a million times in my career. I'm not sure how much it gets talked about in the gaming world, but it's essentially the same concept in terms of meeting you right at that edge of like, you don't want to be too boring and too easy and too mindless. And you don't want it to be so hard that like, it's just not even fun, or like not even achievable, not even possible. Right. But you're in that sweet spot of like, I can feel that like I'm pushing on my brain. And that's where we want kids. That's where we want adults. That's where we want our seniors. Like our brains are the most amazing and powerful organ in our body. And it's kind of under attack, as I mentioned. And so all that to say, I'll leave some time for some questions, and we could look at some more games too. But it's funny, Joe, I don't know if this maybe works for Thinky games. So I have not trademarked this, but you want to play these games to train your mind, not just your fingers. Like the Flappy Bird was a fun moment in time, and it's a fun kind of a game. And there's lots of different kinds of games that are dexterity based and timing and luck and all of that. But the more that you can play Thinky games, which are just naturally fun already, the healthier you're going to be, the more successful you're going to be. Like I've made my case, I probably can't like prove it to the level that I want to, but that is my thesis, that Thinky, Mathy, Puzzly games and getting good at solving those puzzles, which are metaphorical problems, is the single most important thing that we all need to be doing.
Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you. We've got time for some questions now. There was a lot of love in the chat for the Martin Gardner quote. And also, as soon as you mentioned ZPD, there was love for that as well. Don't know if you were expecting that.
That's great.
So just to go through a few questions here. So one of the things you highlighted in both Snakebird Math and Boo when you were showing it is that kids will often go into a game and just like play around with it. And you show with Boo that it's fun, even if you're not solving the puzzle, to just mess around and see what happens. How important do you think that is for these games and bringing these games to kids?
My initial instinct is like it depends on what lens I'm answering for. How important is it to make a successful commercial consumer game versus like how important is it for the learning process. I'll start with the learning process, and I'd say like it's absolutely critical. You know, I remember when one of my sons, he needed his physical therapist was like, honestly, the best physical therapy you can do is take him to the playground. And I think that's a wonderful metaphor for just like trying, you know, and exploring and all of that. And I think the unstructured play is important, but what's so great about a game is like, it's almost like a manipulative in the learning world where it's like, okay, I can play around with this thing, but at least like the game has a right answer and like a kind of a structure and all that. I think on the other lens of like the kind of successful, you know, game venture type thinking, I think there are lots of successful, you know, like if I think of something like Mario Maker, like the level making stuff for Mario, like that's more of the play open space, and then versus like just kind of, but I don't know, even in a game like Mario, you can go backwards, you know, you could still mess around and all of that. So I like that stuff, like when you can kind of sit in a game and kind of mess around, but I do think it kind of depends on the game.
Cool, thank you. We've had a question in the chat as well from Coco. I got to mess your name up every time I say it. Coco Baboni, which is the question for you is, what is your stance on tutorials within Thinky games and games in general?
I have lots of thoughts. I don't want to say it depends on the game, but I'll try to give some more sweeping, generalized, opinionated advice that'll probably not be right. But I think in general, I'll say it actually in an edgy way. If tutorials mean you didn't do a good job with intuitive design, tutorials
are like controversial.
Tutorials are a crutch, right? And so, as much I'm trying to be edgy here, like, I think as much as you can focus on intuitive design and guiding the user's eye and making it very clear, it's like, what's the thing that you are trying to drag from where to where? You know, that's over one example, but like, I think that's really the thing to do. So I just want to say that first before I say like, yeah, tutorials I think are important. I think there's things that you want the student or user to be, the player to be thinking about, and there's things that you don't want them to be using their cognitive energy on. And so you can fast forward some of that or cheat on, you know. So I think it's an art and science of like crafting that really smooth scaffolding. And sometimes you don't even want it to be smooth. Sometimes you deliberately want to like hit them hard and then cool off for a while or something. And it's a combination of so many factors in terms of game mechanics and the visual represent, like how it's playing out is like, there's so many things. So I think I'd say like to an indie developer, right? Like, you know, your game. I mean, you should definitely play test the bejesus out of it, but it's like, you should probably be an expert in your game mechanics and your leveling, and like, yeah, and then have that be informed also by play testing to see like where the sticking points are, what's not intuitive. But again, I would just say like, okay, so users they're having a hard time figuring out that they need to use this button. Okay, do we need to make a tutorial or do we need to change the UX? Like that would be the question that I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess I guess part of that comes down to what you define as a tutorial, because it maybe changing the UX is in a sense a kind of tutorial, like a more subtle one, a wordless one that guides the player more naturally without just like bashing them over the head with a big
absolutely. And that's something that the gaming world excels at, of having it. I mean, even like the like Call of Duty type experience where it's like, I mean, every first person game is like, oh, you need to crouch under this thing to get through it in the first 2 seconds, just so you know how to crouch, right? Like I wish that classrooms were that slick, you know. But yeah, I totally agree. If you can make it immersive enough, yeah.
Okay, so next question here is what have been the biggest, because you're bringing playmath to schools, what are some of the biggest challenges in bringing playmath to schools and convincing teachers that this take on Thinky games is a good one, and you know, they should be thinking about it as well?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I've worked at a number of companies that were more like core curriculum, you know, digital curriculum, or like even like a supplemental curriculum, which is like in its more like, oh, schools can just get whatever they want, but they are still like designed to support the core curriculum for Common Core. You know, Playmath is half that. You know, we do have direct instructions on fraction type games. We do have, you know, I mean, Snakebird is a cool mathy game that gets in. Once you have the multiple snakes, it's kind of this like systems of equations thinking. Like we do have a lot of the like deliberate mathy stuff, and we'll be getting a lot more of that stuff too with indie developers and strategic partners and all that. But we also love the Thinky puzzly stuff as well. And to the question, you know, I think there are a lot of teachers that do understand that, okay, their kids really do need these skills and they struggle with them, and you know, maybe they can teach some of the math theory, but the kids are really like, they're not engaged. I mean, you know, and so it is a tricky messaging piece between, I mean, this is ed tech in general, like between the kids, the teachers, the administrators, and the parents / guardians. Like it's a whole ecosystem, and they're kind of different user personas. I think with the teachers, one of the things that we are working on is we're going to have lesson plans for all the games, and a lot of the lessons plans will even extend some of the games. Like Boo, we're playing with an activity where in Boo you're decoding a visual ghost to like make him look like that and figure out the sequences. But there's also a pretty like widely used math activity that they use, like math fairs and competitions and stuff, where like you have this number and here's your stuff, like how do you get to the number and stuff. So we can do a lot of bridge building there and kind of beef up the academic rigor and just the math lookiness of the content. But I think also part of it is me doing talks like this to at least figure out like the messaging around like, look, this actually is really the critical stuff. And I think if you go and talk to many teachers who are frustrated with the latest, I mean, it's always, I know I'm old, like kids today, yada, yada, but like, I do think that kids today are in a very difficult and unprecedented position with all of the stuff that's happening with them. And like, you know, I like to talk about like, how do we break that Gen Z stare, and like, how do we really get through to kids? And I think this stuff does it. Like, I can tell you that like Fridays are our biggest days, because we know that like, we definitely, like we have a lot of usage throughout the week, and you know, we want to get more like in the classroom, in instruction, but we also know that like this is a really high quality, you know, Thinky, high cognitive activity site. You know, we don't have any of the junk games, we don't have any of the, you know, so we're doing well, but I think we have a very specific offering, and it is a challenging messaging piece.
Great, thank you. We also had, we've got time for one more question. We also had a question from Jagriff in the chat. Do you think there is an opportunity to extend play math ideas to higher age groups, higher levels of maths?
I absolutely do. You know, it's interesting, you know, this play math, we spun out as a new org this summer. We have a lot of ambition. We are primarily, as a starting point, focused on elementary schools. And I think, you know, probably there's a lot of middle school kids. And once you start getting into the Thinky puzzly stuff, like it really does feel pretty universal. I like Snakebird Math. I think that's a fun game, and I like cute stuff too. So I think it's a question for a later day. Yeah, we've toyed with the idea of like having a teacher or a parent section or something like that. But I think it's really much more the startup mentality of like, we want to have focus. We want to crush it on what we're doing to start and really like have the kind of tip of the spearhead into our market and focus there. But you are all more than welcome to play the games on playmat.org. They are free. There are no ads, and they're cool. And we will be adding many more shortly and for the next forever.
Great, thank you. And I'm sure if people are, if there's, I saw earlier in the chat there was a math teacher. They mentioned that they were a math teacher. So if the people are interested from that perspective, I think your contact details are on the site as well, aren't they? So they can get in touch with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Contact.
Absolutely great, awesome. So that is all we have time for. Thank you so much, Nick. If you want to drop out of the call now, that's totally fine, and I'll wrap up with everybody else. So yeah, thank you.
My pleasure, Joe. Always good to talk. Talk soon.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, let's clear that title from the top of the screen. I'm so glad I've set up all these magic buttons that can just do that kind of stuff. That is the end of day 2 of ThinkyCon. Thank you all for joining once again. We're going to have a whole nother day of great talks tomorrow, so I hope you all tune in for that. It begins at the same time, 4 p.m. in the UK. You can figure out that for you, or you can go to the Think Games site, go to the ThinkyCon page, and you'll find the schedule there. Loads of great talks tomorrow. I'm very excited that we've got Thomas Brunet, who is the composer for Chance of Senar, and we've also got Tonda Ross, developer of Blueprints. Some great games being represented tomorrow. So yeah, thank you all for joining. Thanks in the chat for all the nice words. And as always, I've got a noisy cat behind me, so I'll go and tend to them right now. So yeah. Yes, tomorrow's first talk is about maths. There's a lot of talks about maths I hadn't even realized. Oh, thanks, Waika. Thank you so much. Yes, if you want to go catch up with the talk, you can. The streams are still available. You have to go to the live tab on YouTube to find them. And we'll be editing them into separate videos as well over the next few days as well. So you'll see those start popping up soon. Yeah, cool. Thank you, everybody. We will leave things there, and I'll see you tomorrow. Alrighty, bye-bye.